Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was the true heir of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw and rebuilt Hogwarts for his Queen Hermione. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Blood Remembers the Ruins called to him. Harry couldn't explain it any other way. Every night for 3 months, he'd found himself standing at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, staring at what remained of the only place he'd ever called home. The great hall's ceiling had collapsed inward, exposing ancient rafters to Scottish rain. The astronomy tower, where Dumbledore had fallen, where so much had ended, leaned at an angle that defied architectural logic, held up by nothing but stubborn magic and memory. Tonight, like every other night, he'd operated to Hogsmeade and walked the familiar path. The village had rebuilt faster than the castle. Lights glowed in windows at the Three Broomsticks. Laughter echoed from somewhere down the high street. Life continued, as it always did, even when the world had nearly ended. Harry didn't begrudge them their normalcy. He just couldn't share it. He passed through the broken gates. The winged boars had been blasted from their pedestals during the battle, and no one had bothered to replace them, and stopped at the edge of the lake. The giant squid's tentacles broke the surface occasionally, reaching toward nothing. Even it seemed lost these days. The castle's silhouette against the stars looked wrong. Gaps in the walls let moonlight through where moonlight had no business being. The Quidditch pitch had burned entirely, only scorched earth remained. The forbidden forest had crept closer, as if sensing weakness, ancient trees leaning toward the wounded castle with something that felt almost like hunger. Harry sat on a familiar boulder, one he'd sat on 100 times with Ron and Hermione, back when the future seemed infinite, and let the silence wash over him. 3 months since Voldemort's body had hit the ground. 3 months since Harry had died and returned. 3 months since 54 people had given their lives in these halls, on these grounds, for a future Harry still couldn't quite imagine himself living in. He should be happy. He knew that. The war was over. The prophecy fulfilled. He was free in a way he'd never been before, no Dursleys, no Voldemort, no destiny hanging over his head like an executioner's blade. Instead, he felt hollow. Ron was traveling with George, helping reopen Weasley's Wizard Wheezes locations across Britain. The work helped them both. They couldn't grieve Fred if they were too busy honoring his memory. Hermione had thrown herself into ministry reform, arriving at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before dawn and leaving well after midnight. She was changing the world, one policy at a time. And Harry came here. Every night. Staring at ruins and waiting for something he couldn't name. The castle groaned. Whined through broken windows, probably. But Harry felt it differently, felt it in his chest, in his bones, like a voice too deep to hear calling his name. He pressed his palm against the cold ground and closed his eyes. Come home, something whispered. Or maybe he imagined it. An owl swooped low, dropping a letter in his lap before vanishing into the darkness. Harry recognized the seal before he even touched the envelope, Gringotts. The elaborate G pressed into crimson wax gleamed with embedded protective charms. He broke the seal and read by wandlight. Mr. Potter, your presence is required at Gringotts Bank at precisely 9 a.m. tomorrow for a mandatory inheritance audit. Failure to appear will result in the immediate forfeiture of all hereditary claims, assets, and magical artifacts currently held in trust. This is not a request. Account manager Ragnarok. Harry read it twice. He'd dealt with the goblins after the war, awkward meetings about the dragon, reparations for the damage, tense negotiations that ended with him paying a truly staggering sum to maintain access to his vault. He'd assumed that was the end of it. Apparently not. He folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, then looked back at the castle one last time. The Gryffindor tower was dark, its windows shattered. Somewhere in there, his four-poster bed still existed, probably buried under rubble and covered in dust. I'll come back, he said to no one. Or to the castle itself, if it was listening. I always come back. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and something older. Stone and magic and 1,000 years of memory. Harry operated away, and the ruins stood silent in his absence, waiting. Grimmauld Place had become marginally less oppressive since Kreacher's death. The old elf had passed peacefully in his sleep 2 months after the battle, clutching the locket Harry had given him. Harry had buried him in the garden, beside a small marker he'd transfigured himself. The house felt empty without him. Empty and quiet and too large for one person. Harry had removed most of the dark artifacts, stripped the walls of cursed portraits, aired out rooms that hadn't seen sunlight in decades. But the bones of the place remained what they'd always been, a monument to a family that had rotted from within. He couldn't sleep. The Gringotts letter sat on his bedside table, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw the ruins of Hogwarts superimposed over darkness. At 6 a.m, he gave up and went downstairs to make tea. Hermione was already there. She sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by stacks of parchment, her hair escaping from a messy bun in all directions. A cold cup of tea sat forgotten at her elbow. She didn't look up when Harry entered. Her quill moved across a document with the fierce concentration he'd seen 1,000 times before. "You have a key," Harry said, "not a question. You gave me one. For emergencies." She still didn't look up. "The Ministry is trying to push through legislation to seize Hogwarts. They're calling it the Magical Heritage Reclamation Act. I've been fighting it for weeks, but Blackwood has more support than I." She stopped abruptly, finally meeting his eyes. "You look terrible." "Thanks. You look." He studied her, the shadows under her eyes, the tension in her shoulders, the ink stains on her fingers. "About the same, honestly." Her lips quirked. "Sit down. I'll make fresh tea." "You don't have to, Harry." She rose, and something in her expression made him obey. He sat. She moved through his kitchen with familiar ease, knowing where he kept the cups and the tea and the sugar without asking. They'd done this 100 times, at Grimmauld Place during the war, at the Burrow after, in various tents and safe houses and borrowed rooms. The domesticity of it settled something in Harry's chest that he hadn't known was unsettled. "Hermione," he said as she set a fresh cup in front of him. "How long have you been here?" "A few hours. I couldn't sleep. The Blackwood legislation keeps circling in my head, and I thought maybe if I just worked on the counter-arguments one more time." She stopped herself, shaking her head. "That's not why I'm here." She reached into her bag and pulled out a thick file, dropping it on the table between them. "What's that?" "The Ministry's internal memos about Hogwarts. I shouldn't have them, I definitely shouldn't have copied them, but a friend in the minister's office owed me a favor." Her jaw tightened. "They're not trying to rebuild it, Harry. They're trying to claim it. Blackwood wants to tear down what's left and build a new institution. A modern academy of magical learning. Centralized curriculum. Ministry-appointed staff. Complete control." Harry stared at the file without touching it. "Can they do that? Legally? It's complicated. Hogwarts was founded before the Ministry existed. Its charter predates modern magical law by centuries. But with the castle in ruins and no one officially in charge." She trailed off, frustration evident in every line of her body. "They're moving fast. Faster than they should be. The vote is in 2 weeks. Why? I don't know. That's what I can't figure out. Blackwood has been pushing this since the day he took office, like it's personal. Like he needs to control Hogwarts specifically, not just magical education in general." She pulled one memo from the pile. "Look at this. A requisition order for Cursebreakers to explore the lower levels of the Hogwarts ruins. They're looking for something." Harry thought about the voice he'd imagined. The pull he felt every night. The way the ground had seemed to hum beneath his palm. "I got a letter from Gringotts," he said. Hermione's head snapped up. "What kind of letter?" He passed it to her. She read it in 3 seconds, that speed reading thing she did that had always made Ron jealous, and her eyes widened. Mandatory inheritance audit. "Harry, this isn't standard procedure. They only do these when there's a significant unclaimed inheritance, or when," she stopped, her brilliant mind visibly racing. "When there's a legal dispute about hereditary claims. I don't have any hereditary claims. The Potter Vault, the Black Vault, that's it. That you know of." She was already on her feet, moving toward the door. "I'm coming with you." "Hermione, you don't have to, I'm coming with you." Her tone brooked no argument. "Something's happening. The Ministry moving on Hogwarts, the goblins summoning you for an unusual audit, the timing of all of it, it's not a coincidence. And I'm not letting you walk into Gringotts alone when half the bank still wants to kill you for the dragon incident." Harry couldn't argue with that logic. He didn't particularly want to. 9 o'clock, he said. She nodded, already pulling on her cloak. "I'll meet you at the Leaky Cauldron at 8:30. "And Harry?" "Yeah. Try to sleep. You really do look terrible." She disapparated before he could respond, leaving him alone in his kitchen with cold tea and a growing sense that his life was about to become complicated again. He didn't sleep. Diagon Alley had rebuilt itself with determined cheerfulness. Bright banners hung from shop windows. New businesses had sprouted in the gaps left by the ones that hadn't survived. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes dominated the skyline with its garish purple facade, larger than before and twice as loud. Harry kept his head down as he walked. He'd learned the hard way that the hood of a cloak wasn't enough. People recognized his walk, his build, the way he carried himself. The only real solution was to move fast and hope no one got a good look at his face. Hermione waited outside the Leaky Cauldron, looking more put together than she had a few hours ago. She'd changed clothes, tamed her hair, and adopted the polished professional appearance she wore for ministry work. She looked formidable. "Ready?" she asked. Not remotely. They walked together through the morning crowd. A few heads turned, but Hermione's brisk pace discouraged anyone from approaching. She had that effect on people, a kind of determined energy that suggested interrupting her would be unwise. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble facade gleaming in the morning sun. The damage from their break-in had been repaired perfectly. If Harry hadn't lived through it, he'd never have guessed that a dragon had smashed its way out of that exact spot a few months ago. The goblin guards at the entrance watched them approach with expressions that could only be described as aggressively neutral. Harry had paid a fortune in reparations. He was a legal customer in good standing. But goblins had long memories, and the look in their eyes said they'd never forget what he'd done. "Mr. Potter," one of them said flatly. "You are expected. Your companion was not." "She's my legal advisor," Harry said. The goblin's lip curled. "Follow me." They were led through the main hall, past the long counters where goblins weighed gold and examined artifacts, past the elaborate chandeliers and marble columns, and down a corridor Harry had never seen before. The decor changed as they walked. The modern banking aesthetic gave way to something older, rougher, carved directly into stone. "Where are we going?" Hermione whispered. "The old halls," the goblin said without turning. "Where important business is conducted." They descended a staircase that spiraled down into the earth, lit by torches that burned with green flame. The air grew colder. The walls pressed closer. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. Finally, they emerged into a chamber that looked more like a throne room than an office. A massive stone table dominated the center, carved with runes that pulsed with faint light. Seated behind it was a goblin older and more formidable than any Harry had ever seen, his face a map of wrinkles and scars, his eyes sharp as broken glass. "Harry Potter," the old goblin said. "Heir of Potter. Heir of Black. Destroyer of dragons." "I paid for that," Harry said. Yes. You did. The goblin's smile was not pleasant. Sit. They sat. The chairs were sized for goblins, forcing Harry and Hermione to perch awkwardly. Harry suspected this was intentional. I am Ragnarok the Elder, the goblin said. I have managed the ancient accounts for longer than your ministry has existed. I summoned you here because certain irregularities have emerged. Irregularities? Hermione leaned forward. What kind of irregularities? Ragnarok's gaze shifted to her, assessing. You are Hermione Granger. The clever one. Yes, your presence here may prove useful. He waved a gnarled hand, and a crystal sphere rose from a hidden compartment in the table. Inside it, golden light swirled like liquid. This is a blood resonance detector, Ragnarok said. Very old. Very powerful. We use it to trace hereditary claims to their source. He fixed Harry with those sharp eyes. Last month, it began screaming. Screaming? Harry said. Metaphorically. Perhaps literally, for those who can hear such things. Ragnarok tapped the sphere, and the golden light pulsed brighter. It detected a claim so powerful, so ancient, that it overwhelmed our other instruments. We spent weeks tracing the resonance. Do you know where it led us? Harry said nothing. To you, Mr. Potter. The sphere screamed because your blood carries claims that have not been invoked in centuries. Claims that predate this bank. Claims that predate the ministry, the statute of secrecy, the very concept of magical governance as humans understand it. Hermione's hand found Harry's under the table and squeezed. What claims? Harry asked. Ragnarok smiled again, and this time there was something almost like respect in it. You are not merely the heir of Potter and Black. Through your father's line, a line older than the Potter name itself, you carry the blood of Helga Hufflepuff. The words landed like stones in still water. That's impossible, Hermione said. The Hufflepuff line died out centuries ago. Every genealogical record confirms, your records, Ragnarok interrupted. Human records. Incomplete. Altered. Lost in fires and wars and deliberate obfuscation. He tapped the sphere again. Our records are older. More complete. And they show a clear line of descent from Helga Hufflepuff's youngest daughter to the Peverils, and from the Peverils to the Potters. Harry's mind was reeling. The Peverils, the brothers from the Deathly Hallows story. His ancestors, he'd known that. But connected to Hufflepuff? That's only half of what the sphere revealed, Ragnarok continued. Through your mother's line, my mother was Muggle-born, Harry said. Her parents were dentists. Her parents were Muggles, Ragnarok corrected. But her grandmother was not. The Evans family tree, if traced correctly, leads back to a squib branch of the Ravenclaw line. The magic skipped generations, emerging again in Lily Evans. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. You carry the blood of two founders, Mr. Potter. The only wizard in recorded history to do so. Silence. Harry stared at the sphere, watching the golden light pulse, and tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. The founders whose houses he'd admired from afar, whose legacies had shaped his entire magical education. Their blood was his blood. What does this mean? Hermione asked. Her voice was steady, but her grip on Harry's hand had tightened. Legally. Practically. What does this change? Everything, Ragnarok said. The Covenant of the Four, you know of it? Hermione shook her head. When the founders built Hogwarts, they did not simply construct a school. They bound it with blood magic, their blood, their power, their very essence. Hogwarts was designed to be inherited, not governed. The castle itself would recognize the founders' heirs and respond to their will. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. For 1,000 years, no heir has claimed this right. The bloodlines scattered, diluted, forgot their heritage. The castle persisted on momentum alone. But the castle is in ruins, Harry said. Yes. Ragnar nodded slowly. The battle broke more than stone. The ancient wards, the protections that have stood since the Founders' time, are failing. Without an heir to restore them, Hogwarts will die. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The magic will bleed away. The stones will crumble. And whatever the castle was built to contain will be released. Harry felt cold. Contain? What is it containing? Ragnar's expression shifted, something that might have been fear flickered across his ancient features. That is not goblin business. We manage gold, not cosmic prisons. He pushed a sheaf of parchment across the table. What is our business is this: documents confirming your hereditary claims. Legal papers establishing your right to Hogwarts under magical law that predates every human government. Harry looked at the papers without touching them. His mind was still stuck on cosmic prisons. The Ministry is trying to claim Hogwarts, Hermione said. If Harry's claim supersedes theirs, if Mr. Potter invokes his birthright, no human government can touch Hogwarts. The castle would be his by right of blood, answerable only to him. Ragnar leaned back. But the claiming is not merely paperwork. It is ritual. The castle itself must accept him. And the trials, Mr. Potter, are not gentle. Trials. Each founder established tests for their heirs. Challenges that must be passed before the castle grants its loyalty. You carry the blood of 2 founders, you will face 2 trials, at minimum. Perhaps more, if the castle believes you capable of them. Ragnar's smile returned, sharp and cold. Many heirs have attempted the claiming over the centuries. None have succeeded since the founders themselves walked those halls. Some died. Some went mad. Some simply vanished, and the castle refused to say what happened to them. Harry, Hermione said softly. You don't have to. Yes, I do. The words came out before he could stop them, but they felt right. True. Hogwarts is being claimed one way or another. By me, or by Blackwood. And if what you're saying is true, if something is being contained there, if the wards are failing, then only an heir can restore them, Ragnar finished. Only the blood of the founders can renew the ancient bonds. Harry reached for the papers. The walk back through Diagon Alley passed in a blur. Hermione was talking, planning, analyzing, doing what she did when faced with an overwhelming problem, but Harry couldn't focus on her words. His mind kept circling back to the revelations, trying to fit them into a framework that made sense. He was Hufflepuff's heir. Ravenclaw's heir. The blood of 2 founders flowed through his veins. And Hogwarts was dying. Harry? Are you listening? He blinked, realizing they'd stopped walking. They stood in the shadow of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the shop's purple facade looming above them. Hermione was looking at him with an expression of mixed concern and frustration. Sorry, he said. I'm overwhelmed. I know. She softened slightly. Come on. We need somewhere private to talk. They ended up at Grimmauld Place, where else, sitting in the library with the papers from Gringotts spread across the table between them. Hermione had conjured a pot of tea that neither of them touched. She was reading the documents with the speed and focus she'd applied to every important text since their first year, occasionally muttering under her breath in ways that suggested she was arguing with long-dead legal scholars. Harry just stared at the fire. The bloodline documentation is legitimate, Hermione finally said. I can't find any flaws in the methodology or the magical verification. You really are descended from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Brilliant. I always wanted to be related to dead people I've never met. Harry. Sorry. He rubbed his eyes. I spent my whole life being the boy who lived, and then I was the chosen one, and now apparently I'm the heir of 2 founders. When do I get to just be Harry? Hermione set down the documents and looked at him, really looked, with those brown eyes that had always seen him more clearly than anyone else. "Do you remember," she said quietly, "after we destroyed the locket? When we were in that tent, freezing, and Ron had just left, and everything felt impossible?" Harry nodded. "You said something to me that night. You said that it didn't matter what destiny wanted us to be. It mattered what we chose to do with the hand we'd been dealt." She smiled slightly. "You were talking about defeating Voldemort, but the logic holds. You didn't choose to be a Founder's heir. You didn't choose any of this. But you can choose what to do about it. Claim Hogwarts, you mean. Or don't. Walk away. Let the Ministry have it. Let Blackwood build his modern academy and pretend the last 1,000 years never happened." Her expression tightened. "But we both know you won't do that. Because whatever else you are, Harry, you're not the kind of person who abandons a home that needs him." Harry thought about the ruins. The way the stones called to him. The voice he might have imagined, whispering "Come home." "The trials," he said. "Ragnarok said some heirs died. Some went mad." "Yes. And some were probably idiots who went in without preparation or support." Hermione pulled another stack of papers from her bag, her own research, he realized, the files she'd been compiling about the Ministry's plans. "We're not going to be idiots. We're going to prepare. We're going to research every scrap of information about the Founder's trials. And you're not going to face them alone. Hermione, I can't ask you to, you're not asking. I'm telling." She met his gaze steadily. "Did you really think I'd let you walk into an ancient magical trial by yourself? After everything we've been through?" Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name but had felt often in her presence over the years. Gratitude, yes. Trust, absolutely. But something more, something deeper, something he'd never quite had the courage to examine too closely. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me yet. We have approximately 2 weeks before the Ministry votes on Blackwood's legislation. If you're going to claim Hogwarts, it needs to be before then. Once the law passes, it'll take years to untangle legally, even with your bloodline claim." She was already making notes, her quill flying across parchment. "We need to understand the ritual requirements. The trial parameters. Any previous attempts and why they failed. I'll start with the Hogwarts archives, well, what's left of them. You should contact Hermione." She paused. "It's after midnight. When did you last sleep?" "I don't see how that's, when." She hesitated. "Yesterday. Maybe. The day before. Go home. Sleep. We'll start planning tomorrow. Harry, we don't have time for you to collapse either." He reached across the table and gently took her quill. "Please. For me." She stared at him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression, a softening, a surrender, that made that warm feeling in his chest intensify. "Fine," she said. "But I'm coming back at dawn. I'd expect nothing less." She gathered her things, but at the door she paused, looking back at him. "Harry, whatever happens with this, whatever you decide, you know I'll be there, right? Through all of it?" "I know." She nodded once, then disapparated, leaving Harry alone with papers and firelight and the weight of a heritage he'd never asked for. He sat there for a long time, thinking. Then he pulled out parchment and began writing letters. The next 48 hours passed in a whirlwind. Harry's letters went out to everyone who mattered: Neville, Luna, Ron and George, Kingsley Shacklebolt. He told them what he'd learned, what he was planning, what he might need. The responses came back quickly, ranging from Ron's incredulous, "What?" to Luna's serene, "I always knew you were more yellow than red. It's in your aura." Hermione returned as promised, bringing with her an entire trunk of books she'd raided from various libraries. They took over the dining room, covering every surface with ancient texts and crumbling scrolls, piecing together the history of the Founders' Covenant one fragment at a time. The picture that emerged was both more and less than Harry had expected. The Founders had built Hogwarts not just as a school, but as a fortress. They'd chosen the location carefully, a nexus of magical energy, a place where the boundaries between worlds grew thin. They'd bound the castle with their blood, creating a living edifice that would grow and change and respond to the needs of those within. But they'd also built it as a prison. The references were oblique, scattered across dozens of sources. Something had existed at that location before the Founders arrived. Something they couldn't destroy. So they'd sealed it away, built their castle above it, and used the ambient magic of thousands of young witches and wizards to keep the seals strong. The Hollow King, Hermione read from a crumbling manuscript. An entity of pure magical consumption. Neither alive nor dead, neither spirit nor flesh. It existed before wand magic, before organized wizardry, before humanity understood enough to fear it. The Founders bound it with chains of light and buried it beneath sacred ground. That's what Ragnarok meant, Harry said. That's what the castle is containing. It makes sense. Hermione's voice was tight. The battle damaged more than we knew. If the wards are failing, if the containment is weakening, then Blackwood's people aren't just looking for artifacts. They're poking at something that could end the world. They stared at each other across the book-strewn table. We need to move faster, Hermione said. Harry nodded. He'd known it already, felt it in his bones, in the way the distant castle pulled at him more strongly every night. Whatever was sealed beneath Hogwarts was waking up. And if he wasn't there to stop it? The claiming ritual, according to their research, was straightforward in concept if not in execution. Harry would enter Hogwarts and declare himself before the heart of the castle, a chamber at the exact center where all four Founders had mingled their blood. The castle would test him, challenging his worthiness to inherit. If he passed, the ancient bonds would recognize him as master. If he failed. The texts were vague about what failure meant. None of the failed claimants had survived to share their experiences. You'll pass, Hermione said with more confidence than Harry felt. You've faced worse than magical trials. You've died and come back. You've destroyed 7 Horcruxes and killed the most dangerous dark wizard in history. With help. Yes. With help. She met his eyes. And you'll have help for this, too. Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted it desperately. Instead, he changed the subject. What about the Ministry? Have you heard anything about their reaction? Hermione's expression darkened. Blackwood called an emergency press conference this morning. He knows you've learned about your heritage, I don't know how, probably a leak at Gringotts, and he's getting ahead of the story. He's framing you as mentally unstable, traumatized by the war, making wild claims about bloodlines to justify taking control of a national institution. Anger flared in Harry's chest. He doesn't get to claim Hogwarts. It doesn't belong to the Ministry. It doesn't belong to him. No, Hermione agreed. It belongs to you. Which means you need to claim it before he can complete his legal maneuvers. She pulled out a calendar, covered in her neat handwriting. The vote is in 12 days. We need you formally recognized as heir within a week to give us time to challenge the legislation properly. Then we go tomorrow. Harry, we've done all the research we can. We know what the trials might involve. We know what's at stake. He stood, moving to the window, looking out at the London street below. Muggle cars passed by, their occupants oblivious to the magical world that existed alongside their own. Every day we wait, the castle weakens. Every day we wait, that thing beneath it stirs a little more. I can feel it, Hermione. In my dreams. In the way the air tastes when I'm near the grounds. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I know. You do. I've been researching the connection between heirs and their ancestral properties. She joined him at the window, standing close enough that her shoulder brushed his. The bond is partially active already. You've been feeling it since the battle, that's why you keep going back. The castle is reaching for you, trying to draw you in so you can heal it. Convenient timing, Harry said bitterly. A cosmic prison starts failing, and suddenly I find out I'm the only one who can fix it. It's not coincidence. The inheritance doesn't manifest until it's needed. There have probably been dozens of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw descendants over the centuries, but none of them activated the bond because Hogwarts didn't need them. She paused. Until now. Harry thought about his parents. His grandparents. All the generations who had carried this blood without knowing it. Had they felt the castle calling to them and ignored it? Had they simply not heard? Or had Hogwarts chosen him specifically? The boy who had lived, who had died, who had faced darkness and survived. The one person in all the world who might have a chance against whatever waited beneath the stones. Tomorrow, he said again. At dawn. I want you there, but I need you to promise me something. What? If something goes wrong, if the trials start to consume me, or whatever happens to the failed claimants, I need you to leave. Don't try to save me. Just get out and warn the others. Hermione turned to face him fully, and her eyes were blazing. Absolutely not. Hermione, no. I'm not going to stand back and watch you sacrifice yourself. Not again. Not ever again. She stepped closer, and suddenly she was right there, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, could smell the familiar scent of ink and parchment and something floral from her shampoo. You don't get to choose to die, Harry. Not when there are people who need you to live. His breath caught. People. All of them. Ron and Ginny and Neville and Luna and everyone who fought beside you. She held his gaze. And me. Especially me. Something crackled between them, tension that had been building for weeks, maybe months, maybe longer than either of them had admitted. Harry found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn by gravity or instinct or something deeper. Hermione's breath hitched. Then a loud crack of apparition from downstairs shattered the moment. They sprang apart, wands already in hand, as footsteps thundered up the stairs. The door burst open to reveal Neville Longbottom, his face flushed and his robes askew. Harry. I came as fast as I could. Is it true? You're really a Founder's heir. Harry holstered his wand, trying to calm his racing heart. 2 Founders, actually. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Neville stared at him. Bloody hell. Yeah, Harry said. That was pretty much my reaction. Hermione had already composed herself, straightening her robes and adopting her professional demeanor. But Harry noticed that her cheeks were still slightly flushed, and she wouldn't quite meet his eyes. Come in, Neville, she said briskly. We have a lot to discuss. By nightfall, the core team was assembled. Neville sat in an armchair, still processing the revelations with the quiet solidity that characterized everything he did. Luna had arrived an hour after him, drifting through the front door like she'd been expected, carrying a bag of strange herbs for protection against Raxburts and a surprisingly detailed map of Hogwarts underground tunnels that she claimed to have dreamed. Ron and George couldn't make it, they were in Edinburgh dealing with a shop emergency, but had sent an enchanted mirror through which Ron's face kept appearing to ask increasingly anxious questions. Ginny, apparently, was on a Quidditch training retreat in Romania and hadn't received Harry's letter yet. So let me get this straight, Neville said slowly. You're going to walk into the ruins of Hogwarts, announce yourself as the heir of 2 Founders, and undergo a series of magical trials that have killed or driven mad every other person who's tried them. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. And there's some kind of ancient evil sealed beneath the castle that's waking up because the wards are damaged. That's what the research suggests, yes. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Right. What time are we leaving? We. Harry shook his head. Neville, I can't ask you to, you didn't ask. I volunteered. Neville leaned forward, and there was something in his expression that reminded Harry powerfully of the boy who had killed Nagini, who had stood against Voldemort when all hope seemed lost. Hogwarts is my home too, Harry. Maybe not by blood, but by choice. I'm not going to sit here and let you face this alone. Luna nodded serenely. The Crumplehorn Snorkack told me I should go. They're very reliable about these things. I don't think, Hermione began. 3 people to support Harry through the trials, Luna interrupted. 1 for each of the houses he's not claiming. Balance is important. She smiled that dreamy smile of hers. Besides, I can see things others can't. That might be useful underground. From the enchanted mirror, Ron's voice emerged, damn it, I wish I could be there. George says he can close the shop tomorrow if, no, Harry said firmly. Someone needs to stay on the outside, spread the word about what we're doing. If the ministry tries to interfere while we're inside, I need people who can push back. Ron's face in the mirror shifted from frustration to determination. Right. We'll make sure everyone knows. The DA, the Order members who are left, everyone. If Blackwood tries anything, he'll have half the magical world on his doorstep. Thank you, Ron. Don't thank me. Just, come back, yeah. All of you. We'll try. The mirror went dark. Harry looked around at the faces of his friends, these people who had stood with him through impossible odds, who were willing to walk into danger once again because he asked. Because they believed in him. Because they believed in Hogwarts. Dawn, he said. We'll apparate to Hogsmeade and walk to the gates. Hermione thinks the ritual will respond better if I approach on foot. What about the ministry? Neville asked. They must have people watching the castle. Guards, Aurors. They do. Hermione pulled out a stack of papers, her mole's reports, Harry recognized. But they're mostly concentrated on the main entrance. The property is extensive, they can't cover everything. If we approach from the forest side. I know a path, Luna said. The Thestrals showed me, years ago. It comes out near the Whomping Willow. They spent the next hour planning, debating, preparing. Hermione distributed emergency port keys, she'd been making them for days, Harry realized, anticipating this. Neville unpacked a bag of useful plants, Didney for healing, venomous tentacula for defense, a strange purple flower that Luna identified as mood moss, and that would apparently change color in the presence of dark magic. Finally, close to midnight, they dispersed. Neville left to gather supplies from his greenhouse. Luna drifted away to consult the stars. Harry was left alone with Hermione in the candlelit library. You should sleep, she said. We have an early start. I know. He didn't move. Hermione, earlier, when we. She went very still. I don't know what that was, Harry continued quietly. Or maybe I do, and I'm just afraid to name it. But whatever happens tomorrow, I need you to know. Harry. She crossed the room to him, reaching up to touch his face. Her palm was warm against his cheek. We can talk about this after. When the trials are done. When Hogwarts is saved. We have time. Do we? The heirs who failed, you're not going to fail. Her voice was fierce, certain. You're Harry Potter. You're the stubbornest person I've ever met. You've beaten impossible odds so many times it's practically your hobby. She smiled slightly. And you have me. Which, historically, has been a significant advantage. He laughed despite himself. Can't argue with that. No. You can't. She let her hand fall, but the warmth of her touch lingered. Get some sleep. I'll be here at dawn. You're staying. I'm staying. She moved to the door. I'll take one of the guest rooms. But I'm not leaving you alone tonight. Not when. She trailed off, then squared her shoulders. Not when I don't have to. She left before Harry could respond. He stood in the empty library for a long time, listening to the silence of the old house, feeling the distant pull of the castle that awaited him. Tomorrow. Everything changed tomorrow. He went to bed, and for the first time in months, he slept without dreaming of ruins. Dawn came cold and grey, mist hanging low over London streets. Harry dressed in his most practical robes, charmed for protection, spelled for warmth, and checked his wand 3 times. His backup wand, the hawthorn one he'd taken from Draco, rested in an arm holster. Emergency port keys went into various pockets. A small bag of useful potions joined them. Hermione was waiting in the kitchen, looking impossibly composed for someone who'd slept only a few hours. She'd traded her work robes for something more practical, dragonhide boots, a cloak with reinforced lining, her beaded bag that still held the remnants of their Horcrux hunt supplies. "Ready?" she asked. "As I'll ever be." Neville arrived moments later, followed shortly by Luna, who appeared to have brought a small garden's worth of unusual plants stuffed into various pockets. They gathered in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, for friends about to walk into the unknown, and Harry felt a sudden surge of something that might have been hope. He'd faced death before, but never like this. Never with a clear purpose, a chosen destiny. He wasn't being hunted or manipulated or forced into a corner. He was claiming his birthright. "Let's go," he said. They disapparated together. The Forbidden Forest was darker than Harry remembered. The canopy had grown thicker in the months since the battle, ancient trees stretching toward each other to block out the sky. Mist wound between the trunks like slow-moving water, and strange sounds echoed from distances impossible to judge. Luna led the way, navigating with a confidence that suggested she could see paths invisible to everyone else. Perhaps she could. "We're being watched," Hermione murmured, falling back to walk beside Harry. "I can feel the wards. The Ministry's detection charms. Will they know we're here?" "Eventually. We have maybe an hour before they pinpoint our location." Harry nodded. An hour should be enough. It had to be. The forest ended abruptly at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. The Whomping Willow stood motionless ahead, its branches bare and still. Beyond it, through the mist, Harry could make out the shape of the castle. His heart clenched. The damage was worse than he'd realized. From a distance, at night, he could pretend it was merely wounded. In the grey morning light, there was no pretending. Entire sections had collapsed. The towers tilted at angles that hurt to look at. The great hall was exposed to the elements, its enchanted ceiling dark and dead. But the castle was still there. Still standing. Still waiting for him. "Harry?" Neville's voice was soft. "Are you okay?" Harry didn't answer. He was listening to something else, a sound beneath sound, a voice that existed only in his blood. The castle was calling to him. Welcoming him. Begging him to come home. He stepped forward. The moment his foot crossed onto Hogwarts soil, the world shifted. He felt the wards brush against him, damaged, weakened, but still present. They didn't attack. They recognized. Ancient magic that had slumbered for centuries stirred at the touch of Founder blood, and Harry could feel the castle's awareness focusing on him like a vast, benevolent eye. "You came," something whispered in his mind. Not words, exactly. More like a feeling translated into language. "You finally came." "I'm here," Harry said aloud. His friends exchanged glances, but no one spoke. The stones beneath Harry's feet began to glow. It started faint, a shimmer of golden light in the cracks between the flagstones, but spread rapidly outward. The light traced paths through the rubble, illuminating routes that shouldn't have been visible, showing connections that shouldn't have existed. "It's responding to you," Hermione breathed. "The castle's magic is recognizing your blood." Harry felt it. Felt the castle opening itself to him like a flower turning toward the sun. Passages that had been blocked now stood clear. Stones shifted aside. The way to the heart was being prepared. But something else stirred, too. Beneath the joy of homecoming, beneath the castle's welcome, Harry felt a deeper darkness. A cold hunger that pressed against the weakened wards, testing, tasting. It had felt his arrival. It had felt the founder blood enter its prison. And it was interested. "Little heir," the darkness whispered. "I've been waiting for you." Harry pushed the voice away and started walking. The main entrance hall was a ruin of shattered marble and collapsed chandeliers. Harry picked his way through the debris, guided by the golden light that pulsed beneath his feet. His friends followed silently, wands drawn, watching the shadows. "The heart of the castle is at the center," Hermione said, consulting notes she'd written on enchanted parchment. "Where the four founders combined their power to anchor the original wards. According to the texts, it should be beneath the Great Hall." "Should be?" Neville asked. "The descriptions are centuries old and deliberately vague. The founders didn't want just anyone finding it." Harry paused at what had been the entrance to the Great Hall. The massive doors had been blown off their hinges, lying twisted among the rubble. Through the gap, he could see the hall itself. The long tables were gone, burned or destroyed in the battle. The ceiling that had once shown the sky now showed only charred rafters and gray clouds. But the floor was different. A circle of golden light pulsed at the hall's exact center. For lines extended from it, north, south, east, west, and Harry knew without being told that each line corresponded to a house, a founder, a bloodline. "That's it," Hermione whispered. Harry started toward it. "Wait." Hermione grabbed his arm. "The trials. They'll start the moment you enter that circle. Are you sure you're ready?" Harry looked at the golden light. At the ruined hall that had seen 1,000 feasts and celebrations. At the place where he'd first been sorted, first found a home, first believed that he might belong somewhere. "No," he said honestly. "But I'm going anyway." He walked toward the circle. Behind him, his friends spread out to watch the entrances, ready to defend against anything that might try to stop him. Hermione stayed closest, her wand raised, her eyes never leaving his back. Harry stepped into the light. The world disappeared. He stood in the Hufflepuff common room, but not as he'd ever seen it. The circular windows showed a sunny afternoon. Plants thrived in every corner. The fire crackled warmly, and the overstuffed furniture looked so inviting that Harry wanted nothing more than to sink into it and rest. "Hello, Harry." He spun. Cedric Diggory sat in one of the armchairs, smiling that easy smile Harry remembered from fourth year. He looked exactly as he had the last time Harry had seen him alive, young and handsome and full of potential. "This isn't real," Harry said. "You're dead." "Yes," Cedric agreed. "But this is a trial, not reality. I'm here because you need to face something. Something you've been carrying for years." Harry's chest tightened. "I know. I know you died because of me. Because I suggested we take the cup together. Because I know." Cedric stood, his expression patient and kind. "That's not what you need to face. You've punished yourself for my death 1,000 times. You've carried the guilt like an anchor around your neck." He stepped closer. "The question isn't whether you're responsible for my death. The question is, what did my death mean? I don't understand. Don't you?" Cedric gestured at the room around them. "This is Hufflepuff's trial. The test of loyalty. Not whether you'll die for others, you've proven that repeatedly, but whether you'll live for them. Whether you'll honor their sacrifices by building something, not just by suffering." Harry felt something shift in his chest. "My parents died for you," Cedric continued, and now other figures were appearing around him, James and Lily, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, all the dead who haunted Harry's dreams. They gave their lives so you could have a future. And what have you done with it? Hidden in dark houses. Wandered through ruins. Punished yourself for surviving when we didn't. I don't know how to do anything else, Harry said. His voice cracked. I don't know how to live without a war to fight. Without a mission. Then find a new one. Lily stepped forward, and she looked so much like Harry remembered, so much like the woman in the mirror of Erist, that his heart nearly stopped. The mission isn't over, sweetheart. It just changed. You defeated the darkness outside. Now build something in its place. Hogwarts needs you, Sirius added. Not as a sacrifice. Not as a martyr. As a leader. As a builder. He grinned that familiar reckless grin. James always said you had too much of your mother in you to be properly self-destructive. Prove him right. Harry looked at the faces of everyone who had died for him. They weren't accusing. They weren't angry. They were hopeful. They believed in him. They wanted him to succeed. The trial of loyalty isn't about dying, Harry said slowly. It's about choosing to live. Even when living is harder. Yes. Cedric extended his hand. So choose. Harry reached out. The common room dissolved around him, and suddenly he was falling, through blue sky, wind screaming past him, the ground rushing up with deadly speed. Harry's seeker instincts kicked in. He twisted, angling his body, trying to slow his descent. His wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it, and he cast every slowing charm he knew. It wasn't enough. The ground was seconds away when something clicked in his mind. This was a puzzle. Ravenclaw's trial. But like Hermione had said in his research, the puzzle wasn't always about finding the right answer. I can't do this alone. Harry shouted into the wind. The falling stopped. He hung suspended in midair, surrounded by blue sky and floating fragments of stone. On each fragment stood a person, friends, allies, people who had helped him over the years. Hermione on the closest one, her bushy hair whipping in a wind that no longer touched Harry. The test, said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere, is wisdom. Not knowledge. Wisdom. I know, Harry said. And the wisest thing I ever learned was that I don't have to carry everything myself. Hermione smiled, and somehow, even though he knew this was a magical construct, Harry could feel that it was really her. Her consciousness had been drawn into the trial because he'd called for her, because the castle recognized that she was part of him in ways that mattered more than blood. The puzzle is incomplete, the voice said. The heir must complete it. Harry looked around at the floating stones. They formed a pattern he couldn't quite see, shapes that almost made sense, connections that almost revealed themselves. It was like a massive three-dimensional puzzle with no clear solution. We complete it together, Harry said. He and Hermione, and the other constructs of his friends, began to move. Stones shifted. Patterns emerged. It was like the chess game from first year, but infinitely more complex, and Harry couldn't have done it alone in a million years. But he didn't have to. The final stone clicked into place, and the sky solidified into a tower, Ravenclaw Tower as it should have been, whole and beautiful and reaching toward heaven. The trial of wisdom is complete, the voice said. The heir has learned to seek counsel, to share burden, to recognize that the greatest intelligence lies in knowing one's limits. The tower dissolved, and Harry felt himself shifting again. The Gryffindor trial was exactly what he expected. He stood in a fighting arena that had never existed at Hogwarts, surrounded by enchanted suits of armor that moved with killing intent. They came at him in waves, swords flashing, axes swinging, the clamor of metal on metal echoing through a space that seemed to have no walls. Harry fought. It was different from the battle with Voldemort. There was no hesitation here, no complex emotions. Just pure combat, skill against skill, his wand blazing with spell after spell as he ducked and wove and struck. The armor fell. More rose. The waves kept coming. Harry's arm ached. His magic was flagging. Sweat poured down his face. But he kept fighting, because that's what Gryffindors did. They fought until they couldn't fight anymore, and then they fought some more. Finally, the last wave fell. Harry stood panting amid the wreckage of 100 enchanted armors, expecting the trial to end. Instead, a single figure emerged from the shadows. Tom Riddle. Not Voldemort, Tom as he'd looked in the diary, young and handsome and radiating cold charisma. He held no wand. He simply watched Harry with those dark, calculating eyes. "You can't defeat me by fighting," Tom said. "You've tried. You've failed. You've won battles but never wars." "I killed you," Harry growled. "You destroyed my body. You destroyed my soul. But did you defeat me?" Tom gestured at the fallen armor. "Violence is my language, Harry. Every time you fight, you speak to me. Every time you destroy, you honor my memory." Harry's wand arm dropped slightly. "Then what am I supposed to do?" "That's the trial." Tom smiled, and it was almost kind, almost, but not quite. The test of courage isn't about fighting. It's about knowing when not to fight. It's about having the bravery to lower your wand when everything in you screams to attack. Harry looked at the figure before him. It wore Tom's face, but it wasn't Tom. It was the castle, testing him. Teaching him. "You want me to refuse to fight you? I want you to understand that true courage isn't the absence of fear, or even acting despite fear. True courage is choosing compassion when hatred would be easier. It's building when destroying would be simpler. It's forgiving, not for the sake of those who harmed you, but for your own freedom." Harry thought about everything he'd lost. Everything Voldemort had taken from him. The years of suffering, the dead friends, the stolen childhood. "I don't forgive him," Harry said quietly. "I'm not sure I ever can." "You don't have to forgive him." Tom stepped closer. "You have to let go of him. He's dead, Harry. His body is ash. His soul is gone. But he still lives in your head, in your nightmares, in the reflexive flinch every time you see a flash of green light." Tom reached out and touched Harry's chest. "Release him. Not for him. For you." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about 11 years in a cupboard. About the graveyard and Cedric's body. About Sirius falling through the veil. About Dumbledore on the tower. About walking into the forest to die. And then he thought about his friends waiting for him. About Hermione's hand in his. About Neville's quiet strength and Luna's strange wisdom. About a castle that needed him. About a future that might actually exist. "I release you," Harry said. The Tom construct smiled, and for just a moment, it looked like something else entirely. Something ancient and wise and deeply, fundamentally good. "The trial of courage is complete," it said, and dissolved. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the great hall, standing in the circle of golden light. His friends surrounded him, Hermione closest, her face pale with worry, and he could see dawn's light strengthening through the broken ceiling. "Harry!" Hermione rushed forward, grabbing his arms. "Are you all right? You've been standing there for hours. We couldn't reach you, couldn't pull you out." "I'm fine." He was. More than fine, he felt lighter than he had in years. "The trials are done. 3 of them, at least. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Gryffindor. 3. Neville's voice was sharp. "There are 4 founders. I didn't take the Slytherin trial." Harry looked down at the circle beneath his feet. "I'm not sure I'm meant to. But the castle." He trailed off, listening. "It's accepting me anyway. It's recognizing my blood." The golden light pulsed brighter. The 4 lines extending from the circle began to glow, 2 of them golden and warm, two of them fainter, silver gray. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are fully aligned with you, Hermione said, studying the patterns with academic fascination. Gryffindor and Slytherin are neutral, not opposing you, but not supporting you either. Can he still claim the castle with only partial alignment? Luna asked. Before anyone could answer, the stones beneath them shuddered. Harry felt it through his connection to the castle, a surge of wrongness, of violation, of something pressing against wards that had been weakened by his trials. The Hollow King wasn't attacking. It was just, stretching. Reminding him that it was still there. That it had been watching. Interesting, that vast cold voice whispered. You have passed the tests of light. But there are older tests, little Heir. Darker tests. I wonder, will you pass those too? Harry. Hermione's hand was on his arm. What is it? The thing beneath the castle. Harry met her eyes. It knows I'm here. It knows what I'm doing. Can you stop it? Harry reached down with his new connection, feeling the castle's pain, its fear, its desperate hope. The wards were damaged but not destroyed. The seals held, barely. With time, with focus, with the power that flowed from his founder's blood. I can heal this place, he said. Not today. Not immediately. But I can feel how to do it. The castle is showing me. He placed both palms flat on the glowing stone, and for a moment he was everywhere at once, in every corridor and classroom, every tower and dungeon, every inch of the place he'd called home. He felt the wounds and knew how they could heal. He felt the corruption and knew how it could be purged. Most importantly, he felt Hogwarts' soul, ancient and wise and fundamentally good, welcoming him home. Harry Potter, the castle spoke through him, its voice emerging from his lips in a tone that was neither quite his nor quite something else. Heir of Hufflepuff. Heir of Ravenclaw. Friend to Gryffindor. Unaligned with Slytherin but unopposed. By right of blood and trial, do you claim stewardship of this place? I do, Harry said. Then rise, young heir, and accept your burden. Power flooded through him. Not the painful surge of battle magic, not the dark rush of harmful spells. This was something older. Something that felt like sunlight and growing things and children's laughter. The magic of 1,000 years of learning, of protection, of hope. Harry rose. When he opened his eyes, the ruins looked different. Still damaged, that hadn't changed, but alive with possibility. He could see what they could become. What they would become, with time and care and dedication. It's done, he said. Hermione was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Your eyes. What about them? They're different. One's still green, but the other. She conjured a mirror, holding it up so he could see. His right eye remained the vivid green he'd always known, Lily's eyes, the killing curse color. But his left eye had changed. It swirled with colors that shifted as he watched, amber and bronze and blue and silver, the colors of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw mixing like liquid metal. The bloodline awakening, Luna said calmly. The magic had to go somewhere. Harry lowered the mirror. He'd worry about his appearance later. Right now, there were more pressing concerns. How long before the Ministry realizes what's happened, he asked. Minutes, maybe. Hermione was already gathering herself, shifting into planning mode. When you claimed the castle, the magical signatures would have been visible for miles. They'll know something happened. Then we need to be ready. Harry turned toward the broken entrance of the Great Hall. Dawn light streamed through the gaps in the ceiling, catching the dust motes and making them sparkle like golden snow. Somewhere beneath his feet, the Hollow King stirred in its prison, testing the renewed wards, finding them stronger but still not strong enough. Not yet. Harry could feel its patience, the ancient, terrible patience of something that had waited 1,000 years and could wait 1,000 more. But Harry was patient too. And he wasn't alone. I'm going to rebuild this place, he said. Not just the stones. The wards. The protections. Everything the founders built and more. He looked at his friends, at Neville's steady loyalty, at Luna's strange wisdom, at Hermione's brilliant determination. Will you help me? Did you even need to ask? Hermione stepped up beside him, and her hand found his as naturally as breathing. Of course we will. All of us. Neville nodded. Luna smiled. And somewhere in the restored magic of Hogwarts' ancient walls, something very much like approval hummed through the stones. The castle had found its heir. Now the real work could begin. They emerged from the ruins to find chaos. Ministry wizards were operating onto the grounds in waves, their silver and purple robes catching the morning light. Aurors formed perimeters. Magical equipment materialized out of thin air. And at the center of it all, striding across the grounds like he owned them, was Cornelius Blackwood himself. The new Minister of Magic was a tall man, distinguished in that political way that suggested more time spent on appearance than substance. His gray hair was artfully styled. His robes were immaculate despite the early hour. His face, when he spotted Harry's group emerging from the Great Hall, hardened into something between contempt and barely suppressed fury. Harry Potter. His voice carried with magical amplification. You are trespassing on ministry-controlled territory. Stand down and surrender your wand immediately. Harry kept walking. Hermione matched his pace on his right. Neville and Luna flanked them. This isn't ministry territory, Harry said, his voice carrying just as clearly, though he hadn't cast any amplification charm. The castle was doing it for him. Hogwarts belongs to its founders' heirs by ancient magical covenant. I've claimed my birthright. Blackwood's face reddened. Absurd claims by a traumatized boy, not claims. Fact. Harry stopped walking, close enough now that he could see the anger in Blackwood's eyes, and beneath it, something else. Fear. The castle has accepted me. The wards have recognized my blood. You have no authority here, Minister. I have the authority of the Ministry of Magic. The authority of the wizarding public. The authority of nothing. Harry cut him off. Your legislation hasn't passed. Your claim is based on laws that don't apply to properties established under pre-ministerial covenant. And even if none of that were true. He smiled slightly. You're standing on my land. And you weren't invited. The stones beneath Blackwood's feet shifted. Not violently, Harry wasn't trying to hurt anyone. But the movement was unmistakable. A reminder of power. A warning. This isn't over, Blackwood said. His voice had lost its volume, its authority. I'll have teams of legal experts, do what you need to do. Harry turned away, dismissing the minister like he was an unruly student. In the meantime, stay off my property. He walked back toward the Great Hall, his friends falling in around him. Behind him, he could hear Blackwood sputtering, Aurors murmuring uncertainly, the entire ministry apparatus grinding to a halt in the face of something it didn't know how to fight. That was impressive, Hermione murmured. Was it? Harry felt tired, suddenly. The trials had taken more out of him than he'd realized. I just told the truth. Sometimes the truth is the most impressive weapon there is. She squeezed his hand, he hadn't realized she was still holding it. Come on. We should get inside before you collapse. Harry let her lead him into the ruins of his home, past the watching ministry officials, past the broken gates and shattered windows and corridors full of memories. The real work was just beginning. He knew that. Blackwood wouldn't give up easily. The remnant, the scattered Death Eaters who still dreamed of a dark return, would come for him eventually. And beneath it all, the Hollow King waited, patient and hungry, testing its chains. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. The castle hummed around him, welcoming its heir home, and Harry closed his eyes and let himself believe that things might actually be okay. "Come home," the stones seemed to whisper. He had. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, The Builders. The first morning of Harry's ownership dawned cold and unforgiving. He woke on a conjured cot in what had been the Transfiguration classroom, his back aching and his head full of dreams he couldn't quite remember. Something about chains. Something about darkness pressing against light. Something about a voice that sounded like his mother but wasn't. Hermione was already awake, because of course she was. She sat cross-legged on her own cot, surrounded by floating parchments that orbited her like scholarly planets, her quill scratching notes at a speed that shouldn't have been humanly possible. "You drool in your sleep," she said without looking up. "I thought you should know." "Charming." Harry sat up, wincing as his spine protested. "How long have you been awake?" "A few hours. I've been mapping the damage." She gestured, and the parchments rearranged themselves into something like a three-dimensional blueprint. "The structural damage is extensive but not catastrophic. The real problem is the magical infrastructure. Ley line convergences are disrupted. Ward anchors are cracked or destroyed entirely. The ambient magic that should be flowing through the castle is leaking." Harry rubbed his eyes and tried to focus. "Leaking where?" "Down." Hermione's expression tightened. "Into the lower levels. The dungeons. Below the dungeons." She met his gaze. "Whatever's sealed down there, it's been feeding on the damage. Growing stronger while the castle grows weaker." The memory of that cold voice slithered through Harry's mind. "I've been waiting for you. We need to fix the wards first," he said. "Before we do anything else." "If that thing gets out," agreed. "But fixing the wards requires materials we don't have, expertise we don't possess, and time we might not be given." Hermione banished her notes with a wave and stood, stretching muscles that had to be as sore as Harry's. "The Ministry has set up a perimeter around the grounds. They're not trying to enter. Your little demonstration yesterday seems to have made an impression, but they're watching everything. Anyone who tries to help us will have to pass through their checkpoints. So we're under siege. Essentially." She managed a tired smile. "Good thing we're used to impossible odds." Harry rose and moved to the window. The glass was cracked but intact, and through it he could see the sprawling grounds of Hogwarts in the pale morning light. Ministry tents dotted the perimeter like purple mushrooms. Figures in official robes moved between them, maintaining their watch. Beyond the Ministry line, though, Harry saw something else. People. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, gathered at the edge of the wards. Some carried signs. Some just stood and waited. "Who are they?" he asked. Hermione joined him at the window. "Supporters, I think. Word spread fast about what you did. The wireless was talking about nothing else last night, the boy who lived claims Hogwarts, that sort of thing. People started showing up around midnight." Harry studied the distant crowd. He couldn't make out individual faces, but he could feel something from them, a collective emotion that pressed against his awareness like warmth from a fire. Hope. Determination. A fierce, protective anger directed at the Ministry officials who stood between them and the castle they loved. They want to help, he realized. Yes. Hermione's voice was soft. Hogwarts means something to people, Harry. It's where they learned magic. Where they made friends. Where they fell in love. She paused. Where they grew up. You're not just claiming a building. You're claiming a symbol. And people will fight for symbols. Harry thought about the crowd. About the Ministry. About the ancient horror stirring beneath his feet and the political enemies circling above. Then let's give them something to fight for, he said. How do we get them through the Ministry line? The answer, as it turned out, was Neville Longbottom. He arrived at noon with a grin on his face and a small army at his back. Not literally an army, though given what Harry knew about Neville's wartime activities, he wouldn't have been surprised, but something almost as useful, a coalition of Hogwarts alumni who had spent the morning organizing in Hogsmeade. Seamus has the Irish contingent, Neville reported as he strode into what they were calling the command center, the least damaged corner of the Great Hall, warded against weather and prying eyes. Dean's coordinating with the Muggleborns. And you'll never guess who showed up demanding to help. Who? Draco Malfoy. Harry blinked. You're joking. I really wish I was. Neville's grin turned complicated. He's outside the Ministry line with a team of cursebreakers and a wagon full of rare materials. Says he owes you a life debt and he's here to pay it. Hermione made a skeptical sound. Convenient timing. That's what I said. But Luna did that thing she does, you know, the staring thing where she looks right through you, and she said his intentions are genuine. Conflicted, but genuine. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Draco Malfoy had always been complicated, a bully and a coward, but also a boy who'd been raised in poison and hadn't known anything else. The war had changed him. Harry had seen that in the final battle, when Draco had hesitated instead of fighting, when his mother had lied to Voldemort to save Harry's life. Let him through, Harry decided. But keep an eye on him. And his cursebreakers. Already planned for it. Neville pulled out a map, one of the enchanted ones Hermione had been working on, and began marking positions. We've got about 50 volunteers ready to start work today. More coming tomorrow, if they can get past the Ministry. The Ministry won't let them through, Hermione said. Blackwood's people are checking everyone, delaying anyone with useful skills, turning back anyone they claim is a security risk. Then we go over them. Harry felt his connection to the castle pulse, an idea forming. The wards recognize me now. I can create passages, temporary gaps in the boundary that only I can open. We bring people in directly, bypass the checkpoints entirely. Hermione's eyes widened. Can you do that? The magical strain alone, I can feel the wards like they're part of my body. It's not strain. It's... He struggled for the right word. It's like flexing a muscle I didn't know I had. That's incredible. She was looking at him with that expression she got when faced with a fascinating magical puzzle. The bond between heir and castle must be facilitating an instinctive understanding of the ward architecture. If we could document this, study how it works, later. Harry smiled at her enthusiasm despite everything. Right now, we need to get our people inside. The next 3 hours were a blur of activity. Harry stood at the edge of the grounds, near the Whomping Willow, and reached into the castle's wards with his mind. It was strange, like operating a limb he'd never used before, but the magic responded to his intention with eager obedience. Gaps opened in the protective barrier, just large enough for small groups to slip through, closing behind them before the Ministry observers could react. Volunteers streamed in. Cursebreakers and construction specialists. Healers and herbologists. Alumni who remembered every secret passage and hidden room. House elves, dozens of them, freed elves from the Battle of Hogwarts and sympathetic ones from other households, who materialized in the kitchens and immediately began making the place habitable. By mid-afternoon, what had been empty ruins were buzzing with purposeful chaos. The kitchens are functional, reported a breathless young which Harry vaguely recognized from Hufflepuff. The elves are working miracles down there. We'll have hot meals by dinner. The Gryffindor Tower is structurally sound, added a wizard with sawdust in his beard. Mostly. We're reinforcing the weak points now. Should be safe for habitation by tomorrow. The greenhouses are salvageable. This from Neville, who had taken charge of the grounds with military efficiency. Some of the plants survived. Others we can replace. Professor Sprout's notes were in a protected archive, we've recovered most of her research. Harry listened to the reports, made decisions when decisions were needed, and tried not to feel overwhelmed by the sheer scope of what they were attempting. Rebuilding a magical castle. Restoring wards that had protected generations. Keeping an ancient evil contained while a hostile government circled outside. No pressure. Harry. Hermione appeared at his elbow, her face smudged with dust but her eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant she'd discovered something important. You need to see this. He followed her through the maze of corridors, past work crews and hovering supplies and the occasional floating candelabra that was trying to find its proper place. They descended stairs he half remembered, moving deeper into the castle until the sounds of reconstruction faded behind them. Where are we going? The dungeons. The lower dungeons, below the Slytherin common room, below the potions classrooms. Hermione's voice was tight. One of the cursebreakers was mapping the damage and found something. I wanted you to see it before anyone else. They passed through a doorway that Harry was certain hadn't existed yesterday. The corridor beyond was older, rougher, carved from living rock rather than constructed from shaped stone. The air grew cold as they walked, and Harry's breath began to mist. This section wasn't on any map, Hermione said. Even the Marauder's map doesn't show it. It's like the castle was hiding it. From who? Everyone. Until now. She stopped at a massive iron door, its surface covered in runes that pulsed with faint silver light. The cursebreaker tried to open it. His unlocking charms bounced off. His analysis spells returned gibberish. He said it felt like the door was watching him. Harry stepped forward, drawn by something he couldn't name. The runes seemed to shift as he approached, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost made sense. He raised his hand toward the iron surface, the door opened. No dramatic creaking, no flash of magic. It simply swung inward, silent and smooth, as if it had been waiting for his touch. Beyond lay a chamber. It was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, carved from black stone that seemed to drink the light. In the center, embedded in the floor, was a design that made Harry's stomach clench, for symbols, arranged in a circle, representing the 4 founders. And in the center of those symbols, a hole. Not a pit or a well. A hole in reality. A tear in the fabric of the world that looked down into absolute darkness. Chains of golden light stretched across it, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, anchored to the walls and floor and ceiling, all converging on that terrible gap. Some of the chains were broken. This is it, Harry breathed. This is where they sealed it. The Hollow King. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Those chains, they're the same as the wards. The same magical signature. When the battle damaged the castle's protections, it damaged these too. Harry counted the broken chains. 11. 11 out of what looked like over 100. That didn't seem like much, but when he looked at the ones that remained, he could see the strain in them. The golden light flickered and pulsed unevenly. Some chains sagged where they should have been taut. And from the darkness below, he felt that patient, hungry attention focusing on him once more. You found my door, the Hollow King whispered. How convenient. I was wondering when you'd visit. Can you hear it? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head, her face pale. I can feel something. Pressure. Cold. But no voice. It's talking to me. Harry forced himself to look away from the hole, to break the connection that wanted to pull him deeper. It's been talking to me since I arrived. Testing me. Watching me. What does it want? What do I want? The voice sounded almost amused. Such a simple question. I want what I've always wanted, little heir. To consume. To grow. To become everything, as I was before your founders chained me in darkness. A pause. But I've learned patience over the centuries. I can wait for the chains to break. I can wait for the castle to fall. I can wait for you to fail. I'm not going to fail, Harry said aloud. No. The amusement deepened. They all say that. Every heir who's come before you. Every hopeful soul who thought they could contain the uncontainable. The darkness below the chains seemed to pulse. Ask the castle what happened to them, little heir. Ask what lies in the spaces between my chains. Harry didn't want to ask. He didn't want to know. But the castle answered anyway, memories flooding through his connection, images of wizards and witches who had descended into this chamber over the centuries. Some seeking to destroy the king. Some seeking to bargain with it. Some simply curious about what lay beneath the school they loved. None had returned. "They're with me now," the king whispered. "Part of me. Their magic, their memories, their souls, all fuel for my patient fire. Will you join them, heir of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw? Will you add your considerable power to my collection?" Never. Never is a very long time. And I am very, very good at waiting. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her back through the door. It swung shut behind them with that same silent smoothness, and the runes flared bright for a moment before settling back into their dim glow. "We need to seal this entrance," Harry said. His voice was steadier than he felt. "Multiple layers. Warning wards. Everything we can think of." "Agreed." Hermione was shaking slightly, though she tried to hide it. "What did it say to you?" "It said it's patient." Harry looked at the closed door, at the runes that watched him with cold intelligence. "It said it's been waiting 1,000 years and it can wait longer." "It said..." He trailed off. "What?" "It said other heirs have come before me. And none of them survived." Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. "You're not them." "Maybe not. But I need to find out what happened to them. Why they failed. Otherwise..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. They climbed back toward the light in silence, leaving the darkness, and its patient occupant, behind. Dinner that evening was a strange affair. The house elves had worked miracles, as promised. Long tables appeared in the least damaged section of the great hall, groaning with food that shouldn't have been possible given the circumstances. Roast chicken. Fresh bread. Vegetables that tasted like they'd been picked that morning, which, given the greenhouse's magical recovery, they might have been. Perhaps 100 people gathered to eat. Volunteers, curse-breakers, old friends and new allies. Harry sat at the head of the central table, a position he'd tried to avoid but been maneuvered into, with Hermione on his right and Neville on his left. Draco Malfoy sat at the far end of the hall, surrounded by his curse-breakers, pointedly not looking in Harry's direction. The two of them hadn't spoken yet. Harry wasn't sure what he'd say when they did. "Progress report," Hermione said, pulling him back to the present. She had parchment in front of her, she always had parchment in front of her, covered in neat columns of information. "Structural repairs are 20% complete. We've prioritized the residential towers and the kitchens. The library." Her voice caught slightly. "The library?" Harry prompted. "Mostly intact. The books protected themselves, some kind of emergency preservation charm that activated during the battle. We lost maybe 10% of the collection." She smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Madame Pansa's ghost has been cataloging the damage. She's furious but functional." "Ghosts survived?" "Most of them. Nearly Headless Nick has been organizing the ones we can find. Sir Nicholas, the Grey Lady, the Fat Friar, the Bloody Baron is missing, though. No one's seen him since the battle." Harry thought about the Baron, that silent, blood-soaked figure who had haunted the Slytherin dungeons for centuries. He'd always seemed more substantial than the other ghosts, more connected to the castle itself. "Add him to the list of things we need to investigate," Harry said. "Along with the lower dungeons." Neville looked up from his meal. "What about the lower dungeons?" Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. They'd agreed not to spread panic about the Hollow King, not yet, not until they understood more. But Neville deserved to know. He was part of this now, for better or worse. After dinner, Harry said quietly. Just the core group. There are things you need to see. They gathered in the headmaster's office. Or what was left of it. The circular room at the top of the moving staircase had survived better than most. The tower that housed it was one of the least damaged in the castle, but it still bore scars. The window behind the desk was cracked. Several of the portraits hung crooked, their occupants grumbling. The pensieve in the corner had been knocked askew. Harry stood behind the desk, feeling the weight of the position even though he'd never wanted it. Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore's chair. Dumbledore's impossible legacy. Hermione sat in one of the visitors' chairs. Neville had taken the other. Luna perched on a windowsill, humming softly to herself. George Weasley, who had arrived that afternoon with a wagon-load of experimental supplies and a manic energy that almost hid his grief, leaned against the wall. And Fleur Delacour, beautiful and composed and radiating quiet competence, stood near the door. She'd arrived with Bill, though her husband had immediately vanished into the lower levels to coordinate the cursebreakers. She'd stayed to help with logistics and had proven invaluable. The Hollow King, Harry began, and told them everything. He told them about the chamber beneath the castle. About the chains of light and the broken ones. About the voice that whispered in his mind. About the previous heirs who had descended into darkness and never returned. When he finished, the silence was thick enough to cut. So let me make sure I understand, George said finally. There's an ancient horror sealed beneath the school, the seals are failing, and the only person who can fix them is you, except every other person who's tried has been consumed by the thing they were trying to contain. That's about the size of it, yes. Brilliant. George's grin was sharp and slightly unhinged. And here I thought rebuilding a school was going to be boring. This is not a joke, George. Fleur's accent thickened with emotion. If this creature escapes, it won't escape. Harry's voice carried a certainty he wasn't sure he felt. The chains are damaged, not destroyed. The castle is weakened, not dead. We have time, not much, but some. Enough to figure out what the previous heirs did wrong. Enough to find another way. The founders contained it originally, Hermione said. 4 of them, working together. Their combined power was enough to bind something that couldn't be killed. And we've got. Neville trailed off, doing the math. 2 bloodlines. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, through Harry. No Gryffindor heir. No Slytherin heir. That we know of, Luna said dreamily. Bloodlines hide. They go underground, like rivers, and pop up in unexpected places. There might be other heirs out there. They just don't know it yet. Harry thought about his own ignorance until 2 days ago. About his mother's hidden magical heritage. About all the branches of ancient families that had scattered and merged and lost track of their origins over the centuries. Luna's right, he said. The founders' bloodlines didn't die out, they dispersed. If we can find the other heirs. Then we'd have all 4, Hermione finished. Enough power, potentially, to reinforce the seals. Maybe even strengthen them beyond what the original founders managed. Finding hidden magical heirs, George mused. That sounds like it'll take time. Time we may not have, if the chains keep breaking. Then we work on multiple fronts. Harry began pacing, the way he always did when plans were forming. We continue rebuilding the castle, that strengthens the outer wards, which takes pressure off the inner seals. We research the Hollow King, its nature, its weaknesses, everything the founders knew that might help us. And we search for the other heirs. I can help with the research, Hermione said immediately. The library's intact. If there's information about the king anywhere, that's where we'll find it. I have contacts at the ministry, Fleur offered. Cursebreakers who've dealt with ancient evils before. They may have insights. Or at least warnings about what not to do. The DA network is still active, Neville added. We can put out quiet feelers. If there are Gryffindor or Slytherin descendants out there, someone might know something. Luna smiled that enigmatic smile of hers. I'll talk to the creatures. The Thestrals have been watching the school for centuries. The Mere people remember things humans have forgotten. Even the centaurs might help, if they're asked properly. And I, George said, pushing off from the wall, will make sure no one gets bored enough to do something stupid. Morale matters, and I'm excellent at morale. Harry looked at his friends, this unlikely coalition that had formed around him without his asking. They weren't an army. They weren't even particularly organized. But they were here, committed, willing to face an ancient horror because he'd asked them to. Because they believed in him. The weight of that trust was heavier than any crown. The second day brought its first real test. Harry was in the Great Hall, reviewing reconstruction plans with Fleur, when the castle's wards screamed. Not metaphorically, the alarm was audible, a high keening tone that cut through conversation and stopped everyone in their tracks. Harry's connection to the castle flooded with information: breach at the eastern perimeter, multiple signatures, hostile intent. Stay here, he ordered, and ran. The corridors blurred past him. He moved faster than should have been possible, the castle itself seeming to shorten distances, to guide his steps along the quickest path. When he burst through the eastern doors, wand in hand, he found chaos. A section of the outer wall had been blasted apart. Not the magical wards, those remained intact, pulsing angrily around the breach, but the physical stone. Through the gap, Harry could see figures in dark robes, their faces hidden by masks that were painfully familiar. Death Eaters. The Remnant. Potter. The lead figure stepped forward, removing his mask to reveal a brutal face twisted with hatred. Thorfinn Rowell, one of the few high-ranking Death Eaters to escape capture after the war. Did you really think we'd let you have this place? Behind Rowell, Harry counted at least 20 more masked figures. They'd come prepared for a fight, bristling with dark artifacts and carrying themselves with the confidence of people who had nothing left to lose. How did you get through the wards? Harry demanded. We didn't. Rowell's grin was ugly. Your precious wards keep us out. But they don't protect the physical structure, not yet, not while you're still rebuilding. We can't step onto Hogwarts soil, but we can blast it to rubble from out here. To demonstrate, one of the masked figures raised their wand and fired a curse at a section of wall 20 feet away. The stone exploded outward, showering the grounds with debris. Stop. Harry threw up a shield, catching fragments before they could hit him. What do you want? Want? Rowell laughed. We want you to suffer. We want you to watch everything you care about crumble. We want you to know what it feels like to lose everything, the way we lost everything when you murdered our Lord. Voldemort is gone. The war is over. The war is never over. Rowell's voice rose to a scream. Not while you breathe. Not while Muggle lovers and blood traitors walk free. Not while the Dark Lord's vision remains unfulfilled. He raised his wand, and 20 wands rose behind him. Harry reached for the castle. The connection was instinctive now, as natural as breathing. He felt the wards respond to his will, felt the ancient protective magic that had guarded this place for a millennium. The Death Eaters couldn't cross onto Hogwarts soil, but the wards could reach. Golden light erupted from the ground at the boundary line. It rose like a wave, like a wall, like a tsunami of pure protective magic. The Death Eaters stumbled backward, shields flaring as they tried to block something that couldn't be blocked with conventional magic. Leave, Harry said, and his voice carried the weight of 1,000 years. Leave and don't come back. This is your only warning. Rowell was laughing even as the light pressed against him. You can't hold that forever, boy. You're not the Founders. You're just a child playing with forces you don't understand. He was right, Harry realized with a chill. The golden wave was already weakening, its intensity fading as the effort drained him. He could feel the castle straining to maintain the manifestation, feel his own magic bleeding into the wards faster than was sustainable. "We'll be back," Raoul snarled. "Every day. Every night. We'll chip away at these walls until there's nothing left. And when you're exhausted, when you can't hold the wards anymore, we'll walk in and finish what we started." He disapparated, and his followers vanished with him. The golden light collapsed, and Harry collapsed with it. He woke in the hospital wing, or what was serving as a hospital wing, a row of conjured beds in a corridor near the Great Hall. Hermione was beside him, her face drawn with worry. "You're an idiot," she said the moment his eyes opened. "I've been told." Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. His entire body ached like he'd been trampled by a hippogriff. "How long was I out?" 3 hours. She helped him upright, propping pillows behind his back with more force than was strictly necessary. "The healers say you drained your magical reserves to dangerous levels. Another few minutes and you might have done permanent damage. I had to stop them." "You had to stop them intelligently." Her voice cracked slightly. "You're not invincible, Harry. You're the heir, not a god. If you kill yourself defending this place, who's going to save it when the real threat emerges?" She was right. He knew she was right. But in the moment, with Raoul's curse flying toward the walls and his people inside, he hadn't been able to think of anything else. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. Some of the anger drained from her expression. "Don't be sorry. Just be smarter." She sat on the edge of his bed, close enough that he could smell her familiar scent, ink and parchment and something floral. "We're going to face more attacks. Probably worse ones. We need a strategy for defending the grounds that doesn't rely on you channeling the entire ward structure through your body. Any ideas?" "Several." She pulled out parchment, because of course she had parchment, and began outlining. "Fixed defensive emplacements along the perimeter. Automated ward responses that don't require your direct intervention. Patrol schedules. Alert systems." She looked up at him. "We need more people, Harry. More fighters. We can't rely on volunteers who came here to rebuild, not for combat. Where do we get fighters?" "The Aurors work for the Ministry." "The Order?" "The Order is scattered but not gone. And there are others." Hermione's expression turned thoughtful. "The DA. Not just the Hogwarts members, everyone we taught, everyone they taught. It's a network, Harry. We just haven't activated it yet." Harry thought about Dumbledore's army. About the secret meetings in the Room of Requirement, the spells they'd practiced, the bonds they'd formed. Some of those students had grown up to be Aurors, Cursebreakers, hit wizards. Others had gone into civilian life but still remembered what they'd learned. "You think they'd come? For you? For Hogwarts?" Hermione smiled slightly. "Try to stop them." The next 3 days were a masterclass in improvisation. Harry delegated defensive coordination to Neville, who turned out to have an unexpected gift for tactical planning. "Gran made me study military history," he admitted when Harry expressed surprise. "Said a Longbottom should know how to defend his home." The perimeter was fortified with automated defenses, traps and wards that would trigger without Harry's direct involvement. Patrol schedules were established. Communication systems, based on the enchanted coins Hermione had created for the DA, were distributed to everyone involved in security. The remnant tested them twice more, probing attacks that were repelled before they could do significant damage. They were learning the new defenses, adapting their tactics, but so far the castle held. And through it all, the reconstruction continued. Harry threw himself into the work, using his connection to the castle to guide decisions that would have taken weeks of study for anyone else. He could feel which walls wanted to stand and which needed to be rebuilt entirely. He could sense the ley lines that powered the wards and redirect construction to avoid disrupting them. He understood, on an instinctive level, how the castle wanted to be healed. Hermione worked beside him constantly. Their conversations had shifted over the days, less purely tactical, more personal. They talked about the future. About what Hogwarts could become, not just what it had been. About educational reforms they dreamed of during their own frustrated school years. "The house system needs to change," Hermione said one evening. They were in the library, surrounded by books on magical education theory, and the candles had burned low without either of them noticing. "Sorting 11-year-olds and telling them that their entire identity is determined by one trait, it's reductive. It creates divisions that don't need to exist." "I don't know," Harry countered. "The houses gave me my first family. Gryffindor meant something." "It did. It does. But think about what it cost." Hermione leaned forward, warming to her argument. "How many Slytherins became Death Eaters because we expected them to? How many potential friendships never happened because of house rivalries? The sorting creates tribes, and tribes create conflict. So what would you do differently?" "I don't know yet." She smiled, and it transformed her face, made her look younger, more hopeful, more beautiful than Harry had ever noticed before. "But isn't that the point? We get to decide. You're the heir. When Hogwarts reopens, it can be whatever we want it to be." Harry watched her in the candlelight, struck suddenly by how much had changed between them. The war had forged bonds, but this was something else. Something quieter. Something that had been growing in the spaces between crises, in late-night conversations and shared burdens and moments of unexpected laughter. "Hermione," he said, and her name felt different on his tongue. Charged with something he couldn't quite name. "Yes." He opened his mouth to say, he didn't know what. Something important. Something that had been building for days, weeks, maybe years. The library door burst open. "Harry." Luna appeared in the doorway, her dreamy expression replaced by something urgent. "The Grey Lady wants to speak with you. She says it's about Helena Ravenclaw. She says it's about your blood." The moment shattered. Harry rose, exchanging a glance with Hermione that promised later, and followed Luna into the darkened corridors. The Grey Lady waited in the Ravenclaw common room. The tower had been repaired enough to be safe, though the elegant furnishings were still missing. Helena Ravenclaw's ghost hovered near the empty fireplace, her silvery form more solid than Harry remembered, her expression less haughty. "Heir," she said as Harry entered. "We need to speak." "About what?" "About what you're attempting. About the entity beneath the castle." Her transparent eyes fixed on him with unsettling intensity. "About my mother's sacrifice and what it truly cost." Harry moved closer, aware of Luna settling into a corner to listen, aware of Hermione slipping in behind him. "What do you know about the Hollow King?" "More than anyone living. I was there, you understand. A child when the founders built this place, when my mother and her companions sealed the hunger in darkness." Helena's form flickered. "I watched them bind it. I watched what it took from them. I watched my mother grow old before her time, her magic drained into the chains that held the beast." "The chains are breaking," Harry said. "Yes. They have been breaking for centuries. Slowly. Each generation of students feeds the wards, feeds the seals, but it's never quite enough." Helena drifted closer. "My mother knew this would happen eventually. She left provisions." "What kind of provisions?" "Knowledge. Tools. Secrets passed from heir to heir, mother to daughter, hidden in the castle itself for the one who would need them." Helena's smile was sad. "I was meant to inherit. To be the Ravenclaw heir who would maintain my mother's work. But I was foolish. Jealous. I stole my mother's diadem and fled, and my line was broken." Harry thought about the tiara he'd destroyed in the Room of Requirement, the Horcrux that had contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Ravenclaw's diadem. Helena's inheritance. "The diadem is gone," he said. "Yes. The dark wizard corrupted it beyond repair." Helena's expression flickered with old grief. But the diadem was only a vessel. The knowledge it contained, my mother's wisdom, her understanding of the king, that knowledge wasn't in the object itself. It was hidden elsewhere. In a place only a true Ravenclaw heir could access. Harry's pulse quickened. Where? Helena drifted toward the wall of the common room, stopping before an expanse of blank stone. Here. In the bones of the castle. My mother encoded her secrets into the very architecture. The answers you seek are woven into the walls, but to read them, you must prove yourself worthy. You must complete the task I never could. What task? The trial of wisdom. Helena turned to face him, and her eyes held centuries of regret. I failed it, long ago. My intelligence was vast, but my wisdom was lacking. I couldn't see past my own jealousy, my own resentment. She paused. You carry Ravenclaw blood through your mother. But blood is not enough. You must earn the knowledge you seek. I already completed Ravenclaw's trial. During the claiming. You completed a trial. The trial of inheritance. Helena's smile was enigmatic. This is different. This is the trial of enlightenment. Harder. Deeper. It will show you truths you may not wish to see. Harry looked at the blank wall, then back at the ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. What do I have to do? Helena raised one translucent hand and pressed it against the stone. The wall rippled like water, and blue-silver light began to spread across its surface, forming patterns that might have been runes or might have been something older. Touch the wall, she said. And face what lies within. Harry glanced back at Hermione and Luna. Hermione's expression was worried but resolute. Luna simply nodded, as if she'd expected nothing less. He stepped forward and placed his palm against the glowing stone. The world dissolved. He stood in a vast library. Not the Hogwarts library, this was something else entirely. Shelves stretched in every direction, impossibly tall, filled with books that glowed with inner light. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor beneath his feet was polished stone that reflected distorted versions of himself. Welcome, Heir. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry turned in a slow circle, trying to locate its source. I am the archive, the voice continued. The repository of Ravenclaw's wisdom. I have waited long for one worthy to access my contents. Helena said I had to prove myself, Harry said. What's the test? Not a test. A question. The voice paused. What is the difference between intelligence and wisdom? Harry considered. It felt like a trick question, the kind Hermione would have aced and Harry would have fumbled. But something told him this wasn't about reciting definitions. Intelligence is knowing things, he said slowly. Wisdom is understanding what to do with what you know. Continue. Intelligence can solve puzzles. Wisdom knows which puzzles to solve. He thought about Dumbledore, about the old man's genius and his failures. Intelligence can plan perfect strategies. Wisdom understands that people aren't pieces to be moved around a board. And what have you learned, Heir of Ravenclaw? What wisdom have you acquired? Harry thought about the last few days. About the Hollow King's taunts. About the previous heirs who had failed. About Raoul's attacks and Hermione's warnings and the weight of a legacy he'd never asked for. I've learned that I can't do this alone, he said. That asking for help isn't weakness, it's wisdom. I've learned that the smartest move isn't always the right move, and the right move isn't always the one that makes sense. He paused. I've learned that there's a difference between knowing what something is and understanding what it means. Silence stretched. Acceptable, the voice said finally. But incomplete. You have begun to understand wisdom, Heir, but you have not yet embraced it. To access the deeper archives, you must answer truly, what do you fear? The Hollow King. No. That is what threatens you. What do you fear? Harry closed his eyes. He thought about nightmares that still woke him. About the dark corners of his own mind. About the question that had haunted him since the night in the forest when he'd walked to his own death. I fear that I'm not enough, he said quietly. That all the prophecies and bloodlines and magical gifts don't matter, that in the end, I'll fail, and everyone who trusted me will die because of it. I fear that the people I love will suffer for my mistakes. I fear. He swallowed. I fear that the darkness in me, the piece of Voldemort I carried for so long, left something behind. Something that makes me more like him than I want to admit. The library shivered around him. You see truly, the voice said, and now it sounded almost approving. You see past pride and pretense to the fears that shape you. This is the beginning of wisdom. Light flared, and one of the books on the endless shelves floated down to hover before Harry. Its cover was worn leather, its pages yellow with age, and the title was written in runes he somehow understood, On the Nature of the Hungry Dark, by Rowena Ravenclaw. Take it, the voice said. Read it. Learn what my creator knew about the entity you face. But understand this, Heir, knowledge is a burden. What you learn here cannot be unlearned. The truths within these pages will change you. Harry reached for the book. One more thing, the voice added. The woman who waits for you. The clever one with the wild hair. She carries the potential for Ravenclaw's gift, though her blood is not of our line. Her intelligence is vast, greater, perhaps, than any I have seen in centuries. But intelligence without wisdom is dangerous. Guide her, Heir. Help her see past the puzzle to the purpose. Harry's hand closed on the book, and the library dissolved around him. He came back to himself in the Ravenclaw common room, the ancient book clutched to his chest. Helena had vanished. Luna was watching him with those unsettling eyes. And Hermione was there, her hand on his arm, her face pale with worry. You were gone for hours, she said. Standing there, not moving, not responding. I couldn't, I'm okay. Harry looked down at the book in his hands. I found what we need. Or part of it, at least. What happened in there? I'll tell you everything. But first. He met her eyes, really looked at her, this woman who had been his best friend for half his life, who had followed him into danger without question, who saw him more clearly than anyone. There's something I need to say. Something I've been putting off. Hermione went very still. You asked me once what I wanted, Harry said. After the war. When everyone expected me to become an Auror or a ministry hero or whatever role they'd assigned me. I didn't have an answer then. I didn't know how to want things for myself. Harry, let me finish. He stepped closer to her, the book still clutched between them. I know what I want now. I want to rebuild this place. I want to create something that lasts, something better than what came before. And I want. He swallowed. I want you. Not just as my friend. Not just as my partner in this madness. I want you in every way that matters. The silence stretched. Luna had somehow vanished, when had she left? And they were alone in the empty common room, moonlight streaming through the windows. That's remarkably direct for you, Hermione said finally. I've been practicing wisdom. Apparently that includes knowing when to stop being an idiot. She laughed, a surprised, bright sound that echoed off the stone walls. You've never been an idiot, Harry. Oblivious, sometimes. Frustratingly noble. But never an idiot. Is that a yes? To which part? All of it. Any of it. He reached for her hand, still holding the book awkwardly with the other. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if we have time for this, for anything beyond surviving the next crisis. But I know that when I think about the future, you're in every version of it. You always have been. Hermione stepped closer. Her hand came up to cup his face, and her touch was warm against his skin. "You absolute disaster of a man," she said softly. "I've been waiting for you to figure this out for years." She kissed him. It wasn't dramatic, no swelling music, no magical fireworks. Just her lips against his, soft and certain, and the book pressed awkwardly between their chests, and the moonlight turning everything silver. When they broke apart, Hermione was smiling in a way Harry had never seen before. Open. Unguarded. Happy in a way that the war had beaten out of all of them. "We should probably read that book," she said. "Probably. It might have important information about defeating the ancient evil sealed beneath the castle." "Very likely. It would be irresponsible to prioritize personal matters over existential threats." "Absolutely." She kissed him again anyway. They read the book together, curled up in a conjured armchair that was probably too small for two people but somehow perfect regardless. Rowena Ravenclaw's handwriting was elegant but cramped, her prose dense with observations and theories. Harry read aloud while Hermione followed along, occasionally interrupting with questions or insights that made the ancient text suddenly clearer. The Hollow King, according to Ravenclaw, wasn't a demon or a dark wizard or any conventional form of evil. It was something older, a fragment of primordial chaos that had existed before the universe took shape. It had no form of its own, it consumed form. It had no mind, it absorbed minds. It was, in essence, magical entropy given consciousness. The founders didn't choose this location by chance, Harry read. "We came here because the king was already here. It had been here since before humans walked these lands, sleeping beneath the earth, growing slowly on the ambient magic of the world. We could not destroy it, one cannot destroy entropy, only contain it. So we built our school above its prison, channeling the magic of each new generation to reinforce the chains." "That's horrible," Hermione murmured. "They built a school of children on top of a cosmic horror. They didn't have a choice. Listen to this, the king cannot be moved. It is bound to this location by forces older than our magic. If we had left it alone, it would have eventually consumed enough power to break free on its own. By building here, by feeding it controlled amounts of magical energy, we kept it sated. Sleeping. Contained. But the battle disrupted that," Hermione said. "The surge of dark magic, the death, the destruction, it was like dumping fuel on a fire." Harry nodded grimly and continued reading. "Should the seals ever fail, should the king begin to wake, the only hope would be to complete the binding anew. For bloodlines bound the king, for bloodlines must reinforce the chains. But beware, the king knows this. It will try to corrupt the heirs, to turn them against each other or against themselves. It speaks with the voices of the dead. It promises what cannot be given. It lies with truth, for the deepest lies are those that contain a kernel of honesty." "The voices of the dead," Hermione repeated quietly. "Harry, you said you heard my mother's voice. Calling to me." Harry's jaw tightened. It wasn't her. It never was. But if it can sound like her, perfectly, convincingly, then I can't trust anything I hear from down there. "I know." He set the book aside, suddenly weary. "The archive said I needed to find the other heirs. Gryffindor and Slytherin descendants. We need all 4 bloodlines to reinforce the seals. The Slytherin line." Hermione trailed off. "You're a Parselmouth." "Could that indicate, no. That was Voldemort's soul, not my blood." Harry had already considered this. "I spoke to a portrait of Salazar once, during the claiming. It didn't recognize me as family. Then we need to find the actual Slytherin heir. And the Gryffindor heir." Hermione's mind was already working, he could see it in her eyes. The genealogical records at the ministry. The Gringotts blood archives. There has to be a trail. There might be a faster way. Harry thought about the resonance detector Ragnarok had shown him, the crystal sphere that had screamed when it detected his bloodline. The goblins. They found me. They might be able to find the others. Would they help? After everything? For the right price. And if I explain what's at stake? Harry rose, gently disentangling himself from Hermione. I need to go to Gringotts. Tomorrow. Tonight, we should. A tremendous crash echoed through the castle, followed by shouts and the distinctive crack of combat magic. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it. Hermione was right behind him as they sprinted from the common room, racing down corridors that seemed to stretch before them. They emerged into chaos. The great hall was under attack, not from outside this time, but from within. A section of the floor had collapsed, and something was climbing out of the hole. Something massive and wrong and glowing with sickly green light. It had been human once, Harry realized with horror. The robes were recognizable, one of the curse breakers who had been mapping the lower levels. But the thing wearing those robes had been transformed. Its skin had turned gray and translucent. Its eyes glowed with emerald fire. Its mouth moved, but the voice that emerged was not its own. Did you think I couldn't reach out? The Hollow King spoke through its puppet. Did you think your words could keep me contained forever? The possessed cursebreaker raised its hands, and dark energy crackled between its fingers. Harry moved. He couldn't explain what he did next. It wasn't a spell he'd learned, wasn't a technique anyone had taught him. He simply reached into the castle's magic, pulled power through his connection to the wards, and hurled it at the thing that shouldn't exist. Golden light erupted from the walls, the floor, the ceiling itself. It wrapped around the possessed figure like chains, chains of exactly the same type Harry had seen in the deep chamber, and dragged it back toward the hole it had emerged from. Impressive, the king's voice said, even as its puppet struggled against the binding light. You're learning quickly, little heir. But learning is not enough. You cannot contain me forever. Not with half a bloodline. Not with fractured seals. I have been patient. I can be patient longer. But my patience, the voice turned cold, has limits. The figure was pulled into the darkness below. The hole sealed itself with a grinding of stone. The golden light faded, and Harry felt the strain hit him, less than before, but still significant. Harry. Hermione caught him as he stumbled. Are you? I'm fine. He wasn't, really, but he would be. We need to seal that section. Multiple wards. Multiple layers. Already on it. Fleur appeared, her wand already moving in complex patterns. Bill was beside her, his face grim. The creature, the possessed one, it was Maurice. One of my team. He went below to map the lower tunnels this morning. The king is reaching further, Harry said. The seals are weakening faster than we thought. Then we accelerate our plans. Hermione's voice was steady, but he could feel her fear through the hand she still had on his arm. Gringotts tomorrow. Find the other heirs as fast as possible. And in the meantime, no one goes below ground level, Harry finished. The lower dungeons are off limits until further notice. Anyone who tries gets detained. He looked around the great hall, at the frightened volunteers, the hardened fighters, the friends who had chosen to stand with him against an impossible enemy. They were watching him. Waiting for him to tell them it would be okay. Harry straightened his spine and let his voice carry. The Hollow King wants us to be afraid, he said. It wants us to doubt. It's been playing mind games since the founders locked it away, and it'll keep playing them until we end this. He paused. But here's what it doesn't understand, we're not going to fail. We're not going to give up. We're going to find the other heirs. We're going to reinforce those seals. And we're going to show that ancient bastard that it picked the wrong school to wake up beneath. A ragged cheer rose from the crowd. Not confident, exactly, but determined. Ready to fight. It would have to be enough. The rest of the night was a blur of emergency protocols and reinforced wards. By dawn, the lower levels were sealed behind layers of protective magic, and everyone who had been working below ground had been evacuated and examined for signs of possession. Harry stood on the ramparts of the astronomy tower, one of the few high points still safe enough to use, and watched the sun rise over the wounded castle. The grounds below were dotted with tents and work sites. The ministry perimeter remained in place, though their observers seemed more nervous now. Word of the attack had spread. Hermione found him there, 2 cups of tea floating beside her. She handed him one and stood close enough that their shoulders touched. "You should be sleeping," she said. "So should you." "I tried. Couldn't." She sipped her tea, grimacing at the temperature. "Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing, Maurice, wearing Maurice's face but not Maurice anymore." "The king possesses people who go too deep," Harry said. "Rowena's book mentioned it. The hungry dark reaches for those who come too close. It promises them what they most desire, and in reaching for that promise, they lose themselves." "What did it promise Maurice?" "I don't know. Maybe knowledge. He was a researcher, always wanted to understand things others couldn't." Harry set down his untouched tea. "That's how it works. It finds what you want most and uses it against you." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Then, what would it promise you?" Harry thought about it seriously. What did he want most? Once, the answer would have been obvious: his parents, his family, the childhood that was stolen from him. But now? "I don't know anymore," he admitted. "I used to want my parents back. I used to want a normal life. But those are gone. I've accepted that." He looked at Hermione, at her wild hair catching the dawn light, at the intelligence in her eyes, at the fierce determination that had defined her since they were 11 years old. "Now. I want what I'm building. I want this place to survive. I want the people I care about to be safe." "That's hard to corrupt," Hermione said. "Wanting good things for others instead of yourself. Maybe. Or maybe the king would just threaten to take them away unless I gave it what it wanted." He shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I'm not going down there. I'm not giving it the chance. But you'll have to eventually. If we find the other heirs, if we reinforce the seals, then we'll face it together. All 4 bloodlines, like the founders intended." Harry turned to face her fully. "I meant what I said last night. About you. About us. I know you did." She smiled, soft and private. "I meant what I said too." "Good." He wanted to kiss her again, but this wasn't the time or place. There were too many eyes watching, too many crises demanding attention. Later. They'd have later. "I'm going to Gringotts today. Will you hold things together here while I'm gone?" "Always." She hesitated. "Be careful. The goblins don't forget, and they don't forgive easily." "I know." He started toward the stairs, then paused. "Hermione. Thank you. For being here. For believing in this. Thank you for giving me something worth believing in." Harry descended the tower as the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the castle he was fighting to save. Gringotts awaited. And beyond that, 2 unknown heirs who didn't know they were the only hope against an awakening god. No pressure at all. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The builders. Gringotts had not become friendlier since Harry's last visit. The goblin guards watched him approach with expressions that suggested they were calculating exactly how much gold his body parts might be worth on the black market. The marble halls echoed with the sounds of commerce, but conversations died as Harry passed, replaced by hostile stares and pointed silences. Ragnarok the Elder received him in the same deep chamber as before, seated behind the same stone table, his ancient eyes glittering with the same cold intelligence. "You return quickly, Mr. Potter." The goblin's tone was carefully neutral. The inheritance matter is settled. What more do you require? Information. Harry sat without being invited, noting Ragnar's slight frown at the breach of protocol. You found me using blood resonance detection. I need you to find others. Others? The heirs of Gryffindor and Slytherin. They exist, they have to exist. The bloodlines dispersed but didn't die out. Harry leaned forward. Name your price. Ragnar was silent for a long moment, his gnarled fingers drumming against the stone table. You understand what you're asking. Blood tracing on this scale requires significant resources. Rare materials. Specialized expertise. The search could take months. We don't have months. No. The goblin's eyebrow rose. The situation at Hogwarts has become more urgent. Harry considered how much to reveal. The goblins were neutral, they served gold, not causes, but they were also pragmatic. An entity that could consume all magic wouldn't be good for business. The Hollow King is waking, he said. The seals are failing faster than anticipated. Without all 4 bloodlines, we can't reinforce them. Ragnar went very still. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its carefully cultivated neutrality. You know of the king. I know enough. I know the founders built Hogwarts to contain it. I know the battle weakened the chains. I know that if it escapes, it won't stop at the castle. No. The goblin's expression was grim. It will not. The Hollow King does not discriminate between wizard and goblin, between magical and mundane. It consumes all. He rose abruptly, moving to a cabinet carved into the chamber wall. My people have our own records of the king. Our own encounters, in ages past before the founders built their prison. We lost, much. He returned with a small chest of dark wood, setting it on the table between them. I will help you find the heirs, Ragnar said. Not for gold, though gold will be accepted as well, but because the alternative is extinction. The blood resonance detectors will be activated. Every goblin archive will be searched. If Gryffindor and Slytherin descendants exist, we will find them. How long? Days. Perhaps a week. Ragnar opened the chest, revealing several objects that thrummed with ancient magic. In the meantime, take these. Goblin-wrought protections against possession. The king cannot claim a mine shielded by our metalwork. Harry looked at the objects, rings and amulets of dark silver, inscribed with runes he didn't recognize. For my people. For those who venture too close to the darkness. They won't stop the king, but they may give you warning before its influence takes hold. Harry gathered the protections carefully. Thank you, Ragnar. I won't forget this. See that you don't. The goblin's smile was sharp. Goblins have long memories, Mr. Potter. Debts owed and debts paid, we remember both. Harry returned to Hogwarts to find chaos of a different sort. The ministry had made its move. A formal delegation waited in the Great Hall, resplendent in official robes and carrying enough documentation to fill a small library. At their head stood a witch Harry recognized from newspapers, Dolores Umbridge's replacement as senior undersecretary, a severe woman named Portia Blackthorne who had managed to make bureaucracy into an art form. Mr. Potter. Her voice could have frozen fire. You've been avoiding our communications. I've been busy rebuilding the school you tried to condemn. Harry didn't bother hiding his irritation. What do you want? The ministry requires certain assurances. Blackthorne produced a scroll that unrolled to impressive length. Given the unusual nature of your claim and the significant security concerns raised by recent events, we must insist on formal oversight protocols. Oversight? Ministry observers on the grounds. Regular inspections. Approval authority over any significant modifications to the castle structure or wards. She smiled without warmth. Purely for the public good, you understand. Harry looked at the scroll without touching it. Behind Blackthorn, he could see Hermione's face. She'd been dealing with the delegation before his arrival, and her expression suggested she'd already heard this particular song and dance. "Let me be clear," Harry said quietly. "Hogwarts is not Ministry property. It never was. Your legislation failed, your legal claims were rejected, and your authority here extends exactly as far as I allow it to." He stepped closer to Blackthorn, and something in her eyes flickered, recognition, perhaps, that she was dealing with something more dangerous than a traumatized boy. "I allow observers on the perimeter. I allow communication between our organizations. I do not allow Ministry interference in the castle's reconstruction or security. Mr. Potter, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. A reasonable person doesn't invite the organization that tried to steal his home to come inside and make themselves comfortable." Harry's voice hardened. "Tell Blackwood that if he wants to negotiate, he can come here himself. Otherwise, this conversation is over." Blackthorn's composure cracked slightly. "Minister Blackwood does not, then we have nothing to discuss." Harry turned his back on her, the deliberate insult unmistakable. "Hermione, please escort the delegation to the boundary. They can apparate from there." He walked away before Blackthorn could respond, feeling her outrage burning against his back like heat from a fire. It probably wasn't the wisest political move. Antagonizing the Ministry would make everything harder, but he was tired of pretending their demands were reasonable. Hermione caught up with him in the corridor outside the Great Hall. That was dramatic. Was it wrong? Politically? Probably. But politically correct behavior hasn't exactly served us well in the past. She fell into step beside him. Blackthorn is Blackwood's attack dog. She was never going to negotiate in good faith. Then why send her? To establish a paper trail. To make you look unreasonable when this eventually goes to the Wizengamot. Hermione's mind was clearly working through the implications. Blackwood is playing a longer game than we realized. He's not trying to take Hogwarts directly anymore, he's trying to make you fail publicly so he can sweep in as the responsible alternative. Harry considered this. So every time we struggle, every time something goes wrong, he'll be there to say, "I told you so." Exactly. Which means we can't just rebuild the castle. We have to be seen rebuilding it. Successfully. Publicly. We need to win the narrative as much as the actual war. I hate politics. I know. She smiled slightly. That's why you have me. The old families came next. They arrived in waves over the following days, not the blatant Death Eater families, who wouldn't have dared show their faces, but the ancient pure-blood houses that had avoided open allegiance during the war. The Greengrasses. The Knots, the younger generation, who had distanced themselves from their imprisoned fathers. The Zabinis. The Bones family, who had lost so much to Voldemort but maintained their traditional standing. Each brought offers of assistance. Gold, expertise, connections, political support. Each expected something in return. "A seat on the Board of Governors," said Cyrus Greengrass, a silver-haired wizard who had remained carefully neutral during every conflict of the past 50 years. "Merely advisory, of course. To ensure that the unique perspectives of traditional families are represented in educational policy." Harry met with them one by one, listening to their proposals, evaluating their true intentions. It was exhausting work, made bearable only by Hermione's presence and her whispered assessments of each family's hidden agendas. "The Greengrasses want marriage alliances," she murmured after Cyrus departed. "They have 2 daughters of appropriate age. Daphne is the obvious choice, smart, beautiful, well-connected. I'm not interested in marriage alliances." "I know." Her hand found his under the table. "But they don't know that. Yet. The Knots wanted rehabilitation, a chance to wash off the stain of their father's Death Eater past through association with the Chosen One's new project. The Zabinis wanted trade connections, seeing opportunity in a rebuilt Hogwarts that would need supplies, materials, services. The Bones family, to Harry's surprise, wanted something simpler: to help. "My aunt was murdered by Voldemort's followers," said Susan Bones, who had grown from the nervous Hufflepuff Harry remembered into a composed young woman with steel in her eyes. "My parents. My grandparents. Everyone I loved." She met Harry's gaze directly. "I'm not here for political advantage. I'm here because Hogwarts is worth saving, and I want to be part of that." Harry believed her. More importantly, Hermione believed her, and Hermione was almost never wrong about people. "We need someone to coordinate the volunteers," Harry said. "Someone they'll trust. Someone who can organize schedules, resolve disputes, keep everyone working together instead of at cross purposes." "I can do that." Susan's expression shifted from cautious hope to determined focus. "What do you need?" The community grew. What had started as a few dozen volunteers became hundreds, then more. They came from all over Britain, Hogwarts alumni who remembered what the school had meant to them, young witches and wizards who wanted to be part of something meaningful, older magical folk who had skills to offer and time to spare. Tent cities sprouted across the grounds. Work crews formed and reformed based on skills and needs. The house elves established a kitchen operation that somehow managed to feed everyone, 3 meals a day, without ever seeming rushed or overwhelmed. And slowly, impossibly, Hogwarts began to heal. Harry felt it through his connection to the castle, the gradual restoration of damaged ley lines, the strengthening of weakened wards, the return of ambient magic to corridors that had been empty and cold. Each repaired wall, each replaced window, each restored enchantment added to the whole. The castle was drinking in the attention like parched earth absorbing rain. "The Great Hall ceiling is working again," Neville reported one evening. They were gathered in what had become their unofficial command center, a large tent near the castle's main entrance, equipped with maps and communications equipment and a perpetually brewing pot of tea. "Not perfectly, but it's showing sky. Luna says the enchantment is remembering itself. The Gryffindor Tower is fully habitable," Susan added, consulting her own notes. "We've moved the first residents in today. Mainly the regular volunteers who've been sleeping in tents. Ravenclaw Tower by end of week," Fleur contributed. "The curse breakers have cleared the last of the battle damage. Structurally sound." Harry listened to the reports, watching his friends and allies work together like a well-oiled machine. 3 weeks ago, this had seemed impossible. Now. "What about Slytherin and Hufflepuff?" he asked. "Hufflepuff is coming along quickly," Neville said. "The dungeon areas weren't as badly damaged, they're underground, protected from the worst of the fighting. We could have it ready in days. Slytherin is complicated." Fleur's expression was troubled. "The common room itself is fine, but the surrounding corridors, there's something wrong with them. The curse breakers report feelings of unease. Equipment malfunctions. One of them swore she heard voices in the walls." "The king's influence?" Hermione asked quietly. "Probably. The Slytherin dungeons are the closest to the deep chambers. Whatever we sealed down there, its presence is bleeding through." Fleur shook her head. "We've warded the area, but I don't think it's safe for habitation until the seals are reinforced. Then we prioritize the other 3 houses for now." Harry made a note on his own map. "Speaking of seals, any word from Gringotts?" "Not yet." Hermione's frustration was evident. "I've sent 3 follow-up messages. The goblins confirm they're working on the blood trace, but they won't give specifics or timelines. They said days. Maybe a week." Harry tried to sound more confident than he felt. "They have as much reason to hurry as we do." "Do they?" Neville looked skeptical. "The goblins have underground cities. They might be able to ride out a magical apocalypse better than we can. The Hollow King doesn't discriminate. Ragnarok told me his people have their own history with the thing." Harry stood, stretching muscles that were permanently stiff these days. "We keep working. We keep preparing. And when the goblins find the other heirs, we move fast. The meeting broke up, but Hermione lingered. When the others had gone, she moved to stand beside Harry, looking out at the castle through the tent's open flap. "You haven't been sleeping," she said. "Neither have you. That's different. I'm used to functioning on minimal sleep. You look like death warmed over." Harry couldn't argue with that. The connection to the castle, while invaluable, came with costs. He felt its pain as his own, every broken ward, every damaged stone, every whisper of the king's influence in the deep places. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and filled with dreams he couldn't quite remember but that left him feeling drained. "I'll sleep when it's over," he said. "That's a terrible strategy and you know it." Hermione turned him to face her, her hands on his shoulders. "You're the linchpin of this entire operation. If you collapse from exhaustion, everything falls apart." "I won't collapse. You almost did last week. After the possession incident. That was magical drain, not exhaustion. It's the same problem. You're running yourself into the ground because you think you have to carry everything personally." Her grip tightened. "You have people, Harry. Use them. Delegate. Let others shoulder some of the burden." He knew she was right. He'd always known it, intellectually. But the habit of responsibility was hard to break, the bone-deep conviction that if something needed to be done, he had to be the one doing it. "I don't know how," he admitted quietly. "I don't know how to let go." "I know." Her expression softened. "But you're learning. And I'm here to help." She kissed him, gentle, brief, but grounding in a way that nothing else quite managed. When she pulled back, some of the tension in his shoulders had eased. "Come on," she said. "I'm declaring the next 6 hours a mandatory rest period. For both of us. I have nothing that can't wait until tomorrow. Susan can handle the volunteers. Neville has security covered. Fleur's cursebreakers don't need supervision." She took his hand and pulled him toward the tent exit. "The castle will survive a few hours without you. I promise." Harry let himself be led away, and for the first time in weeks, he didn't fight the exhaustion pulling at his bones. He dreamed of the founders. They stood in the chamber beneath the castle, the four of them, young and powerful and afraid. Godric Gryffindor, tall and bronze-skinned, his sword gleaming at his hip. Helga Hufflepuff, round-faced and kind-eyed, but with a steel in her stance that suggested hidden depths. Rowena Ravenclaw, severe and beautiful, her eyes calculating even as she worked complex magic. And Salazar Slytherin, dark-haired and angular, his expression unreadable as he watched the others. They were binding the Hollow King. Harry couldn't hear their words, but he could see the magic, great streams of golden light pouring from their wands, weaving together into chains that stretched across the terrible darkness below. Each chain cost them something. Harry could see it in their faces, the aging that crept across Rowena's features, the trembling in Helga's hands, the dimming of Godric's fierce energy. Only Salazar seemed unchanged, but his eyes were wrong. Hungry, in a way that had nothing to do with normal ambition. The chains snapped into place. The darkness below howled silently, thrashing against its bonds. And the four founders stepped back, exhausted but triumphant. Then Salazar spoke, and though Harry couldn't hear the words, he could read the lips clearly enough. "You fools. You've only made it stronger." The dream shifted. Harry stood alone in the chamber now, the chains stretching out around him. Most were golden and strong, but some were darkening. Corroding. The tarnished chains carried whispers, voices he almost recognized, saying things that almost made sense. "Let me out," the voices said. "I can give you what you want. Your parents. Your family. Everyone you've lost. I can bring them back." "You're lying," Harry said. "Am I?" The darkness below pulsed with something that might have been amusement. I have consumed thousands of souls over the millennia. They exist within me still, preserved, remembered, eternal. I could give them back to you. I could give you anything. In exchange for what? Nothing. Everything. The voice laughed, and the sound was like ice cracking. You already know the price, little heir. You've always known it. The question is whether you're strong enough to refuse. Harry woke gasping, Hermione's face hovering over his, her wand casting soft light in the darkness of the tent. You were screaming, she said. What happened? Dreams. He sat up, his heart still racing. The king. It's getting stronger. Or you're getting more sensitive to it. Hermione sat beside him on the narrow cot. It was barely large enough for one person, let alone two, but neither of them had been willing to sleep apart. The connection to the castle goes both ways. You can feel its pain, but you can also feel what it's containing. Salazar, Harry said, the dream still vivid in his mind. He said something, at the binding. That they'd only made it stronger. What do you mean? Harry tried to remember. The dream was already fading, slipping away like water through fingers. I don't know. Something about the chains. Something about. He shook his head. It's gone. Hermione's expression was troubled, but she didn't push. It's almost dawn anyway. We should get up, get some food. The day won't wait. They rose and dressed in the dim pre-dawn light, moving around each other with an easy familiarity that had developed over the past weeks. It was strange, Harry thought, how quickly they'd adapted to this, to sharing space, sharing meals, sharing burdens. Strange but not unwelcome. There's something I need to tell you, Hermione said as they prepared to leave the tent. I was going to wait until morning, well, later in the morning, but after your dream. What is it? I've been corresponding with someone. About the Hollow King. About the Founder's original binding. She hesitated. A historian. Specializes in pre-ministry magical traditions. She claims to have documents that weren't in any of the official archives. Who is she? Her name is Morrigan Blackwood. No relation to the minister, Hermione added quickly. Different family entirely. She's been living in France, but she reached out when she heard about what we were doing here. She says her research might help us understand what we're dealing with. Harry felt a prickle of unease, though he couldn't say why. A historian who happens to have information about an entity that almost no one knows exists. I know how it sounds. Hermione's frustration was evident. But I've verified her credentials. She's real. Her publications are real. And the questions she's asking, they're the right questions, Harry. Things that wouldn't occur to someone who was just guessing. You trust her? I don't know yet. I haven't met her in person. Hermione met his eyes. That's what I wanted to tell you. She's offered to come here. To share her research directly. I wanted your approval before I responded. Harry considered. Every instinct told him to be cautious. Strangers with convenient information were rarely what they seemed. But Hermione was right, they needed every advantage they could get. And if this Morrigan person had genuine insights. Invite her, he decided. But we meet her together. And we don't tell her anything sensitive until we're sure she's legitimate. Agreed. Hermione's relief was palpable. I'll send the message today. They left the tent as the sun crested the horizon, painting the damaged castle in shades of gold and rose. Workers were already stirring, preparing for another day of reconstruction. The sounds of hammers and spells and shouted instructions would soon fill the air. Another day. Another step closer to, what, exactly? Victory? Survival? Harry still wasn't sure. But at least they were moving forward. The owl from Gringotts arrived at midday. Harry was supervising the installation of new windows in the charms corridor when the bird swooped down, nearly colliding with his head in its haste. The message it carried was brief but electrifying: Mr. Potter, blood trace complete. One heir confirmed. Complications exist. Your presence is required immediately. Ragnarok the elder. Harry read it twice, then summoned Hermione with a quick Patronus. One heir, she said when she arrived, studying the message. Not two. Maybe the other doesn't exist. Maybe the bloodline really did die out. Harry's mind was racing through possibilities. Or maybe they're hidden so well even goblin magic can't find them. Or maybe the goblins found something complicated enough that they need you there in person to explain it. Hermione handed back the message. Either way, you need to go. Come with me. I can't. Morrigan Blackwood is arriving this afternoon. I set up the meeting for today. Someone needs to be here to receive her. Harry didn't like splitting up, but she was right. They couldn't afford to waste time, and the historian's information might be crucial. Be careful with her. Don't reveal anything about the deep chambers or the chains. I know. I've interrogated more dangerous people than mysterious historians. Hermione smiled slightly. Go. Find our heir. I'll handle things here. Harry apparat to the edge of the Hogwarts wards and then again to Diagon Alley, covering the distance in moments. The goblins were expecting him. He was escorted to Ragnarok's chamber without the usual delays. The old goblin looked even more ancient than before, if that was possible. He sat behind his stone table, but there was something weary in his posture that Harry hadn't seen previously. You found an heir, Harry said without preamble. Who? A Gryffindor descendant. Ragnarok slid a folder across the table. The bloodline survived through an illegitimate branch, a daughter who should not have been, whose existence was hidden from wizarding records. Her line married into Muggle families repeatedly, diluting the magic until it appeared to vanish entirely. Harry opened the folder. Inside was a photograph of a young man, perhaps 25, with dark hair and features that seemed oddly familiar. The resemblance to, he looks like me, Harry said. Yes. Distant cousins, through converging lines. The Gryffindor blood found its way back to magical stock through marriages that no one thought significant at the time. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. His name is Marcus Webb. He is a Muggle. Harry stared at the photograph. A Muggle? But if he has Gryffindor blood, the magic is there but dormant. He is what your people would call a squib, though even that term is inadequate. The Founder's blood runs true in his veins, but generations of dilution have suppressed any active magical ability. Ragnarok leaned back. This presents challenges. Can he still help with the binding? If his blood is genuine, blood is not enough. The goblin's voice was sharp. The Founders didn't merely donate blood to the original chains. They wove their magic into the binding. Their power, their will, their very essence. A squib cannot contribute what he does not possess. Harry's heart sank. Then he's useless to us. I did not say that. Ragnarok's eyes glittered with something that might have been respect. There are ways to awaken dormant magic. Rituals, potions, magical stimulation. The process is dangerous and often fatal, but it has succeeded before. You want me to ask a Muggle to undergo a potentially fatal ritual to awaken magic he doesn't know he has, so he can help bind an entity he's never heard of? I want you to understand your options. Ragnarok shrugged. What you do with them is your concern. Harry looked at the photograph again. Marcus Webb. A Muggle going about his ordinary Muggle life, unaware that the blood of a legendary wizard flowed through his veins. Unaware that an ancient horror was waking beneath a castle he'd never visited, threatening a world he didn't know existed. Does he know anything about the magical world? No. His family lost all connection to magic generations ago. To him, witches and wizards are stories. Ragnarok paused. Approaching him will require delicacy. Great. Harry closed the folder. What about Slytherin? You said one heir, does that mean you didn't find a Slytherin descendant? The Slytherin trace is unusual. Ragnar's expression shifted to something Harry had never seen on a goblin's face, uncertainty. The blood signature exists. It's strong, stronger than it should be for a dispersed lineage. But the trace leads nowhere. It's as though the heir exists but is somehow hidden from magical detection. Hidden how? That is the question. Ragnar spread his hands. Powerful concealment magic, perhaps. Or something more esoteric. The Slytherin line was always known for secrets. He met Harry's gaze. We will continue searching. But for now, Marcus Webb is your only lead. Harry tucked the folder into his robes. Where do I find him? London. Muggle London. Ragnar passed over a second piece of parchment, an address. He works at a museum. History, apparently. There is irony in that. I'll need help. Someone who knows how to talk to Muggles without terrifying them. Then I suggest you find someone. The goblin's tone made clear the meeting was over. Good luck, Mr. Potter. You will need it. Harry operated back to Hogwarts, his mind churning with the implications of what he'd learned. A Muggle heir. Dormant magic that might kill him if awakened. A Slytherin descendant who existed but couldn't be found. The obstacles were multiplying faster than the solutions. He found Hermione in the library, seated across from a woman Harry had never seen before. The stranger was striking, dark hair that fell in waves past her shoulders, sharp features, eyes of a peculiar amber color that seemed to catch the light. She was perhaps 30, though something about her manner suggested older experience. Her robes were elegant but understated, the kind of clothing that spoke of old money without shouting about it. Harry. Hermione rose as he approached. This is Morrigan Blackwood. The historian I mentioned. Mr. Potter. Morrigan extended her hand, and her grip when Harry took it was firm and dry. It's an honor. I've followed your career with great interest. Have you? Harry kept his tone neutral, studying her face for any hint of deception. She met his gaze steadily, her expression open and curious. The defeat of Voldemort, the claiming of Hogwarts, the reconstruction, you've accomplished remarkable things. She smiled, and it seemed genuine enough. I'm hoping I can contribute to the latter. Hermione says you have information about the Founder's original binding. Yes and no. Morrigan returned to her seat, gesturing for Harry to join them. I have research, decades of it, into preministry magical traditions. The Founders were part of that tradition, but they weren't unique. What they did at Hogwarts was an application of older knowledge, older techniques. The Hollow King, Harry said flatly. If Morrigan was surprised by his directness, she didn't show it. Yes. Among other names. The Hungry Dark. The First Consumer. The Wound in Reality. Her amber eyes held Harry's. I've been studying entities like the King for most of my career. They're rare, thank every god we've invented for that, but they're not singular. What the Founders bound at Hogwarts is one of several such creatures that have troubled human civilizations over the millennia. Others have been bound. Others have been bound. Some have been destroyed. Some. She hesitated. Some have escaped, and the civilizations that failed to contain them are no longer with us to tell the tale. A chill ran down Harry's spine. What happened to them? The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The Library of Alexandria. Atlantis, if you believe the legends. Morrigan's voice was steady, but there was weight in it. Each was built to contain something. Each, eventually, fell. That's not exactly encouraging. It's not meant to be. I believe in honest assessment of threats, Mr. Potter. The Hollow King is one of the oldest and most powerful of its kind. The Founders were extraordinarily skilled, and even they could only manage containment, not destruction. She leaned forward. But containment has held for 1,000 years. With the right approach, it can hold for 1,000 more. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Her expression was carefully neutral, but he could read the tension in her shoulders. She wasn't entirely convinced either. "What do you suggest?" Harry asked. "The original binding was weakened by battle damage, yes. But battle damage alone wouldn't have created this level of instability. Something else is feeding the degradation, some flaw in the original design that the founders either didn't see or couldn't correct." Morrigan pulled a sheaf of papers from her bag. "My research suggests the flaw relates to the 4-bloodline requirement. The founders assumed their lines would always be available to maintain the binding. They built in no redundancy, no alternative if an heir line failed. And now we have 2 lines," Hermione said. "Harry's Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw blood. Gryffindor's heir is a Muggle. Slytherin's heir can't be found." "Precisely. The binding is unstable because it's missing half its foundation." Morrigan shuffled through her papers. "But my research suggests there may be another approach. Not a replacement for the missing bloodlines, but a supplement. A way to strengthen the existing chains enough to buy time." "What approach?" "The castle itself." Morrigan's amber eyes gleamed. "Hogwarts isn't just a building. It's a magical entity in its own right, 1,000 years of accumulated power and consciousness. If we could channel that power into the binding, use the castle's own essence to reinforce the chains." "The castle is already connected to the binding," Harry said. "That's why the battle damage affected the seals." "Connected, yes. But passively. The castle feeds the binding without actively directing that energy." Morrigan's voice quickened with enthusiasm. "What I'm proposing is different. Active participation. Treating Hogwarts as a 5th founder, essentially, a source of power that could compensate for the missing bloodlines." Hermione was frowning, her analytical mind clearly working through the implications. "The magical theory is sound, at least in principle. But the practical challenges are significant," Morrigan acknowledged. "We'd need to understand the castle's magical architecture in detail. We'd need Harry's connection as heir to facilitate the channeling. And we'd need time, weeks, probably, to prepare the rituals properly." "Time we might not have," Harry said. "No. But it's better than waiting for 2 heirs who may never materialize." Morrigan gathered her papers. "I'm not saying this is the answer. I'm saying it's an option worth exploring. The alternative is hoping the goblins find your missing bloodlines before the binding fails entirely." Harry sat back, thinking. The plan had appeal, it gave them something to work toward beyond waiting for news that might never come. But something about Morrigan's eagerness bothered him. She'd come ready with solutions, almost too ready, as if she'd been waiting for exactly this conversation. "Why are you helping us?" he asked directly. "What's in it for you?" Morrigan smiled, and there was something sad in it. "Scholarly interest, partially. The Hollow King is the subject of my life's work, having access to its actual prison would be invaluable for my research." She paused. "But also, guilt." "Guilt?" "My family has history with these entities. Distant history, but real. Centuries ago, a Blackwood ancestor was involved in the failed containment of a similar creature in Eastern Europe. His mistakes contributed to a disaster that killed thousands." Her jaw tightened. "I'd like to balance those scales, if I can." It was a good answer, personal, sympathetic, difficult to verify. Harry filed it away for later investigation. "We'll consider your proposal," he said. "In the meantime, I'd appreciate access to your research. The historical accounts, the theoretical work, everything you have on entities like the King." "Of course." Morrigan rose, gathering her bag. "I'll compile copies of my most relevant documents and have them delivered by tomorrow. And if you'd like, I'm happy to stay in the area, to consult, answer questions, assist with the practical work when you're ready. We'll let you know. Morrigan departed with cordial goodbyes, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the library. Well? Harry asked when the historian was out of earshot. What do you think? I think she's hiding something. Hermione's expression was troubled. Everything she said checked out. I verified her credentials, her publications, her family history. But there's something off. Something she's not telling us. I felt it too. She came with answers already prepared. Yes. As if she'd been waiting for this opportunity. Hermione shook her head. But her plan has merit. If we can channel the castle's power into the binding, it's worth exploring. Carefully. Harry stood, stretching. What did the goblins find? He told her about Marcus Webb, the Muggle heir, the dormant magic, the dangerous awakening ritual. Hermione listened with growing concern. You're going to approach him, she said when he finished. It wasn't a question. I have to. He's our only lead on the Gryffindor line. And if he refuses? If he doesn't want to risk his life for a world he's never known? Then we respect his choice. Harry met her eyes. I won't force anyone into this, Hermione. I know what it's like to be drafted into a war you didn't choose. I won't do that to someone else. Even if it means the binding fails. Even then. He took her hand. We'll find another way. We always do. Hermione's expression softened. I love your optimism. Even when it borders on the delusional. That's what you're here for. To keep me tethered to reality. She laughed, a real laugh, warm and unguarded, and for a moment the weight of everything lifted. Then the moment passed, and they were back to the work at hand. Tomorrow, Harry said. I'll go to London. Talk to Marcus Webb. See if there's any chance he'll help us. Be careful. If she's dangerous, I can handle myself. Hermione's smile was sharp. I fought a war too, remember? He kissed her, quick but fierce, and they went back to work. The night brought new complications. Harry was reviewing the day's reports when Luna appeared in the doorway of the command tent, her expression unusually serious. The Grey Lady wants to see you, she said. She says the castle has been dreaming. Harry followed Luna through the darkened corridors, his wand casting soft light ahead of them. The reconstruction crews had finished for the night, and Hogwarts was quiet in that profound way that ancient buildings are quiet, not empty, but waiting. Helena Ravenclaw waited in the astronomy tower, her translucent form gazing out at the stars. Heir, she said as Harry approached. I apologize for the late summons, but what I have to say could not wait. The castle dreams? Yes. Helena turned to face him, and there was fear in her ghostly eyes. It has not dreamed since the Founder's time. Dreams were sealed away along with the king, too dangerous, too connected to the thing below. But now, the seals are weakening. Yes. And the dreams are returning. She drifted closer. I experienced one tonight. For the first time in 9 centuries, I dreamed. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ghost's presence. What did you see? Chains breaking. Darkness rising. And something else, a figure at the center of it all. A woman with amber eyes, standing before the Hollow King's prison, speaking words I could not hear. Helena's form flickered. I believe the castle was trying to warn us. Someone intends to release the king. The image clicked in Harry's mind. Amber eyes. A woman with 2 ready answers and a convenient plan. Morrigan. How sure are you? He asked, keeping his voice steady. The dreams are not prophecy, they are warning. Possibility, not certainty. Helena's expression was grave. But the castle does not dream without purpose. It saw something in the woman you met today. Something dangerous. Harry's thoughts raced. Morrigan's plan, channeling the castle's power into the binding, suddenly looked different in this light. What if she wasn't trying to strengthen the chains? What if she was laying groundwork to break them? Thank you, Helena. I need to, wait. The ghost raised one translucent hand. There is more. The dream showed something else. Another heir. The Slytherin bloodline the goblins could not find. Who? The woman herself. Helena's eyes met his. The amber-eyed one. She carries Slytherin blood, strong blood, carefully hidden for generations. She is what she claimed to oppose. Harry went cold. A Slytherin heir. Walking through Hogwarts, learning its secrets, positioning herself to, what? Release the Hollow King. Control it? The original Slytherin had believed the king could be harnessed. Had his descendants continued that belief? I have to warn Hermione. Go. Helena was already fading. But be careful, heir. The Slytherin line has always been skilled at deception. Whatever this woman wants, she has planned for your suspicions. Harry ran. He found Hermione in her quarters, a small room off the Ravenclaw tower that she'd claimed for herself during the reconstruction. She was already asleep, her research notes scattered across the desk, her hair a wild halo against the pillow. Hermione. He shook her gently. Wake up. She came awake instantly, wand in hand, the reflex of someone who'd spent years in danger. Harry. What's wrong? He told her. About the castle's dreams, Helena's warning, the revelation that Morrigan was a Slytherin heir. Hermione listened with growing alarm. She was here all afternoon, Hermione said when he finished. In the library, with me. I showed her, she stopped, her face paling. The lower-level maps. She asked about the castle's structural layout. I thought it was academic interest. She was scouting. The deep chambers. She knows where they are now. Hermione was already rising, pulling on robes. We have to stop her. If she gets to the binding, she can't. The deep levels are sealed. Multiple wards, your design. Nothing gets through without my authorization. But if she's really a Slytherin heir. Hermione's eyes widened. The castle might recognize her blood. The wards might. A distant explosion shook the tower. They ran. The chaos was centered on the lower dungeons. By the time Harry and Hermione arrived, a crowd had gathered, volunteers and fighters who'd been roused by the blast, wands drawn and faces tense. Neville was at the front, directing people back from a corridor that glowed with sickly green light. Report, Harry demanded. Someone breached the lower wards. Neville's face was grim. About 2 minutes ago. Massive magical discharge, it triggered every alarm we have. Morrigan Blackwood. She's a Slytherin heir. She's trying to reach the binding. Neville didn't waste time asking questions. We need to stop her. Working on it. Harry reached for his connection to the castle, feeling for the disruption in the wards. There, a thread of foreign magic worming through his protections, exploiting the gaps that Slytherin blood naturally found in the ancient defenses. She's moving fast. Deeper. Can you stop her from here? Maybe. But if I'm wrong, then we go after her. Hermione's voice was steel. Together. Harry nodded. He'd hoped to avoid the deep chambers, to prepare properly before facing the king's influence again. But Morrigan had forced his hand. If she reached the binding, if she managed to weaken the chains further. Neville, hold this position. Don't let anyone else follow us down. He met his friend's eyes. If we're not back in an hour, seal the dungeons entirely. Permanent wards. Nothing in or out. Harry, do it. He turned to Hermione. Ready? Always. They descended into darkness. The lower dungeons were different from the last time Harry had seen them. The walls seemed to press closer, the shadows deeper. The temperature dropped as they descended, their breath misting in air that should have been underground warm. And the whispers, constant now, barely audible but relentless, scraped at the edges of his mind. "Come down," they said. "Come closer. We're waiting for you." Hermione walked beside him, her wand casting steady light, her jaw set with determination. She heard the whispers too, Harry could see it in her eyes, but she didn't falter. The trail Morgan had left was easy to follow, broken wards and damaged stonework, the marks of someone moving fast and not caring about discretion. She was ahead of them by minutes at most, but minutes might be enough. There. Hermione pointed. Ahead, a doorway glowed with amber light, the same color as Morgan's eyes, and shadows moved within. They approached carefully, wands raised. The doorway opened into a chamber Harry recognized, the ritual space beneath the great hall, where the chains of light stretched across the terrible darkness. But something had changed. Morgan stood at the edge of the pit, her arms raised, her voice chanting in a language that hurt to hear. The chains around her were vibrating, their golden glow flickering between light and something darker. And below, the Hollow King was awake. Not fully, not free, but present in a way it hadn't been before. Harry could feel its attention focused on the chamber, on Morgan, on the ritual she was performing. It was vast and cold and impossibly hungry, and some part of it was reaching up through the weakened chains, feeding on the magic she was offering. "Yes," the king whispered, and the whisper filled the world. "Feed me. Free me. I will give you everything." "Morgan, stop." Harry's voice cracked across the chamber like a whip. The historian turned, and her expression was nothing like the composed scholar she'd presented. Her eyes blazed with amber light, her features twisted with ecstatic fervor. "Harry Potter." Her voice resonated with power that wasn't entirely her own. "I wondered when you'd arrive. You're slower than I expected. Whatever you're doing, it ends now. Does it?" She laughed, and the sound was wrong, layered, echoing, as if multiple voices spoke through her throat. "You don't understand, do you? The founders were fools. They had godlike power at their fingertips and they chose to cage it. My ancestor Salazar understood, the king isn't a threat to be contained. It's a tool to be wielded. Salazar didn't wield it. He ran. He wasn't strong enough. His companions weren't visionary enough." Morgan's arms swept wide. "But I am. I've spent my life preparing for this moment. Gathering knowledge. Building power. Waiting for the chains to weaken enough that I could finally claim what should have been ours." "The king will consume you," Hermione said. "It's not a tool, it's an entity of pure hunger. It doesn't make deals, it devours. The clever one speaks." Morgan's smile was pitying. "You see intelligence without wisdom. The king can be bound, your precious founders proved that. And what can be bound can be controlled. It's simply a matter of negotiation." "She speaks truth," the king's voice slithered through Harry's mind. "I hunger, but I am not mindless. I can offer much to those who serve me wisely. Power beyond imagining. Knowledge lost to ages. Even the dead themselves, preserved within my essence, return to life." Harry felt the temptation, he couldn't help it. His parents. Sirius. Everyone he'd lost. The king knew his weaknesses, was probing them expertly. But he also remembered the trial. The voices of the dead telling him to live. The wisdom he'd begun to learn about releasing the past. "No," he said quietly. Morgan's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, that the temptation hadn't worked. "You're refusing." The layered quality of her voice intensified. "You could have everything. Family. Peace. An end to the endless struggle. I could have lies." Harry raised his wand. The king offers what it knows we want, but it can't actually deliver. Those souls aren't preserved, they're consumed. Whatever it promises, it can't give. You don't know that. I do. He stepped forward. Because the castle told me. The archive of Rowena Ravenclaw, preserved in these walls for exactly this moment. The king lies with truth, using genuine knowledge to construct false promises. It can't bring back the dead because they don't exist within it, they've been unmade entirely. Morrigan's composure cracked. The archive is sealed. No one has accessed it in, I'm the heir of Ravenclaw. Harry smiled grimly. The archive opened for me. Kill him, the king commanded, and the layered quality of its voice sharpened into something like fear. Kill him now, before he disrupts the ritual. Morrigan's wand came up, a curse forming on her lips. Hermione was faster. A stunning spell caught Morrigan in the chest, staggering her. A second spell bound her arms. A third knocked her wand away. The historian collapsed to her knees, the amber light in her eyes dimming as the king's influence faded. But the ritual wasn't finished. The chains had stopped glowing golden entirely, they were dark now, all of them, pulsing with the sickly green of stolen magic. And the darkness below was rising. You've interrupted my servant, but you haven't stopped my ascent. The king's voice boomed through the chamber. She opened the way. All I need now is to take it. The chains began to snap. Not one or two, dozens, all at once, breaking like threads under unbearable tension. The darkness below surged upward, a wave of pure consumption reaching for the light. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He threw himself into the castle. Not physically, mentally. He poured his consciousness into the ancient stones, feeling Hogwarts' vast awareness merge with his own. For a terrible instant, he was everywhere at once, every classroom and corridor, every tower and dungeon, every grain of stone that had stood against darkness for 1,000 years. And then he was in the ley lines. Power flooded through him, not his power, but Hogwarts. A millennium of accumulated magic, the crystallized dedication of countless teachers and students, the fierce protective love of generations. Harry gathered it all and hurled it downward, into the breaking chains. Golden light erupted. New chains formed, or perhaps old ones renewed themselves, Harry couldn't tell which. The darkness that had been rising slammed against them and recoiled. The Hollow King's scream echoed through dimensions, a sound of frustrated rage that shook the stones of the castle. This isn't over, Heir. You cannot hold this forever. When you weaken, when you fall, I will be waiting. The darkness receded. The chains solidified. The chamber fell silent except for the harsh sound of breathing. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing, the actual hospital wing this time, fully restored during the past weeks. Hermione sat beside his bed, her face drawn with exhaustion but her eyes bright with tears. You absolute idiot, she said when she saw his eyes open. You nearly killed yourself. But I didn't. His voice was a croak. The king. Contained. The new chains are holding, stronger than before, according to Fleur's cursebreakers. Whatever you did down there, it worked. Morrigan. Imprisoned. She's not talking, but we found her research, the real research, not the sanitized version she showed us. She's been planning this for years. Decades. Hermione's jaw tightened. She knew the battle would weaken the chains. She was waiting for exactly this opportunity. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest. Don't move. Hermione gently pushed him back down. The healers said you channeled more magical energy than any human should be able to survive. You're going to be in this bed for at least 3 days. We don't have 3 days, we have exactly as many days as your body needs to recover. Her tone brooked no argument. Neville is handling security. Susan is coordinating the volunteers. Everyone is working together, exactly like you wanted them to. The castle will survive without you for a few days. Harry wanted to argue, but his body was already pulling him back towards sleep. The last thing he saw was Hermione's face, fierce and loving and impossibly beautiful in the morning light. When dreams came, they were peaceful for the first time in weeks. 3 days became 5. Harry recovered slowly, his body processing the strain of channeling the castle's power. Hermione rarely left his side, bringing him reports and updates, keeping him connected to the work even as she prevented him from participating directly. The news was mostly good. The new chains were holding. The castle's wards had strengthened dramatically, a side effect of Harry's desperate channeling, apparently. And word of the failed attack had spread, galvanizing support from fence-sitters who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew. Even better, the goblins had finally found the Slytherin heir. Her name is Iris Webb, Hermione said, bringing Harry the report on his 5th day of bed rest. Marcus Webb's twin sister. She's been living in France, apparently their parents separated after a magical incident when the twins were young. The mother took Iris, the father kept Marcus. Twins. Harry frowned. Ragnarok only mentioned Marcus. Because the goblins were looking for the Gryffindor line. Iris carries both bloodlines, Gryffindor through their father, Slytherin through their mother. Hermione's expression was troubled. The Slytherin blood must have been dormant in the mother, like the Gryffindor blood in the father. But when the twins were born, somehow the bloodlines sorted, Marcus got the Gryffindor inheritance, Iris got the Slytherin. That's convenient. Very. Almost too convenient. Hermione sat on the edge of his bed. But the blood trace is confirmed. Iris Webb is our missing Slytherin heir. And unlike her brother, her magic is active. Weak, mostly accidental, but present. Is she in France now? Yes. I've reached out through diplomatic channels. She's agreed to meet with us, but she's wary. Apparently the magical world hasn't been kind to her. She was rejected by Beauxbatons for being insufficiently magical. She's grown up caught between worlds, knowing magic exists but unable to fully access it. Harry thought about his own childhood, the cupboard, the Dursleys, the sense of being a freak that magic had only partially healed. He could imagine how it must have felt for Iris, knowing she had power but being told it wasn't enough. When can we meet her? As soon as you're well enough to travel. Hermione's hand found his. Harry, there's something else. About Marcus. What about him? He's disappeared. Her grip tightened. Someone visited his flat 3 days ago, right after we learned his identity. When we sent people to make contact, the place was empty. His neighbors say he left in a hurry, with 2 people they'd never seen before. Harry's blood chilled. Morrigan's people? Possibly. She must have had Confederates we didn't know about. Hermione's face was grim. They have a head start. Whoever took Marcus, they've had days to get him somewhere we can't find him. They need him for something. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. If they're trying to release the king, they'd need the bloodlines too. Not to strengthen the chains, to break them properly. A corrupted ritual. Using the heir's blood to unmake the binding instead of renew it. Exactly. Harry forced himself upright despite the pain. We have to find him. We will. Hermione didn't try to push him back down this time. But first, we need to talk to Iris. She's the only other person who might know where her brother could have been taken. And she's the only Slytherin heir we have left who isn't imprisoned or missing. Harry nodded grimly. France it is. They left 2 days later, when Harry was well enough to apparate without risking splinching himself. The journey was tense. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time, that somewhere, Morrigan's allies were preparing something terrible, and every hour they delayed brought catastrophe closer. Iris Webb lived in a small village in southern France, the kind of picturesque place that tourists photographed but rarely lingered in. Her cottage was set apart from the others, half hidden by overgrown gardens that seemed to move slightly in the absence of wind. She met them at the door. Iris looked nothing like her brother. Where Marcus had been dark-haired and familiar-featured, Iris was fair, with eyes of an unusual violet color and a thin, angular face that spoke of Slytherin ancestry more clearly than any genealogical record. "You're him," she said, studying Harry with unnerving intensity. "The one who bound the darkness anew. News travels fast. Magical news always does. Even to those of us on the fringes." She stepped back, gesturing them inside. "Come. We have much to discuss, and I fear very little time to discuss it." The cottage was cluttered with books, artifacts, and what looked like half-completed experiments. Iris moved through the chaos with practiced ease, clearing chairs for her guests. "You know why we're here," Hermione said when they were seated. "Of course. The Hollow King. The failing seals. The need for all 4 bloodlines to restore the binding properly." Iris's violet eyes fixed on Harry. "And my brother, who's been taken by people who want to use our blood for the opposite purpose. You know where he is?" "I know who took him." Iris rose, moving to a window that looked out on the overgrown garden. "The Covenant of the Serpent. They're ancient, older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts. They've been waiting for this moment since Salazar Slytherin first argued that the king should be controlled rather than contained. Morrigan Blackwood was part of them. Their leader, actually. Or she was, before you captured her." Iris turned back to face them. "Her deputy is a man named Vance Travers. He's the one who took Marcus. He's preparing the corrupted ritual even now." "Where?" "The obvious place. The only place with enough magical resonance to break chains forged by the founders themselves." Iris's expression was grim. "He's taking Marcus back to Hogwarts. To the chamber beneath the castle. To the Hollow King's prison." Harry felt his blood turn to ice. "He can't get inside. The wards recognize founder blood." Iris met his eyes. "Marcus carries Gryffindor blood. Dormant, yes, but present. If Travers can force a blood sacrifice, he can open the way." Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. "And with the ritual we've seen, he could break the chains entirely." "When?" Harry demanded. "Soon. Tonight. Maybe sooner, I don't know Travers's precise timeline." Iris moved toward them. "But I know this. If we're going to stop him, we need to move now. All of us. Together. You'll help us?" "I'll do more than help." Iris's violet eyes blazed. "I'll stand beside you in that chamber and add my blood to the binding. Slytherin blood, given willingly, to strengthen instead of corrupt." She paused. "It's what my ancestors should have done 1,000 years ago." Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded slightly. "Trust her," the gesture said. "We don't have a choice." "Then let's go," Harry said. "We have a castle to save." They disapparated together, leaving the cottage silent behind them. Hogwarts was under attack when they arrived. Dark-robed figures swarmed the outer wards, throwing magic at defenses that flickered and strained under the assault. The volunteers had armed themselves, forming lines of resistance, but they were badly outnumbered. "The Covenant," Iris said grimly. "Travers must have activated their full network." "Get to the chamber," Harry commanded. "Find Marcus. Stop the ritual. I'll hold them here." "Harry," Hermione began. "Go." He was already running toward the battle. "I'll catch up when I can." He crashed into the Covenant lines like a force of nature. The connection to the castle was stronger than ever after his desperate channeling. Harry could feel every inch of the grounds, every defender, every attacker. He could feel the ancient magic thrumming beneath his feet, eager to protect its home. He let it. Golden light erupted from the ground, the walls, the very air. Covenant attackers were hurled backward, their dark magic dissolving on contact with the castle's fury. Harry moved through the chaos, his wand a blur of spellwork, his body an instrument of Hogwarts' will. But there were too many of them. For every attacker he downed, two more pressed forward. The defenders were brave but overwhelmed. And somewhere below, the ritual was proceeding. He had to trust Hermione and Iris. He had to believe they would succeed. And in the meantime, he would give them the time they needed, even if it killed him. Deep beneath the castle, Hermione and Iris raced through corridors that had been ancient when the Ministry was young. "There," Iris said, pointing ahead. Light flickered around a doorway that hadn't existed before, golden and green, intertwined and struggling. They burst through. The chamber was transformed. The chains that Harry had renewed were writhing, pressed upon by magic that stank of corruption and blood. At the center, Marcus Webb knelt in a ritual circle, his face slack with enchantment, his blood dripping from wounds on his arms into patterns on the floor. And standing over him, arms raised, voice chanting in that terrible language, Vance Travers. A thin, pale man with eyes that reflected the green light of breaking chains. He barely glanced at the newcomers before returning to his work. "You're too late," he said calmly. "The ritual is nearly complete. In moments, the king will rise. Not today." Hermione's wand moved in a complex pattern, and a wave of force slammed into the ritual circle. Travers stumbled but kept chanting. The circle's protections held. "Iris," Hermione said. "He's using Marcus's blood to power the ritual. If we can substitute willing blood, Slytherin blood, I understand." Iris drew a knife from her robes and, without hesitation, slashed her own palm. "What do I do?" "The circle. Get inside it. Your blood has to override his." Iris ran forward. Travers tried to stop her, a curse that Hermione deflected, another that Iris ducked. But his concentration was divided between attack and ritual, and something had to give. Iris reached the circle's edge. The protections flared against her, but she was Slytherin blood, legitimate and strong. The circle recognized her. She stepped through. No. Travers abandoned his chanting to stop her physically. Too late. Iris pressed her bleeding palm to the floor, and the ritual's nature changed. What had been corruption became purification. What had been destruction became renewal. Slytherin blood, given willingly, flowing into chains that had been forged by Slytherin's own hand a millennium ago. The chains blazed gold. Travers screamed as the corrupted magic rebounded on him, his body aging decades in seconds. He collapsed into dust before his cry could finish. And below them, the Hollow King's voice rose in fury. "Not again. Not another 1,000 years. I will." The chains snapped taut. The darkness compressed. The king's voice faded into silence. And in the chamber, 3 figures remained, Hermione, exhausted but triumphant. Iris, kneeling beside her brother, her blood still dripping into the renewed binding. And Marcus, stirring from his enchantment, confused but alive. "Is it over?" he asked weakly. "For now," Iris said. "But we have much to explain to you, brother." The battle above ended when the ritual completed. The Covenant forces felt their master's destruction through their dark marks, and most fled immediately. Those who remained were captured or killed. By dawn, Hogwarts was secure once more. Harry found Hermione in the Great Hall, watching the sunrise through the restored enchanted ceiling. She was battered and tired but whole, and when she saw him, her face lit with relief. "We did it," she said as he reached her. "You did it." He pulled her into an embrace. "I just held the line. Someone had to." She leaned into him. "The king is bound. Stronger than before, according to Iris. Slytherin blood given freely is more powerful than any forced sacrifice. And Marcus? Confused but unharmed. Iris is with him, she's going to explain everything. He deserves to know what he's inherited, even if his magic never fully awakens. Harry looked around the great hall, at the restored tables, the new windows, the ceiling that showed perfect blue sky despite the chaos of the night. His home. His responsibility. His burden and his joy. We still have work to do, he said. The reconstruction. The wards. Making this place what it should be. I know. Hermione looked up at him. But that's tomorrow's problem. Today, we rest. We celebrate. We remember why we fought so hard. And us? Harry asked quietly. Where do we go from here? She smiled, that brilliant, devastating smile that had haunted his dreams since he was too young to understand it. Everywhere, she said. Together. He kissed her as the sun rose over a castle that had been wounded but not broken, battered but not destroyed. The rebuilding continued. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Awakening. The dawn after victory should have felt triumphant. Instead, Harry stood in the ruins of the eastern courtyard, surveying the damage the Covenant's attack had left behind. Scorch marks blackened ancient stones. 3 of the newly repaired greenhouses had been destroyed. The Quidditch pitch, which they'd only just begun to restore, was cratered and smoking. And worse, 17 dead. Volunteers who had come to help rebuild, caught in the crossfire of a battle they'd never signed up to fight. Neville approached, his face gray with exhaustion and grief. We've identified most of them. Seamus is coordinating notification of families. Most? 3 were too badly damaged. The curse work the Covenant used. Neville's jaw tightened. We're working on it. Harry closed his eyes. 17 people. 17 families who would receive the worst news of their lives because they believed in what he was building. This is my fault, he said quietly. Don't. Neville's voice was sharp. Don't do that to yourself. You didn't kill them, the Covenant did. You saved everyone else. I should have anticipated, you did anticipate. You built defenses, trained people, created response protocols. Without all that, the death toll would have been in the hundreds. Neville gripped Harry's shoulder. War has costs. You know that better than anyone. The question is whether the cause is worth it. Harry looked at the castle rising behind them, damaged again, but standing. Still standing, after everything. The enchanted windows caught the morning light. The towers reached toward the sky. And somewhere inside, hundreds of people were already working to repair what had been broken. It's worth it, he said. Then mourn the dead and keep fighting for the living. That's all any of us can do. They stood together in silence as the sun climbed higher, honoring the fallen before returning to the work of survival. The Wizengamot convened an emergency session 3 days after the attack. Harry was summoned to testify, not as a defendant, technically, but the tone of the summons made it clear he was being held responsible. Minister Blackwood had wasted no time spinning the narrative. Harry Potter's reckless independence had drawn dangerous elements to Hogwarts, resulting in civilian deaths. This is a trap, Hermione said as they prepared in Harry's quarters. She was adjusting his formal robes with more force than necessary, her frustration evident in every gesture. Blackwood is using the tragedy to advance his agenda. He'll try to paint you as incompetent, dangerous, unable to protect the people under your care. He might be right. He's not. Hermione stepped back, studying him with fierce intensity. You contained an ancient evil. You defeated a cult that had been planning this for decades. You saved hundreds of lives. The fact that you couldn't save everyone doesn't make you a failure, it makes you human. Try telling that to the families. I have. Several of them, actually. Her expression softened slightly. They're grieving, but they don't blame you. Most of them are angry at the ministry for not providing more support, for leaving Hogwarts isolated while they played political games. Harry absorbed this. He'd been avoiding the families, unable to face their grief, certain they would hate him for leading their loved ones into danger. The idea that they might feel differently was complicated. "Come on," Hermione said, taking his hand. "Let's go face the wolves." The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Spectators filled every available seat, with more crowded into the aisles and doorways. The press gallery overflowed with reporters from every magical publication Harry had ever heard of and several he hadn't. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation and barely suppressed hostility. Minister Blackwood presided from the elevated bench, flanked by senior Wizengamot members whose expressions ranged from openly hostile to carefully neutral. Beneath his carefully maintained composure, Harry could sense Blackwood's satisfaction. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. "Mr. Potter." Blackwood's voice carried the weight of official authority. "You are called before this body to account for the events at Hogwarts on the night of the 15th. 17 citizens of magical Britain lost their lives in an attack that you failed to prevent. What do you have to say?" Harry stepped to the speaking podium, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him. He'd prepared remarks, Hermione had helped him draft them, but looking out at the assembled wizards and witches, the scripted words felt hollow. He set aside his notes. 17 people died, he said quietly. Each of them had names, families, dreams. They came to Hogwarts because they believed in something, in rebuilding a school that had been their home, in creating a future better than the past. I cannot bring them back. I cannot undo what happened. And I won't stand here and pretend that their deaths don't weigh on me every moment of every day. The chamber had gone silent. Even the hostile faces seemed arrested by the raw honesty in his voice. But I will not accept blame for the actions of fanatics. The Covenant of the Serpent was a terrorist organization that had been planning their attack for decades. They infiltrated my operation through deception. They struck with overwhelming force in the middle of the night. And they were stopped, not by the ministry, which has done nothing but obstruct our reconstruction, but by the volunteers who chose to fight rather than run. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Minister Blackwood would have you believe that Hogwarts under my stewardship is dangerous. He's right. It is dangerous. It's dangerous because we're doing something that matters, rebuilding the greatest magical institution in Britain, containing an ancient threat that the ministry didn't even know existed, and creating a future where the mistakes of the past won't be repeated. Harry's voice hardened. That work has costs. Everyone who volunteered knew the risks. They came anyway, because some things are worth fighting for. He turned to address the chamber directly. I am not asking for the ministry's approval. I'm not asking for your support. Hogwarts belongs to its founders' heirs, and I will continue the reconstruction with or without your blessing. But if any of you actually care about the 17 who died, if you want to honor their sacrifice instead of using it as a political weapon, then stop playing games and start helping. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, from somewhere in the back of the chamber, someone began to clap. Others joined in. The applause spread, tentative at first, then building into something that shook the ancient walls. Blackwood's expression curdled as he realized he'd lost control of the moment. Order, he shouted over the noise. This body will have order. The applause faded, but the damage was done. Harry could see it in the faces of the Wizengamot members. The ones who had been hostile now looked uncertain, the neutral ones almost sympathetic. Mr. Potter. Blackwood's voice was ice. The Wizengamot will deliberate on your testimony. You are dismissed. Harry inclined his head and walked out, Hermione falling into step beside him. That was either brilliant or catastrophically reckless, she murmured. Why not both? She laughed despite herself. Always both with you. They returned to Hogwarts to find unexpected visitors. Marcus and Iris Webb had set up in the Ravenclaw common room, surrounded by books and artifacts that Iris had brought from her cottage in France. The twins looked remarkably similar when seated together, something about the shape of their faces, the way they held themselves, despite their different coloring. "We've been researching," Iris said as Harry and Hermione entered. "The Hollow King. The original binding. What it would take to make the seals truly permanent. And it's complicated." Marcus spoke up, his voice still uncertain but stronger than before. The past few days had been overwhelming for him, discovering he was magical, learning about the world that had been hidden from him his whole life, confronting the fact that ancient evil lurked beneath his ancestors' school. But he was adapting faster than Harry had expected. The Founder's binding was never meant to last forever. It was a stopgap measure while they searched for a permanent solution. A permanent solution they never found, Iris added grimly. Rowena's archive mentions several attempts, rituals, weapons, even negotiations with the king itself. Nothing worked. The best they could manage was containment. "So we're in the same position they were," Harry said. "Holding the line until we figure something out." "Not exactly." Iris pulled a book from the pile, ancient, bound in leather that seemed to shift colors when Harry looked directly at it. "This is from my family's collection. Passed down through the Slytherin line for generations. Most of it is genealogical records and magical theory, but there's one section that references something called the final option." "That sounds ominous." "It is." Iris opened the book to a marked page. The text is fragmentary, but it suggests that the Founders knew of a way to destroy the Hollow King entirely. Not contain it, destroy it. End its existence permanently. Harry felt a spark of hope he immediately tried to suppress. Why didn't they use it? Because the cost was too high. Iris's violet eyes met his. The final option requires sacrifice. Not just blood or magic, but essence. The core of what makes a person them. To destroy the king, someone would have to give up everything, their power, their memories, their very soul. They would cease to exist in any meaningful way. The hope died. Harry thought about the people he loved, the future he was building with Hermione. He thought about finally being free, finally having a life that wasn't defined by prophecy and destiny. "That's not an option," he said quietly. "No. Not unless things become truly desperate." Iris closed the book. "But I thought you should know. The Founders weren't out of ideas, they just weren't willing to pay the price." "Were they right to refuse?" Hermione asked. "If one sacrifice could end the threat forever." "That's the question, isn't it?" Iris smiled sadly. "How much is any one life worth against the survival of all magic? The Founders chose to bind the king and hoped their descendants could find a better way. We're those descendants. The choice is ours now." Heavy silence filled the room. "What about Marcus's magic?" Harry asked, deliberately changing the subject. "Any progress?" "Some." Marcus raised his hand, and after a moment of concentration, a faint shimmer appeared around his fingers. "It's like trying to flex a muscle you didn't know you had. Iris says the potential is there, I just need to learn how to access it." "The awakening rituals the goblins mentioned?" "Too dangerous for someone starting from scratch," Iris said. "We're trying a gentler approach. Gradual exposure to magical environments, meditation techniques, focused exercises. It's slower, but safer." "How long until he's ready to participate in the binding?" "Weeks. Maybe months." Iris's expression was apologetic. "I know that's not the answer you wanted." Harry nodded slowly. They had time, the renewed seals would hold for a while, but not unlimited time. Every day they delayed was a day the king might find a new way to reach the surface. "Keep working on it. Whatever you need, resources, space, expertise, it's yours." "There is one thing," Marcus said hesitantly. "I'd like to learn more about my heritage. Both sides of it. I've spent my whole life not knowing who I really was, and now. Now you're the heir of Godric Gryffindor, Harry finished. That's a lot to take in. It is. But it's also. Marcus struggled for words. It feels right, somehow. Like a piece of me that was always missing has finally clicked into place. Even if my magic never fully awakens, I want to understand what I've inherited. The responsibility of it. Harry thought about his own journey, the years of ignorance, the shocking revelations, the gradual acceptance of a destiny he'd never chosen. He understood exactly what Marcus was feeling. There are portraits, he said. Founders' portraits, in the castle. They're not complete reconstructions, the founders never sat for proper magical paintings, but they contain echoes of personality, fragments of memory. Godric's portrait might be able to tell you things no book could. Marcus's face lit up. Would you show me? After you've rested. The portraits can be overwhelming if you're not prepared. Harry smiled slightly. Trust me, I know. The nights were the hardest. Harry lay in darkness, Hermione asleep beside him, and listened to the castle breathe. Through his connection, he could feel every corner of Hogwarts, the workers sleeping in the dormitories, the guards patrolling the perimeters, the house elves moving silently through corridors that had been haunted when Harry was young. And beneath it all, buried under layers of ancient stone and magical chains, the Hollow King waited. It was quieter now than it had been. The renewed binding had forced it deeper, compressed its influence, limited its reach. But Harry could still feel it, a constant pressure at the edge of his awareness, patient and hungry and utterly certain that time was on its side. You cannot hold forever, the king whispered. Its voice was fainter than before, but no less malevolent. Flesh tires. Magic fades. Will erodes. I have watched civilizations rise and fall while I waited in darkness. What is one lifetime against eternity? Shut up, Harry muttered. Such defiance. Such fire. You remind me of Godric, you know. He burned so brightly, so certain he could overcome anything through sheer determination. The voice carried a note of dark amusement. He died old and bitter, having accomplished nothing. The binding he created was a prison for me, yes, but also for his descendants. An endless obligation, passed from generation to generation. Is that your legacy, Harry Potter? Chains for your children's children? Harry didn't respond. Engaging with the king only gave it purchase in his mind, a foothold from which to spread its influence. Better to let its words wash over him like waves against stone. She cannot save you, you know. The clever one. She thinks her intelligence is a weapon, but I have consumed scholars whose brilliance made her look like a child. What she knows is a candle, what I know is the sun. A pause. I could share it with her. All the knowledge I have gathered over millennia. Every secret, every mystery, every answer to every question she's ever asked. I could make her the wisest being in creation, if you would only let me. She wouldn't want it. Are you certain? She hungers for knowledge the way I hunger for magic. It defines her, shapes her, drives her every action. Given the choice between safety and understanding, which would she choose? Harry turned his head to look at Hermione. She was beautiful in sleep, her features relaxed, her wild hair spread across the pillow. He thought about all the times he'd seen that hungry look in her eyes, the way she devoured books, pursued mysteries, couldn't rest until she understood every facet of a problem. The king wasn't entirely wrong. Knowledge was Hermione's weakness, her temptation. Given the right offer at the right moment. No. He shook off the doubt. Hermione was stronger than that. She'd proven it 100 times over, choosing friendship over ambition, compassion over cold logic. The king was trying to poison him against the people he loved. He wouldn't let it. We shall see, the voice murmured, fading into the darkness. We shall see. Harry lay awake until dawn, watching Hermione sleep and wondering if the king could see his doubts. A week passed. Then 2. The reconstruction accelerated. With the Covenant's threat neutralized and public opinion shifting in Harry's favor, resources began flowing more freely. Skilled workers arrived from across Europe, cursebreakers, architects, enchanters, drawn by the chance to be part of something historic. The Wysengramot's deliberations ended without formal censure. Blackwood had pushed for sanctions, but enough members had been swayed by Harry's testimony to block the motion. It was a temporary victory. The minister was still hostile, still looking for leverage, but it bought them breathing room. The Great Hall is officially functional, Susan announced at their morning briefing. The young witch had grown into her role as volunteer coordinator, her quiet competence earning respect from everyone who worked with her. We're planning a formal reopening dinner next week. Something to boost morale and celebrate how far we've come. The greenhouse reconstruction is ahead of schedule, Neville added. Professor Sprout's notes were more comprehensive than we realized. She'd been preparing for disaster recovery for years, left detailed instructions for every plant in the collection. The library has been fully catalogued. Hermione's pride was evident. We lost fewer books than we initially feared. Madame Pansa's ghost has organized a restoration team for the damaged volumes. She's remarkably efficient for someone who's dead. Harry listened to the reports, feeling something almost like optimism. For the first time since this began, they were ahead of the crisis rather than behind it. The castle was healing. The community was strengthening. Maybe, just maybe, things were going to be okay. Then George Weasley burst through the door. "We have a problem," he said, his face uncharacteristically serious. "The lower dungeons. The seal's iris reinforced, something's happening to them." Harry felt it before they reached the deep chambers. The wrongness crawled up his spine, settled into his bones. The castle's connection, usually warm and reassuring, pulsed with alarm. Something had changed in the darkness below. They descended quickly, Harry, Hermione, Iris, and a squad of cursebreakers led by Fleur. The corridors seemed longer than before, the shadows deeper. The temperature dropped with each level until their breath misted in the stale air. "The wards are intact," Fleur reported, her wand tracing patterns in the air. "But there's interference. Something is generating magical noise, making it hard to read the deeper protections." "It's the king," Iris said quietly. "It's learning." They reached the sealed door to the binding chamber. The runes that should have pulsed with steady silver light were flickering irregularly, their patterns distorted. "Can you open it?" Hermione asked Harry. He pressed his palm to the iron surface, feeling the castle's recognition. The door swung inward. The chamber had transformed. The chains of light still stretched across the abyss, but they were no longer golden. They pulsed with sickly colors, green and purple and a blue that hurt to look at. The patterns of the binding had shifted, reorganized into configurations that seemed almost organic. And in the center of it all, suspended over the darkness, something was growing. It was small, no larger than a man's torso, but it was unmistakably wrong. A mass of shadow and corrupted light, pulsing like a heartbeat, connected to the chains by threads of dark energy. "What the hell is that?" one of the cursebreakers whispered. "An avatar." Iris's voice was barely audible. "The king is creating a proxy, a fragment of itself that can exist outside the binding." "Is that possible?" Hermione demanded. "Apparently." Iris moved closer to the edge of the abyss, studying the growth with horrified fascination. "It's using the energy we fed into the chains. The binding we renewed, it wasn't just containment. The king twisted it into a feeding tube." Harry stared at the pulsing mass. It was growing even as he watched, slowly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely growing. "How long until it's complete?" "Days. Maybe less." Iris turned to face him. "When it finishes forming, the king will have a presence outside its prison. Not its full power, the chains still bind the majority of its essence, but enough to act." To influence. To hunt. Clever girl, the Hollow King's voice echoed through the chamber. She understands. Do you, little heir? Do you understand what's coming? I understand that you've been planning this since Morrigan's ritual, Harry said aloud. Using her attempt as cover while you worked on something else entirely. The Covenant was always a means to an end. Their foolish girl thought she could control me, as if anything could control the infinite. The voice carried dark amusement. But she served her purpose. She weakened the chains enough for me to begin my work. Now, in a few short days, I will taste freedom for the first time in a millennium. We'll destroy the Avatar. Will you? Look closely, Harry Potter. The Avatar is connected to the binding itself. Destroy it, and you destroy the chains. You would release me to prevent me from being released. A fascinating paradox. Harry looked at the threads connecting the shadow mass to the chains. The king was right, they were interwoven with the binding structure. Attacking one would damage the other. There has to be another way. There is always the final option. One of you could sacrifice everything, soul, magic, existence, to unmake me entirely. The voice paused. But I think we both know none of you are willing to pay that price. Not when there might be some other solution, some clever trick that lets you win without losing anything. The voice faded into the darkness, leaving them alone with the pulsing Avatar and the terrible knowledge of what was coming. They retreated to the surface, sealing the chamber behind them with every ward they could manage. It wouldn't stop the Avatar's growth, but it might slow the king's influence. Options, Harry said as they gathered in the command tent. What are our options? We could try to modify the binding, Fleur suggested. Reconfigure the chains to cut off the Avatar's connection without destroying the overall structure. That would take weeks of preparation, Hermione countered. We don't have weeks. What about the heirs? Neville asked. All four of them working together, could that be enough? Marcus's magic isn't awakened yet, Iris said. And even if it were, the binding ritual requires time and preparation we don't have. The final option. Everyone turned to look at Luna. She had been silent throughout the discussion, her dreamy eyes fixed on something no one else could see. Someone gives up everything, she continued quietly. Their magic, their memories, their soul. The king is unmade. The binding becomes permanent. The threat ends. Luna, we can't ask anyone to, you're not asking. Luna looked at Harry, and there was something terrifying in her gentle gaze. But someone might volunteer. Harry felt cold. Luna. Not me. Not yet. She smiled that serene smile. But the option exists. It's important that we remember it exists. Silence stretched through the tent. There's something else, Hermione said finally. Something I've been researching. The king's nature, what it actually is, beyond the mythology. We know what it is, Harry said. An entity of magical consumption. Primordial chaos given form. That's what the legends say. But the legends were written by people who didn't understand what they were dealing with. Hermione pulled out a sheaf of notes, she always had notes, and began spreading them across the table. I've been cross-referencing sources from different cultures. The entities we call Hollow Kings have appeared in magical histories around the world, under different names. The Greeks called them Void Singers. The Chinese recorded them as hungry ghosts. The Norse had a concept of world eaters. Different cultures encountering the same type of entity, Iris said. That's not surprising. No, but this is, in every case, the entity was created. Not born, not emerged, created. By wizards. The tent went silent. The Hollow Kings are magical constructs, Hermione continued. Extremely old, extremely powerful, but artificial. They were designed as weapons, ways to eliminate entire magical traditions by consuming them from within. The wizards who created them thought they could control them. They were wrong. If they were created, Harry said slowly, then they can be destroyed. Not just contained, actually destroyed. Theoretically. The problem is that the creation process made them effectively immortal. They don't have physical forms that can be killed or magical cores that can be depleted. They exist as pure consumption, they devour everything that might be used to destroy them. Then how? The final option. Hermione's voice was flat. The only thing a Hollow King can't consume is willing sacrifice. A soul that chooses to give itself up completely, holding nothing back, that creates a reaction the king's nature can't process. It's like matter meeting antimatter. Mutual annihilation. Harry absorbed this. So the founders knew this all along. They knew. But they also knew something else, something I only figured out by cross-referencing Rowena's archive with Iris's family texts. Hermione met his eyes. The final option doesn't have to be one person. What do you mean? The mathematics of sacrifice are multiplicative, not additive. One person giving everything creates enough force to destroy the king. But multiple people giving partial sacrifices can achieve the same effect, if the total contribution reaches the necessary threshold. How many people? How much sacrifice? That's where it gets complicated. Hermione hesitated. The calculations suggest 4 people, each giving roughly a quarter of their magical essence. Not everything, not soul death, but permanent sacrifice nonetheless. They would survive, but diminished. Weaker. Less than what they were. 4 people. 4 heirs. Harry looked around the tent at the faces of his friends. 4 founders' bloodlines. 4 people who might be able to end the threat forever, if they were willing to pay the price. We'd lose our magic? Iris asked quietly. Not all of it. Maybe half. Maybe more. Hermione's expression was grim. You'd still be magical, but you'd never be what you could have been. Never reach your full potential. The sacrifice would limit you permanently. And the binding would be permanent too. The king would be destroyed. Completely, utterly destroyed. No binding required, because there would be nothing left to bind. Silence filled the tent. It's a choice, Harry said finally. Not something we can decide for each other. Each of us has to make our own call about whether the price is worth it. It's not just about us, Marcus said. He'd been quiet throughout the discussion, but now he spoke with surprising force. It's about everyone who comes after. Every generation that won't have to fight this battle, won't have to watch the chains and wonder if this is the year they finally break. My family has been guarding this secret for centuries, Iris added. Passing the burden down, parent to child, knowing that someday someone would have to pay the final price. Maybe it's our generation's turn. We don't have to decide now, Harry said. We have days before the Avatar completes. Days to think, to prepare, to make sure this is really the only way. And if it is? Neville asked. Harry looked at the faces around him, Hermione, fierce and brilliant, Iris, weary but determined, Marcus, scared but resolute, Luna, serene and strange, Neville, solid as the earth. His family, not by blood but by choice. Then we do what we've always done, he said. We face it together. The days that followed were the longest of Harry's life. He spent them preparing for something he hoped he wouldn't have to do. They researched alternatives, explored options, searched for any way out that didn't require permanent sacrifice. Hermione barely slept, driving herself to the edge of collapse in pursuit of solutions that might not exist. But they also spent the days saying goodbye to things they might lose. Harry and Hermione walked the grounds of Hogwarts at sunset, hand in hand, watching the light play across the castle's ancient stones. If we do this, Hermione said quietly, we might not be able to do magic properly anymore. Not the kind of magic we've always known. I know. All those spells we learned, all those abilities we developed, they could be gone. Or so weak they're practically useless. I know. She stopped walking, turning to face him. How are you so calm about this? Harry considered the question seriously. Because I've already died once. I've already given up everything I had, walked into the forest knowing I wouldn't come back. This. He gestured at the castle, the grounds, the world around them. This is borrowed time. Every moment since that night has been a gift I never expected to have. That's morbid. Maybe. But it's also true. He took both her hands in his. I don't want to lose my magic. I don't want to be diminished. But if the alternative is letting that thing escape, letting it consume everything we've built and everyone we love, there's no choice. Not really. Hermione's eyes glistened. I keep thinking about all the books I'll never be able to read. All the spells I'll never master. All the mysteries I'll never solve. You'll still be the smartest person I know. Magic or no magic. That's sweet. And completely missing the point. What's the point? The point is that I'm scared. Her voice cracked. I've built my whole identity around being magical, around being clever, around being useful. If I lose that. You won't lose it. You'll lose power, maybe, but not intelligence. Not determination. Not everything that makes you who you are. Harry pulled her close. Besides, we'll lose it together. That has to count for something. She laughed despite herself, a wet, broken sound. When did you become the wise one? Ravenclaw blood, apparently. It comes with the inheritance. They held each other as the sun set, two people facing an impossible choice and finding strength in each other's presence. The night before the ritual, they gathered in the Great Hall. Not just the heirs, everyone. Volunteers, fighters, cursebreakers, house elves. The entire community that had formed around Hogwarts' reconstruction, assembled to hear what was about to happen. Harry stood at the head table, looking out at the faces that had become so familiar over the past weeks. Some were afraid. Some were angry. Most were simply waiting, trusting him to lead them through whatever came next. Tomorrow morning, he said, we end this. 4 of us, the heirs of the founders, will descend to the binding chamber and perform a ritual that will destroy the Hollow King permanently. We will sacrifice a portion of our magical essence in exchange for freedom from the threat that has loomed over this place for 1,000 years. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I won't lie to you. The ritual will diminish us. We will be less than we were. But the alternative, letting the king's avatar complete its formation, letting that ancient hunger loose upon the world, is unthinkable. Harry paused. The founders built this place to be a prison. Tomorrow, we turn it into a victory. What do you need from us? Someone called from the crowd. Protection. The ritual will take hours, and will be vulnerable the entire time. The king won't go quietly, it will reach out with everything it has, trying to stop us. I need every fighter, every defender, every person willing to stand between the darkness and our people. Hands rose throughout the hall. Then more. Then, slowly, everyone was standing, volunteering without words. Thank you, Harry said quietly. All of you. For believing in this. For believing in me. The crowd dispersed to prepare, leaving the heirs alone in the vast space. Tomorrow, Iris said. After tomorrow, everything changes. Everything's been changing since the beginning, Hermione replied. This is just the next step. A big step. Yes. Hermione looked at Harry, and her smile was sad but determined. A big step. They went to their quarters to rest, knowing sleep would be elusive, knowing tomorrow would bring either triumph or disaster. Harry lay awake in the darkness, Hermione curled against his side, and listened to the castle breathe around him. Are you ready to die? The Hollow King whispered. Not dying, Harry thought back. Choosing. There's a difference. The king had no response to that. Dawn came cold and grey. The heirs gathered at the entrance to the lower dungeons, dressed in simple robes, carrying nothing but their wands. Behind them, the entire population of Hogwarts had formed defensive lines, ready to hold against whatever the king threw at them. "Last chance to back out," Harry said, looking at his fellow heirs. "No shame in it." "I didn't come this far to quit," Marcus replied. His magic had awakened partially over the past days, enough, Iris believed, to contribute to the ritual. "Let's finish this. The serpent line has guarded this secret for too long," Iris added. "Time to end it." Hermione simply took Harry's hand and squeezed. They descended. The binding chamber was transformed. The avatar had grown massive, filling nearly half the space above the abyss. It pulsed with stolen light, its form shifting between shapes that hurt to contemplate. The chains around it strained and groaned, barely containing the emergence. "You came," the Hollow King said. "I wondered if you would have the courage." "We're not here to talk," Harry replied. "No. You're here to die. To give up everything you are, everything you might have been, for a moment of defiance against the infinite. We're here to end you. You cannot end what was never created. I am eternal. I am hunger itself. Iris. Now." The ritual began. Iris drew patterns in the air with her blood, Slytherin symbols that had been passed down through her family for generations. Marcus joined her, adding Gryffindor elements he'd learned from the portraits, his weak magic flickering but holding. Hermione wove Ravenclaw complexities, her intellectual precision shaping the spell structure. And Harry, at the center, channeled it all through his Hufflepuff inheritance, the gift of binding, of loyalty, of connection. Power built in the chamber. Not aggressive power, not the force of destruction, but something else. Something willing. 4 people, choosing to give up a part of themselves, choosing to sacrifice for others. The avatar screamed. "No. This is not, you cannot," the chains began to glow. Not sickly colors anymore, pure gold, the color they were meant to be. The corruption that had crept into the binding burned away, consumed by willing sacrifice. Harry felt himself diminishing. His magic, always a warm presence inside him, began to flow outward, into the chains, into the binding, into the ritual that would end this forever. It hurt, like having a limb amputated, like losing something fundamental to his nature. But he didn't stop. Neither did the others. He could feel them through the connection, Marcus, terrified but determined, Iris, relieved to finally end her family's burden, Hermione, grieving the loss of potential even as she chose it willingly. The avatar began to dissolve. "I have existed since before your ancestors crawled from the mud. I have consumed civilizations. You have lost," Harry said. The final surge of power ripped through them. For one eternal moment, Harry was nothing, no magic, no memory, no self, just pure sacrifice flowing into the chains. Then it was over. The avatar was gone. The chains gleamed with permanent gold, fused into the fabric of reality itself. The abyss below was sealed not just by magic but by will, for wills that had chosen to sacrifice a part of themselves for the greater good. And the Hollow King, ancient, terrible, seemingly eternal, was unmade. They emerged into morning light. Harry's legs barely held him. His magic felt hollow, diminished, present but weakened, like an echo of what it had been. The others looked equally drained, equally lessened, equally changed. But they were alive. The crowd surged forward, surrounding them with cheers and tears and expressions of disbelief. Harry saw Neville's face, relief so profound it looked like pain. Susan sobbing into Luna's shoulder. George Weasley, for once, completely speechless. "It's done," Harry said, and his voice sounded thin to his own ears. "The Hollow King is destroyed." The cheering intensified. People were hugging them, crying, laughing, all at once. The celebration was spontaneous and overwhelming and exactly what they needed after what they'd endured. Hermione found his hand again. "How do you feel?" she asked. Harry searched inside himself. The magic was weaker, yes. The connection to the castle was dimmer. But beneath the diminishment, something else was present, something he hadn't expected. Peace. "I feel free," he said. "For the first time in my life, I actually feel free." She smiled, tired, tear-streaked, beautiful. "Then it was worth it," she said. They stood together in the morning light, surrounded by the community they'd built, watching the sun rise over a castle that was finally, truly, at peace. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Heirs War. The first week after the Hollow King's destruction should have been a celebration. Instead, Harry spent it relearning how to cast a simple Lumos charm. His wand felt wrong in his hand, too heavy, too distant, like holding a tool designed for someone else. The magic that had once flowed through him like water now trickled reluctantly, requiring conscious effort for spells he'd cast instinctively since childhood. "Again," Hermione said, watching from across the practice room they'd set up in Gryffindor Tower. Harry raised his wand. Concentrated. Pushed. A feeble glow appeared at the tip, flickered, and died. "Better than yesterday," she offered. "Yesterday I couldn't make it glow at all. Progress is progress." But her voice was strained, and Harry knew she was struggling with the same limitations. Yesterday he'd watched her try to cast a summoning charm, something she'd mastered at 14, and fail 3 times before the book finally wobbled toward her. They'd known the sacrifice would diminish them. They'd chosen it willingly, with full understanding of the cost. But knowing and experiencing were different things entirely. "The healers say it might improve with time," Hermione continued. "The magical pathways aren't destroyed, just atrophied. Like muscles that haven't been used. With practice, we might recover some of what we lost. Some. Some is better than none." Harry set down his wand. His arm was trembling from the exertion of casting a first-year spell. "I used to channel the entire castle's power through my body. Now I can barely light a candle." "You saved the world." "Did I?" He moved to the window, looking out at the grounds below. Workers moved between buildings, continuing the reconstruction that had become the rhythm of life at Hogwarts. "Or did I just trade one prison for another? The king is gone, but we're still trapped, weakened, vulnerable, unable to protect what we've built." Hermione crossed the room to stand beside him. "You're catastrophizing." "I'm being realistic. Those are the same thing, coming from you." She took his hand. "Listen to me. Yes, our magic is diminished. Yes, we're weaker than we were. But the threat that made us need that power is gone. We don't have to fight cosmic horrors anymore. We can just live. Can we?" Harry gestured at the castle. "Blackwood is still out there. The Ministry still wants control of Hogwarts. The Death Eater remnants are still looking for revenge. Just because the biggest threat is gone doesn't mean there are no threats at all. Then we face them differently. With allies instead of raw power. With strategy instead of overwhelming force." Hermione squeezed his hand. "We've always been more than our magic, Harry. Now we get to prove it." He wanted to believe her. He wanted to embrace the optimism she was trying to project. But every time he reached for his magic and felt the hollow weakness where strength used to be, doubt crept back in. "What if it's not enough?" he asked quietly. "What if the next attack comes and we can't stop it? Then we do what we've always done. We improvise. We adapt. We find a way." Hermione turned his face toward hers. "I didn't fall in love with your magic, Harry. I fell in love with you. The person who never gives up, never stops fighting, never accepts that something is impossible just because everyone says it is. You fell in love with me." She blinked. "I Did I not say that before? Not in those exact words, no. Oh. A blush crept across her cheeks. Well. I do. Love you, I mean. In case that wasn't clear. Despite everything, the weakness, the fear, the uncertainty, Harry felt himself smile. It's clear now. Good. She was definitely blushing. Now can we please get back to practicing? I have a theory about modified wand movements that might help compensate for reduced magical output. Of course you do. They practiced until exhaustion forced them to stop, making incremental progress that felt both inadequate and precious. Small victories in a world that suddenly seemed much larger than before. The political attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the Great Hall, meeting with the reconstruction coordinators, when a flustered house elf appeared with an official ministry summons. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir," the elf squeaked, "Ministry Wizards is at the gates. They is saying they has legal authority to enter. They is saying you must comply immediately." Harry exchanged a look with Susan, who had been presenting budget projections. "What kind of legal authority?" "They is having papers, sir." "Many papers. Very official looking." Harry rose, his diminished magic already reaching for the castle's wards. The connection was weaker than it had been, like trying to hear a conversation through a thick wall, but he could still sense the presences at the boundary. Dozens of them. Official signatures on the magical authority they carried. "Stay here," he told Susan. "Continue the meeting. I'll handle this." He found Hermione already at the gates, flanked by Neville and a squad of their most reliable fighters. Beyond the ward boundary, a contingent of ministry officials waited with barely concealed impatience. Leading them was Cornelius Blackwood himself. "Minister," Harry said coolly. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" Blackwood's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Mr. Potter. I'm afraid this isn't a social call. The Wisengamot has passed emergency legislation regarding Hogwarts." He handed over a scroll that Harry didn't need to read. Hermione was already scanning a copy, her face going pale. "The Magical Heritage Protection Act," Blackwood continued. "Given the recent disturbances at this location, the Wisengamot has determined that the castle's reconstruction must be supervised by ministry-appointed officials. For the public's safety, of course. This is a power grab," Hermione said flatly. "You're using the Covenant attack as an excuse to seize control. I'm ensuring that the magical world's most significant historical site isn't destroyed by well-meaning amateurs." Blackwood's tone sharpened. 17 people died here, Ms. Granger. Died because the current administration couldn't protect them. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen again. The current administration destroyed an ancient evil that your ministry didn't even know existed, Harry replied. We sacrificed our own magic to end a threat that could have consumed everything. What exactly has the ministry done to help? We've offered assistance repeatedly. You refused. You offered control disguised as assistance. There's a difference. Blackwood's expression hardened. Be that as it may, the law is the law. The Wisengamot has spoken. You can either allow our inspectors access voluntarily, or will be forced to assert our legal authority. Your legal authority ends at these wards. Harry stepped forward, and despite his diminished magic, something in his bearing made several of the ministry officials step back. Hogwarts belongs to its founders' heirs by ancient covenant. No law passed by the Wisengamot supersedes that claim. An interesting legal theory. Our solicitors disagree. Blackwood produced another document. This is a writ of enforcement. It authorizes us to breach the wards if access is denied. I sincerely hope that won't be necessary. Harry looked at the writ, at the official seals and signatures, at the carefully worded language that turned a power grab into a legal mandate. Blackwood had been planning this for a long time, using every setback, every attack, every death to build the case for intervention. And he might actually have the power to enforce it. Harry's connection to the wards was weakened. His magic was diminished. A direct confrontation might reveal just how vulnerable they'd become. "You have 24 hours, Harry said finally, to present your case to the Wisengamot in full session, with me present to respond. If the full body supports this action after hearing both sides, we'll discuss supervised access. If not, you leave and don't come back." Blackwood's eyes narrowed. "That's not how this works, Mr. Potter. The legislation has already, 24 hours, Minister. Or we find out exactly what happens when you try to breach wards maintained by Founder Blood." Harry held Blackwood's gaze. "I don't think either of us wants that." A long silence stretched between them. 24 hours, Blackwood said finally. "But this isn't over, Potter. The Ministry will have what it requires, one way or another." He turned and led his contingent away. Harry watched them go, feeling the precariousness of the victory. He bought time, nothing more. And time was a resource they were rapidly running out of. "That was impressive," Neville said quietly. "I wasn't sure he'd back down." "He didn't back down. He delayed." Harry turned toward the castle. "We have one day to figure out how to win a political battle without the power to fight a magical one. Then we'd better start planning." Hermione's expression was grim but determined. "Because if we lose this, everything we've built disappears." The planning session lasted all night. They gathered everyone with political knowledge or connections, Hermione, Susan, several former Ministry employees among the volunteers, even Draco Malfoy, whose family's dark history had left him with an extensive understanding of how power worked in the magical world. "Blackwood's legislation is technically valid," Draco said, studying the documents with distaste. "The Wisengamot has the authority to pass emergency measures during times of crisis. But the crisis declaration itself is questionable. The Covenant threat is over, the immediate danger has passed." "Can we challenge the declaration?" Susan asked. "Possibly. But it would take time we don't have. The hearing is tomorrow." "What about the Founder's Covenant?" Hermione was pacing, her mind clearly racing through options. "Harry's claim supersedes Ministry authority, that's established law." "Established but not tested," Draco countered. "The Covenant hasn't been invoked in centuries. Blackwood's lawyers will argue it's an outdated legal fiction that doesn't apply to modern circumstances." "It's not a fiction. Harry literally underwent the trials. The castle recognized him. Can you prove it in a way that satisfies a hostile Wisengamot?" "The magical evidence is there, but interpreting it requires expertise that Blackwood's people will deliberately muddy." Draco shook his head. "This isn't going to be one on legal technicalities. Blackwood has been building toward this for months. He has the votes, the arguments, the momentum. Then how do we stop him?" Harry asked. "You don't. Not through normal channels." Draco met his eyes. "You need to change the game entirely. Make this about something other than legal authority. Such as public opinion. The people out there," Draco gestured toward the grounds, toward the volunteers who had poured their hearts into rebuilding Hogwarts. "They're not here because the Ministry told them to be. They're here because they believe in what you're doing. That belief is your weapon. The Wisengamot doesn't answer to public opinion. Every politician answers to public opinion. They just pretend not to." Draco smiled grimly. "Blackwood is moving against you now because he thinks the Covenant attack weakened your position. 17 dead, chaos in the ruins, the chosen hero unable to protect his people. That's the narrative he's selling." "It's not wrong," Harry said quietly. "I did fail to protect them." "No. You failed to protect them perfectly. There's a difference." Draco leaned forward. "The question is, what story do the survivors tell? What story do the families of the dead tell? If they blame you, Blackwood wins. If they stand with you, if they choose to fight for what their loved ones died building, then everything changes. Harry thought about the families he'd been avoiding. The guilt he'd been carrying since the attack. He'd assumed they would hate him, blame him, want nothing to do with the castle that had cost them so much. But he'd never actually asked. "I need to talk to them," he said. "The families. Tonight, before the hearing." "Harry," Hermione started. "No. Draco's right. This isn't going to be won by lawyers arguing precedents. It's going to be won by people standing together." He rose. "Can you get me a list? Everyone who lost someone in the attack." Susan nodded slowly. "I can have it within the hour." "Then that's where I start." The first family lived in a small cottage in Wales. Harry apparat to the edge of their property at dusk, his weakened magic making the journey more difficult than it should have been. For a long moment he just stood there, looking at the warm light spilling from the windows, trying to find the courage to approach. Thomasina Burke had been 34 years old. A cursebreaker, one of Fleur's team, who had volunteered to help with the reconstruction because she remembered Hogwarts as the place where she'd first learned to believe in herself. She died defending the eastern perimeter, hit by dark magic that the healers couldn't reverse. Her mother answered the door. "Mr. Potter." The woman's face was lined with grief, but her voice was steady. "I wondered if you'd come. Mrs. Burke. I'm sorry for, don't." She held up a hand. "Don't apologize. Not yet. Come inside. We'll talk properly." The cottage was small but warm, filled with photographs and keepsakes and all the evidence of a life fully lived. Mrs. Burke led Harry to a sitting room where an older man, Thomasina's father, presumably, sat in a worn armchair, watching the fire. "Thomas, Mrs. Burke said, Harry Potter is here." The man looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed but clear. "Sit down, son. We've been expecting you." Harry sat, feeling more nervous than he had facing the Hollow King. "I came to. I needed to tell you. That you're sorry." Mr. Burke's voice was gruff but not hostile. "That our Thomasina died because of you?" "Yes. She wrote to us, you know. Every week. Told us all about the reconstruction, about the people she was working with, about how it felt to be part of something that mattered." The old man's hands trembled slightly. "The last letter we got, she said she'd finally found a cause worth dying for." Harry's throat tightened. "I never wanted anyone to die for me." "She didn't die for you. She died for Hogwarts. For the idea of it, a place where young witches and wizards could learn to be their best selves." Mr. Burke leaned forward. "Our Thomasina was never happy in the world as it was. Too much compromise, too much settling. Then you came along and started building something new, and she finally found where she belonged. I should have protected her better. Maybe. Or maybe she was always going to find a fight worth having." Mrs. Burke sat down beside her husband. "We're not angry at you, Mr. Potter. We're grieving, yes. We'll always grieve. But we don't blame you for what happened. The ministry," Harry started. "The ministry wants to use our daughter's death to take what she died protecting." Mrs. Burke's voice turned sharp. "We know about the hearing tomorrow. We know what Blackwood is trying to do. That's why we've been waiting for you." "Waiting? We want to testify." Mr. Burke's eyes met Harry's. "We want to tell the Wisengamot what Thomasina believed in. What she wanted her death to mean. And we're not the only ones." Harry visited 17 families that night. He operated across Britain, each journey more exhausting than the last, his weakened magic straining to carry him. He sat in kitchens and living rooms and once in a hospital waiting area, listening to stories about people he'd never really known. Not all of them were welcoming. 2 families refused to see him, their grief too raw for conversation. One father cursed at him, blamed him for everything, then collapsed into tears that had nothing to do with anger. Harry stayed anyway, sat with the man's pain, didn't try to defend himself or explain. But most of them, 14 of the 17, wanted to help. "They'll speak at the hearing," Harry reported to Hermione when he finally returned to Hogwarts, exhausted beyond words. "The families. They want their voices heard. All of them. Most." He sank into a chair. "They don't blame me, Hermione. Some of them are angry, some of them are sad, but they don't think I failed their loved ones. They think their loved ones succeeded." Hermione knelt beside him, taking his hands. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. You're so busy carrying guilt that you can't see what everyone else sees." "What do they see?" "A leader. Someone who asks people to fight for something worthwhile and fights alongside them. Someone who mourns every loss and still keeps going." She touched his face. "Someone worth following. I don't feel like a leader. I feel like a fraud. Welcome to leadership." She smiled slightly. "The good ones always feel that way." Harry looked at her, exhausted, worried, brilliant, fierce, and felt a surge of emotion he couldn't quite name. "I love you," he said. "In case I haven't mentioned that recently." "You mentioned it once. This morning. That was hours ago. An eternity." She kissed him softly. "Now get some sleep. Tomorrow we fight for everything we've built." The Wizengamot chamber was packed beyond capacity. Harry had expected a formal hearing, lawyers arguing precedents, officials exchanging documents. Instead, he walked into something that felt more like a trial by combat, except the weapons were words and the battlefield was public opinion. Blackwood had brought his full arsenal. Ministry lawyers lined one side of the chamber, armed with scrolls and legal texts. Sympathetic Wizengamot members sat in strategic positions, ready to support his arguments. Even the spectator galleries had been seated with ministry employees, instructed to applaud at appropriate moments. But Harry had his own army. The families had come. Not just the 17 who had lost loved ones in the attack, but dozens more, volunteers and their relatives, Hogwarts alumni, people who had simply heard what was happening and wanted to stand witness. They filled the galleries to overflowing, spilling into the corridors outside. And in the front row, wearing expressions of determined solidarity, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Iris, Marcus, Susan, Fleur, George, and dozens of others who had helped build the impossible. This session will come to order. Chief Warlock Griselda Marchbanks, ancient but sharp-eyed, rapped her gavel. "We are here to consider the Magical Heritage Protection Act as applied to Hogwarts School. Minister Blackwood, you may present your case." Blackwood rose, all polished confidence. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. The ministry's position is straightforward. Hogwarts is a national treasure that has been poorly managed by an unqualified individual. Under Harry Potter's leadership, the castle has been attacked multiple times. 17 civilians are dead. The reconstruction has proceeded haphazardly, without professional oversight or adequate safety protocols." He gestured toward his lawyers. "We have extensive documentation of building code violations, ward deficiencies, and administrative failures. We have testimony from qualified experts that the current management structure is inadequate for a project of this scope. And we have the duty, the responsibility, to ensure that no more innocent people die because one man believes himself above the law." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry could see Wizengamot members nodding, swayed by Blackwood's reasonable tone. "Mr. Potter," Marchbanks said, "you may respond." Harry rose, feeling the weight of every eye upon him. His prepared remarks, carefully crafted by Hermione and revised 3 times, felt suddenly inadequate. This wasn't a moment for legal arguments or technical defenses. He set aside his notes. "Minister Blackwood is right about one thing," Harry said quietly. 17 people died at Hogwarts. I think about them every day. Their names, their faces, the lives they should have lived. I carry that weight, and I always will. The chamber went silent. But the minister is wrong about why they died. They weren't killed by poor management or inadequate safety protocols. They were killed by terrorists, members of an ancient cult who had been planning their attack for decades. The same cult that had infiltrated the ministry itself. Harry let that statement hang in the air. The same cult that our investigation revealed had contacts within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The same cult that operated for years without the ministry's supposedly superior oversight detecting them. Blackwood's expression flickered, just slightly, but Harry saw it. The people who died at Hogwarts weren't victims of my incompetence. They were heroes who chose to fight against something bigger than themselves. And they won. The threat that had loomed over the magical world for 1,000 years, the Hollow King, the entity that the founders themselves could only contain, is destroyed. Gone forever. Not because of the ministry's intervention, but in spite of its obstruction. Harry turned to face the galleries. I see their families here today. People who have every right to hate me, to blame me, to want nothing to do with what we're building at Hogwarts. But they came. They came because they understand something that Minister Blackwood doesn't: some things are worth fighting for. Some things are worth dying for. He faced the Wizengamot directly. You can pass all the legislation you want. You can send inspectors and officials and armies if you choose. But Hogwarts doesn't belong to the Ministry of Magic. It never has. It belongs to the students who learn to believe in themselves within its walls. To the teachers who dedicated their lives to shaping the future. To the community that has formed around its reconstruction, a community that the minister sees as a problem to be managed, but which I see as proof that the wizarding world is capable of coming together for something greater than politics. He paused, letting the silence build. If you want to take control of Hogwarts, you'll have to go through every person in this chamber who believes in what we're building. You'll have to go through the volunteers who gave their time and energy and magic. You'll have to go through the families who chose to honor their dead by standing with us instead of against us. Harry's voice dropped, but somehow carried even further. You'll have to go through me. And I may be weaker than I was. I sacrificed a portion of my magic to destroy the threat that the ministry couldn't even comprehend, but I am not beaten. I will never be beaten. Not by ancient horrors, and not by politicians who see tragedy as an opportunity. He sat down. The chamber erupted. The debate that followed lasted 7 hours. Blackwood's lawyers presented their arguments, citing precedents and regulations and carefully selected experts. Harry's supporters countered with testimony from the families, from the volunteers, from anyone who could speak to what Hogwarts meant and why it mattered. But the real battle was happening in the galleries, in the whispered conversations and exchanged glances, in the gradual shift of sentiment that even Blackwood's planted supporters couldn't stem. When the vote finally came, it wasn't close. The Magical Heritage Protection Act was rejected, 63 to 27. Blackwood's emergency powers were revoked. And in a stunning addendum proposed by an elderly witch who had graduated from Hogwarts in 1921, the Wizengamot formally recognized Harry Potter's hereditary claim to the castle, making any future challenges significantly more difficult. This isn't over, Blackwood said as the chamber emptied. His composure had cracked, revealing the fury beneath. You've won a battle, Potter. But the war continues. No, Minister. The war is over. Harry met his gaze steadily. You just haven't realized it yet. Blackwood swept away, his supporters trailing behind him. Hermione found Harry in the corridor outside, where a crowd of well-wishers was forming. She pushed through to reach him, her face alight with triumph. You did it, she said. We did it. All of us. But it was your speech that turned the tide. The way you spoke about the families, about what we're building. She shook her head. I've never seen you like that before. Like what? Like someone who finally believes what everyone else has always seen. Harry thought about that. About the years of self-doubt and imposter syndrome and convinced certainty that he was somehow a fraud. About the slow, painful process of learning that leadership wasn't about being perfect, it was about showing up, doing the work, caring enough to keep trying. Maybe I'm starting to, he admitted. She kissed him, right there in the corridor, in front of everyone. The crowd cheered. The celebration at Hogwarts that night was unlike anything Harry had experienced. The Great Hall, fully restored now, its enchanted ceiling showing brilliant stars, was packed with everyone who had contributed to the victory. Tables groaned with food. Music played from somewhere. Laughter echoed off the ancient stones. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and thanks, feeling for once like he actually deserved them. He found himself at a table with the core group: Hermione, Neville, Luna, Iris, Marcus, Susan, George, watching the celebration unfold. "So what now?" George asked. "The big threat is gone, the political battle is won, do we just go back to normal?" "What's normal?" Luna asked dreamily. "I'm not sure any of us remember." "She has a point," Neville said. "I've been fighting something since I was 11 years old. First Voldemort, then the Reconstruction, then the Covenant. I don't know what peace feels like." "It feels like this," Hermione said quietly. She was watching the celebration with an expression of wonder. People gathering. Laughing. Planning futures instead of preparing for crises. "This is what normal looks like." "Strange," Marcus murmured. He was still adapting to the magical world, still sometimes overwhelmed by how different everything was. But he'd found his place among them, accepted as family despite his newcomer status. "I always thought normal would feel more mundane." "Give it time," Iris said dryly. "The mundane will come." Harry listened to his friends, feeling the warmth of their presence, the comfort of belonging. This was what he'd been fighting for all along, even when he hadn't known it. Not just survival, but connection. Community. Home. "I have an announcement," he said. Everyone turned to look at him. "The Reconstruction is entering its final phase. In 3 months, maybe less, Hogwarts will be ready to accept students again. A new generation of witches and wizards learning magic in halls that their grandparents walked." He paused. "And I'd like you all to be part of it." "Part of it how?" Neville asked. "However you want. Teachers, if you're interested. Administrators. Counselors. Whatever role fits." Harry looked at each of them in turn. "We've built something incredible here. I don't want it to end when the construction does. I want to make it permanent. A school that reflects everything we've learned, about magic, about community, about what really matters." "Are you asking us to work here?" George asked, grinning. "Officially? Because I've been running experiments in the room of requirement that should probably be sanctioned by someone. I'm asking you to help me create something that will last longer than any of us. A Hogwarts that the founders would be proud of." Harry smiled. "And yes, George, that includes officially sanctioning your experiments. Within reason. Define reason. Later. For now." Harry raised his glass. "To Hogwarts. To the future. And to everyone who made this possible." The toast echoed through the great hall, carried by dozens of voices, ringing off the ancient stones. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter believed that the future might actually be bright. Later that night, Harry and Hermione walked the grounds alone. The celebration continued inside the castle, but they'd slipped away, seeking quiet after the chaos of the day. The moon hung low and full, casting silver light across the grounds. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, "about what happens next." "The school?" "No. Us." She stopped walking, turning to face him. "Everything has been so chaotic, so urgent. Fighting the king, defeating the Covenant, battling Blackwood. We've been running from crisis to crisis without ever stopping to figure out what we actually want." "What do you want?" "That's what I've been thinking about." She hesitated, uncharacteristically uncertain. I've spent my whole life preparing for the next challenge. Studying, planning, achieving. It's all I know. But lately I've started wondering if there's more. More than what? More than accomplishment. More than being the smartest person in the room. Her eyes met his. More than proving myself over and over to people who will never be satisfied. Harry understood. He'd felt the same thing, the exhaustion of endless striving, the gradual realization that no amount of success would ever fill the emptiness that had been carved into him by the Dursleys' cruelty and the world's expectations. What would more look like? He asked. I don't know. Maybe. She took a breath. Maybe this. Us. A life together that isn't defined by what we've survived but by what we're building. A future that belongs to us, not to prophecy or politics or other people's agendas. That sounds good, Harry said quietly. It sounds really good. But it's not possible right now. We have responsibilities. The school. The community. Everything we've promised to the people who followed us. Her expression twisted with frustration. How do we balance what we owe to others with what we owe to ourselves? It was the question Harry had been wrestling with since he was 11 years old. The tension between his own needs and the demands of destiny. The constant sacrifice of personal happiness on the altar of greater good. Maybe we don't have to choose, he said slowly. Maybe the life we're building here, the school, the community, the future, can be our life too. Not something separate from what we want, but part of it. You mean stay at Hogwarts? Permanently? Why not? We're already here. We're already invested. And there's no rule that says building something meaningful can't also bring us joy. He took her hands. I don't want to sacrifice anymore, Hermione. I've given up enough. But I also don't want to walk away from what we've created. So maybe the answer is finding a way to have both. She considered this for a long moment. You want us to run Hogwarts together. I want us to live at Hogwarts together. Running it is just part of the job. That's a massive commitment. Yes. We'd be tied to this place for the rest of our lives. Yes. We'd have to deal with students and parents and ministry bureaucrats and probably 13 different kinds of paperwork that don't even exist yet. Almost certainly. Despite herself, she laughed. You're not selling this very well. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just telling you what I want. He stepped closer. I want you. Here. Building a future that matters, with the person who matters most. Everything else is details. Details are important. Details can be figured out. He cupped her face in his hands. This is the only thing that can't be negotiated. You and me. Together. Whatever comes. She kissed him, deep and fierce and full of promise. Okay, she said when they broke apart. Let's do it. Let's build a life here. Let's create something that lasts. Together. Together. They stood on the grounds of the castle that had become their home, under a sky full of stars, and planned a future that neither of them had ever dared to imagine. The weeks that followed were filled with preparation. News of the Wizengamot victory spread throughout the magical world, bringing a surge of interest in Hogwarts reopening. Applications for teaching positions arrived by the hundreds. Families began inquiring about enrollment for the coming term. Even the ministry, cowed by the political defeat, began cooperating with administrative requirements. Harry found himself doing something he'd never expected, enjoying the work. The endless meetings and decisions and planning sessions should have been tedious. Instead, they felt purposeful. Every choice he made was shaping the future, determining what kind of education the next generation would receive, what values would be instilled, what opportunities would be created. We need to discuss the house system, Hermione said during one of their evening planning sessions. They'd taken over a large office in Ravenclaw Tower, spreading maps and documents across every available surface. I've been researching alternatives. Several progressive schools have moved away from competitive sorting entirely. What would replace it? Various options. Mentorship groups based on shared interests. Rotating cohorts that encourage cross-social bonding. Pure academic tracking with no behavioral component. She hesitated. Or we could keep the houses but change what they mean. Make them about community rather than competition. Encourage mixing and collaboration instead of tribal loyalty. Harry thought about his own experience, the fierce pride of being a Gryffindor, but also the division it had created. The way Slytherin had become synonymous with evil in many minds, regardless of the actual qualities of its members. "What do you think?" he asked. "I think." Hermione paused, organizing her thoughts. "I think the houses mean something to people. Generations of families have identified with their house affiliations. We can't just erase that history. But we can evolve it. Make the sorting less deterministic, the rivalries less toxic, the opportunities less unequal. Keep the tradition but change the culture." "Exactly." She pulled out a document covered in her neat handwriting. "I've drafted some proposals. Joint classes between houses starting in first year. Shared dormitories for students who prefer them. Cross-house teams for Quidditch and other activities. A mentorship program that pairs older students from different houses with younger ones. It's ambitious. Everything we do is ambitious." She smiled. "That's rather the point." They worked late into the night, refining ideas, debating approaches, slowly assembling the pieces of a new educational philosophy. It was exhilarating in a way that battles had never been, creative rather than destructive, hopeful rather than desperate. When they finally stopped, Harry pulled Hermione onto a conjured sofa and they sat together in comfortable silence, watching the stars through the tower windows. "Do you ever miss it?" Hermione asked quietly. "The power, I mean. The magic we gave up." Harry considered the question seriously. His magic was still diminished, he could cast competently now, after weeks of practice, but complex spells remained beyond him. The connection to the castle that had once been overwhelming was now a gentle background presence. "Sometimes," he admitted. "When I try something that used to be easy and it doesn't work. When I remember what it felt like to channel the castle's full power." He paused. "But then I remember what I got in exchange. Freedom from the king. A future without that threat hanging over everything. It seems like a fair trade. Even though we'll never be as strong as we could have been. We're strong enough." He pulled her closer. "Strong enough for the life we're building. Strong enough for each other. That's what matters." She nestled against him, her wild hair tickling his chin. "I love you. I love you too. We should probably get some sleep. Tomorrow we're interviewing candidates for the defense against the dark arts position." "That can wait." "It really can't. We've already rejected 3 candidates. If we don't find someone soon, the students will arrive without a data teacher. The students don't arrive for 2 months. Which will pass very quickly if we keep postponing our administrative duties for." She stopped as he kissed her. "That's not going to work every time." "We'll see." It worked that time, at least. A month before the scheduled reopening, an unexpected visitor arrived. Harry was reviewing construction reports when the house elf announced her. "Minerva McGonagall is requesting audience, sir." He set aside his papers immediately. "Send her in." McGonagall had aged since Harry had last seen her, more grey in her hair, more lines around her eyes, but her bearing was as straight as ever, her gaze as sharp. She stood in the doorway of his office, taking in the changes with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Or should I say, Headmaster Potter. Professor McGonagall. Please, come in." He gestured toward a chair. "Can I offer you tea?" "Later, perhaps." She entered slowly, examining the office that had been Dumbledore's, Snape's, hers, and now his. You've made changes. The room adapts to its owner. Apparently mine prefers fewer silver instruments and more comfortable seating. A reasonable preference. She finally sat, her posture perfect despite the comfortable chair's invitation to slouch. I've followed your progress from a distance. The reconstruction, the political battles, the sacrifice. You've accomplished remarkable things. We've accomplished them. All of us. Modesty. Not a trait I would have expected you to develop. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Albus would be proud. As am I. Harry felt his throat tighten. Thank you. That means a great deal. I'm not here simply to offer praise. McGonagall's expression turned businesslike. I understand you're searching for a defense against the dark arts teacher. We've been having difficulty. The candidates have been underwhelming. Yes, well. The position has a certain reputation. She paused. I would like to be considered. Harry blinked. You. But, you were headmistress. Deputy headmistress before that. Transfiguration professor for decades. Defense is, beneath me. Her eyes glinted. I assure you, Mr. Potter, there is no teaching position at Hogwarts that is beneath me. And defense against the dark arts requires precisely the kind of practical experience that I possess in abundance. I didn't mean, I know what you meant. Her voice softened slightly. I've spent the past years in retirement, watching from afar as the school I love was destroyed and then rebuilt without me. It has been difficult. When I heard what you were creating here, the new approaches, the reformed systems, the commitment to genuine education rather than rote learning, I knew I had to be part of it. Professor McGonagall, I would be honored to have you teach here. More than honored. Good. Then we agree. She rose, smoothing her robes. I have conditions, of course. Autonomy in my classroom. Input on curriculum decisions. And a stipulation that my position will be temporary. I will train my replacement over 3 years, then retire properly. Of course. Whatever you need. Excellent. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Albus often spoke of you with a mixture of pride and regret. He was proud of the man you were becoming, but he regretted the burdens he placed upon you. I think. She hesitated, uncharacteristically uncertain. I think he would be pleased to see you unburdened at last. Building a future rather than fighting a past. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He nodded. I will see you at the term's start, then. Good day, headmaster. She left, and Harry sat alone in the office that had belonged to so many before him, thinking about legacy and loss and the strange ways that grief transformed into something almost like hope. The final month before reopening passed in a blur of final preparations. Teachers arrived and settled into their quarters. Curriculum guides were finalized and distributed. The house elves stocked the kitchens with enough food to feed an army of hungry children. Every corner of the castle was inspected, cleaned, enchanted, and made ready. Harry stood at the gates on the morning of September 1st, watching the path from Hogsmeade where soon the carriages would appear. Hermione stood beside him, dressed in the formal robes of a deputy headmistress, a title she'd initially resisted but eventually accepted. Nervous? She asked. Terrified. Good. I'd be worried if you weren't. She took his hand. They're going to be fine, Harry. We've prepared for everything. We've prepared for everything we could think of. There's always something we didn't consider. Then we'll handle it. Like we always do. In the distance, Harry could see them coming. The first carriages, pulled by thestrals that most of the children couldn't see. The advance guard of a new generation, arriving to learn magic in halls that had been ancient when their grandparents were young. Ready? Hermione asked. Harry looked at the castle rising behind them, restored, renewed, transformed into something that honored its past while embracing its future. He thought about everyone who had helped build it, everyone who had sacrificed for it, everyone who believed in what it represented. "Ready," he said. The carriages arrived. The children emerged, nervous and excited and impossibly young, looking up at the castle with wonder in their eyes. Just as Harry had looked, so many years ago. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he said. The future had begun. The great hall was more beautiful than it had ever been. The enchanted ceiling showed a perfect sunset, bands of gold and rose and purple stretching across an endless sky. The 4 house tables stretched toward the high table where teachers waited. Candles floated in perfect formation, their light warm and welcoming. And the students, hundreds of them, new and returning, sorted and seated and waiting for the feast to begin. Harry rose from his seat at the high table's center. The hall fell silent. "For those who don't know me," he began, "I'm Harry Potter. I'm the headmaster of this school, a title I never expected and still don't feel entirely worthy of. But here we are." Scattered laughter from students who knew his reputation. Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years. It has survived wars, dark lords, political interference, and significantly more teenage drama than any institution should have to endure. More laughter. It has changed over the centuries, evolved with the times, adapted to new challenges. What you see around you is the latest evolution, a Hogwarts rebuilt not just in stone but in spirit. He paused, letting the words settle. Some of you are returning students who remember how things were before. Some of you are here for the first time, with no expectations except what you've heard from family and friends. All of you are here because you have magic, the ability to reshape reality, to do things that seemed impossible until you learned otherwise. Harry looked out at the sea of young faces, nervous, eager, skeptical, hopeful. This school will teach you to use that magic. That's the basic promise, and we intend to keep it. But we also hope to teach you something more, how to use your power wisely. How to build rather than destroy. How to disagree without hatred and compete without cruelty. He gestured at the house banners hanging from the walls. Your houses matter. They're your family within these walls, your community, your support system. Be proud of them. But remember that the students at the other tables are not your enemies. They're your classmates, your future colleagues, your fellow citizens of the magical world. The divisions that have haunted this school for too long end here. His voice hardened slightly. We have one rule above all others, we look out for each other. Hogwarts is a family, and families protect their own. If you see someone struggling, help them. If you see someone being mistreated, intervene. If you see something wrong, speak up. We are not bystanders in our own community. He softened again, allowing himself a small smile. Beyond that, I encourage you to explore. Learn things that aren't in the curriculum. Make mistakes and recover from them. Fall down and get back up. The most important magic you'll learn here won't come from books, it'll come from the experience of growing up together, facing challenges together, becoming the people you're meant to be. He raised his hands. Now, before I get too sentimental, and before our exceptional kitchen staff becomes cross with me, let's eat. Food appeared on every table, the bounty of a feast that would become a cherished memory for years to come. The noise level rose as students began eating and talking and discovering the joy of a new beginning. Harry sat down and reached for a dinner roll, feeling Hermione's hand squeeze his knee beneath the table. That was perfect, she murmured. It was adequate at best. Shut up and take the compliment. He smiled and ate his dinner, watching the next generation begin their journey in the castle he'd helped rebuild. Late that night, after the feast and the dormitory assignments and the 1,000 small crises of opening day, Harry and Hermione stood on the astronomy tower. The castle stretched below them, alive with the energy of hundreds of young witches and wizards settling into their new home. Lights glowed in windows. Voices carried on the night air. The ancient stones hummed with magic both old and new. "We did it," Hermione said. "We actually did it. We did." Harry leaned against the parapet, looking out at the grounds. "Though I suspect we'll say that again many times in the years to come. After every crisis averted, every challenge overcome, every moment when we could have failed but didn't. Probably." She moved to stand beside him. "Is that what our life will be now? An endless series of small victories? I hope so. Small victories are better than big defeats." He turned to face her. "And we'll have each other. Through all of it. That's what makes it bearable. More than bearable." She smiled, that brilliant, devastating smile that still made his heart skip. "Worth it. Worth everything." They kissed under the stars, two people who had survived the impossible and emerged on the other side ready to build something lasting. Below them, Hogwarts settled into its first night as a school reborn. Children dreamed of the magic they would learn. Teachers prepared for the challenges ahead. House elves cleaned and tidied and made everything ready for another day. And in the headmaster's tower, where the portraits of previous leaders watched with approval, the future stretched out like an unwritten story, full of possibility, full of promise, full of everything they had fought to make real. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Queen's Castle. 3 years had passed since the Hollow King's destruction. Harry stood at the window of the headmaster's office, watching students cross the grounds below. The autumn sun caught the lake's surface, turning it to hammered gold. First years chased each other near Hagrid's hut. Older students lounged beneath trees, textbooks open and forgotten as they enjoyed the unseasonable warmth. It was, by any reasonable measure, an ordinary day. And that was precisely what made it extraordinary. "You're brooding again." He turned to find Hermione in the doorway, a stack of parchments in her arms and an amused expression on her face. 3 years of partnership had taught her to read his moods with unsettling accuracy. "I'm not brooding. I'm reflecting." "Brooding." She crossed to his desk and set down the parchments. "These are the final approvals for the winter term curriculum changes. The board signed off on everything except the expanded Muggle Studies program. They want more details about the technology integration component." "Of course they do." Harry moved to examine the documents. "They've been stalling on Muggle Studies for 18 months. Some board members are still uncomfortable with the idea of students learning to use computers." Hermione's voice carried a familiar frustration. "Despite the fact that half the magical world already uses mobile phones in secret. Progress is slow. Progress is glacial. But it's still progress." She perched on the edge of his desk, a habit that had scandalized the portraits when she'd first started doing it, though they'd grown accustomed to her informality. "Neville wants to discuss the greenhouse expansion. Luna has submitted another proposal for her creature communication elective. And we received 47 applications for the open arithmancy position." 47. Word has spread that Hogwarts is the place to be. Innovative curriculum, supportive administration, students who actually want to learn. She smiled. "We've built something special, Harry." He looked around the office that had become so familiar over the years. The portraits of previous headmasters watched with expressions ranging from approval to bemused tolerance. Fawkes's perch stood empty, the phoenix had never returned after Dumbledore's death, but the space felt right somehow. "Complete." "We have," he agreed. "Though I still wake up some mornings expecting it all to have been a dream." Trauma response. Perfectly normal for someone who spent their formative years being hunted by Dark Lords. Hermione's tone was light, but her eyes held understanding. "The good news is, reality keeps stubbornly refusing to conform to your expectations. The good news," Harry said quietly, "is that I have you to remind me." She held his gaze for a moment, something soft flickering in her expression. Then, because she was Hermione, she cleared her throat and returned to business. "The Weasleys are coming for dinner tonight. All of them, apparently. Molly insisted. All of them? Even Charlie? Even Charlie. He's bringing someone, apparently. Very mysterious about the whole thing. Hermione gathered her parchments. I'll need to coordinate with the kitchens. You should probably review the arithmancy applications before the interviews next week. She was halfway to the door when Harry spoke. Hermione. She turned. I love you. The smile that crossed her face was the same one that had been undoing him for years. I know. I love you too. Now do your paperwork. She left, and Harry sat down to review the applications, feeling the quiet contentment that had become the baseline of his existence. It wasn't perfect. Nothing ever was. But it was good. It was real. And after everything they'd survived to get here, that was more than enough. The Weasley dinner was chaos in the best possible way. The Great Hall had been configured for intimate gathering, a single long table replacing the house tables, the enchanted ceiling showing a warm twilight sky. The family had grown over the years. George had married Angelina Johnson, and their twins were terrors in miniature who reminded everyone uncomfortably of Fred. Bill and Fleur had 3 children now, the oldest already showing signs of the Vila heritage that made her devastatingly charming. Percy had finally, after years of estrangement, rejoined the family fold. He sat next to his wife Audrey, looking slightly uncomfortable but genuinely present. Ron arrived with his arm around a woman Harry had never seen before, tall, dark-skinned, with an easy confidence that suggested she could handle herself in any situation. Everyone, this is Imani, Ron announced, his ears slightly red in the way they always got when he was nervous. She's a cursebreaker. We met in Egypt 6 months ago. And you're only introducing her now? Molly's voice carried equal parts reproach and curiosity. Ronald Bilious Weasley, I raised you better than that. To be fair, Mrs. Weasley, Imani said smoothly, I was the one who insisted on waiting. I wanted to make sure Ron wasn't just another British tourist with a hero complex. And? George asked, grinning. What's the verdict? The hero complex is real. But he makes up for it in other ways. The laughter that followed broke whatever tension remained. Imani was absorbed into the family chaos with the ease of someone who had navigated far more dangerous situations than Weasley dinners. Harry watched from his seat beside Hermione, feeling the warmth of belonging that had taken so many years to find. These people were his family, not by blood, but by choice. Every argument and reconciliation, every shared meal and celebrated triumph, had woven them together into something unbreakable. You're doing that thing again, Hermione murmured. What thing? The thing where you get quietly emotional about family gatherings and pretend you're not. I'm not pretending anything. Your eyes are misty. Allergies. In October. Autumn allergies are a real phenomenon. She laughed and leaned her head against his shoulder. You're ridiculous. You love it. I tolerate it. There's a difference. Charlie's arrival interrupted their banter. He came through the great hall doors with his characteristic swagger, the dragon-hide vest he always wore marking him immediately as the family's most adventurous member. But he wasn't alone. The woman beside him was striking, auburn hair cropped short, freckles dusting features that were simultaneously delicate and fierce. She moved with the coiled grace of someone who spent their life around dangerous creatures. And she was looking at Charlie with an expression that Harry recognized immediately, the particular blend of exasperation and devotion that came from loving someone both wonderful and impossible. Everyone, this is Ira, Charlie announced. She's a dragon researcher from Wales. We've been working together for 2 years, and... He paused, glancing at Ira, who nodded slightly. We're engaged. The explosion of noise that followed could probably be heard in Hogsmeade. Molly was crying and hugging both of them simultaneously. Arthur was shaking Charlie's hand with the dazed expression of a man who had expected to die without seeing his most independent son settle down. Ginny was demanding to know why she hadn't been informed earlier, while George offered increasingly inappropriate suggestions for the wedding. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the chaos. "Did you know?" she mouthed. He shook his head. "Neither did I." She was smiling. "Seems to be going around." The dinner lasted hours, conversation flowing as freely as the excellent wine Harry had requested from the kitchens. By the time the last dessert plate was cleared, even George's twins had worn themselves out, sleeping in a pile in the corner like exhausted puppies. Charlie found Harry on the terrace outside, both of them escaping the noise for a moment of quiet. "Congratulations," Harry said. "Ira seems wonderful." "She is." Charlie leaned against the railing, looking out at the moonlit grounds. "Took me 40 years to find someone who could keep up with me. Worth the wait." "How did you know?" "That she was the one." Charlie glanced at him, a knowing smile playing at his lips. "Why do you ask? Having doubts about your own situation?" "No. No doubts. I just—" Harry struggled to articulate something he'd been feeling for months. "I know what I want. I've known for years. I'm just not sure how to. I'm not good at this kind of thing. Grand gestures. Romantic declarations." Charlie chuckled. "I wouldn't have thought that was a problem. You're Harry Potter. You defeated a Dark Lord, rebuilt a castle, and saved the magical world from an ancient evil. Surely asking a woman to marry you can't be that terrifying." "It's completely terrifying. That other stuff, at least I knew how to fight. This is—" Harry shook his head. "What if I do it wrong? What if she says no?" "She's not going to say no. You don't know that. I know Hermione Granger has been in love with you since she was approximately 14 years old. I know she's built her entire adult life around a partnership with you. I know she looks at you like you're the most important thing in any room you're both in." Charlie clapped him on the shoulder. "She's going to say yes. The question is when you're going to stop being afraid and actually ask." Harry absorbed this. "How did you do it?" "With Ira?" "Badly. We were tracking a Welsh green through the Highlands, covered in mud and dragon dung, and I just blurted it out while we were hiding behind a rock." Charlie's grin was self-deprecating. Not exactly the stuff of romantic legends. "And she said yes?" "She said, 'Are you serious right now?' Then the dragon found us and we had to run for our lives. She said yes 3 hours later, once we'd stopped almost dying." His expression softened. "The point is, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. Hermione knows who you are. She's not expecting poetry and roses. She's expecting you, awkward and earnest and completely sincere." Harry looked back through the windows at the warmth of the great hall, where his family laughed and argued and celebrated together. Hermione was visible near the fireplace, deep in conversation with Fleur, her hands moving animatedly as she made some point or another. "I have to do this right," he said quietly. "She deserves something special. She deserves someone who loves her. The rest is window dressing." Charlie pushed off from the railing. "Now come back inside before Mum sends a search party. And for what it's worth, don't wait too long. Life's too short and too unpredictable. You know that better than anyone." He returned to the warmth of the party, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the moonlight. The next weeks were a special kind of torture. Harry had always been rubbish at secrets, at least, secrets from Hermione. She had an uncanny ability to read him, to know when something was off, to ask exactly the right questions at exactly the wrong times. He'd enlisted help. Neville was assisting with the location, somewhere in the castle that was meaningful but private. Luna was handling what she mysteriously called atmospheric considerations. Even Iris had been consulted, offering suggestions from her knowledge of romantic traditions across different magical cultures. But the actual asking, that was all on him. "You seem distracted," Hermione observed one evening. They were in their shared quarters, reviewing documents for an upcoming board meeting. She was curled in her favorite armchair, parchment scattered around her like fallen leaves. Just thinking about the arithmancy interviews, Harry lied. You've been thinking about the arithmancy interviews for 2 weeks. They were conducted and concluded 4 days ago. There's always more to think about. She set down her quill and studied him with the intensity that had been making him nervous since they were 11. Harry. What's going on? Nothing. You're a terrible liar. You always have been. I'm not lying. You're also avoiding eye contact, fidgeting with your cuffs, and you've reorganized your desk 3 times today. She rose from her chair and crossed to him. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Harry looked at her, this woman who had been his best friend, his partner, his everything for more years than he could easily count. She was beautiful in the firelight, her brown eyes warm with concern, her wild hair escaping from the bun she'd twisted it into hours ago. This wasn't the plan. The plan involved the astronomy tower and specially arranged stars and a speech he'd been writing and rewriting for weeks. But Charlie's words echoed in his mind, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. I've been trying to figure out the right way to ask you something, he said. Her brow furrowed. Ask me what? Something important. Something I've been wanting to ask for, honestly, for years. But I kept waiting for the right moment, the perfect circumstances, some cosmic sign that it was time. Hermione's expression shifted. Understanding began to dawn in her eyes. Harry. And then I realized there's no such thing as the perfect moment. There's just now. There's just us, and everything we've built, and the future we're creating together. He took her hands, feeling them tremble slightly, or maybe that was his own trembling. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. Not because you saved my life 100 times, or because you're brilliant, or because you stuck by me when everyone else turned away. But because being with you makes me want to be better. Because every day I wake up next to you is a day I'm excited to face. Harry, she whispered again, and now there were tears in her eyes. I had this whole elaborate plan. Stars and moonlight and romantic gestures. But the truth is, you deserve better than performance. You deserve honesty. He took a breath. Hermione Jean Granger, will you marry me? The silence that followed lasted approximately half a second. Yes, she said, and then she was kissing him, and then she was laughing and crying at the same time, and then she was kissing him again. Yes, you absolute disaster of a man. Yes. They held each other in the firelight, 2 people who had fought through darkness to find this moment of pure, uncomplicated joy. I was going to say yes, you know, Hermione said eventually, her voice muffled against his shoulder. Whenever you asked. However you asked. You didn't need elaborate plans. I know. I just wanted it to be special. It was special. She pulled back to look at him, her smile incandescent. It was you. That's all I ever needed. News of the engagement spread through Hogwarts faster than dragon fire. By morning, the castle seemed to have developed its own celebratory atmosphere. Portraits applauded when Harry and Hermione walked past. House elves prepared increasingly elaborate breakfast items in what appeared to be a cooking competition. Even the suits of armor seemed to stand straighter, as though recognizing the significance of the moment. I blame the castle, Hermione said, trying and failing to hide her smile as a passing suit of armor offered a courtly bow. It's been sentient for 1,000 years. It has opinions. The castle approves of our engagement. The castle has been hoping for this since you claimed it. She squeezed his hand. I think it's decided we're its parents. That's oddly touching. It's something. They reached the Great Hall to find the students already buzzing with excitement. The Gryffindor table broke into applause as they entered. The Slytherins offered more restrained acknowledgement, though Harry caught several genuine smiles among the cooler expressions. Speech, someone shouted, and the cry was taken up across the hall. Harry looked at Hermione, who shrugged with an expression that clearly said this is your problem. He stepped forward, and the hall fell silent. "I assume you've all heard," he began, which drew laughter. "Professor Granger and I are engaged." The applause started again, and he had to wait for it to subside. "I'm not going to make this into a grand announcement. We're still your headmaster and deputy headmistress. Classes will proceed as normal. Homework will still be assigned." Groans from the student body. "But I wanted you to know directly, from us, rather than through the rumor mill that I'm told is more efficient than the Hogwarts Express." More laughter. "What this means for Hogwarts is simple: nothing changes and everything does. Nothing changes because our commitment to this school and all of you has always been absolute. Everything changes because—" He paused, looking at Hermione. "Because we're finally acknowledging what everyone except us figured out years ago. We belong together. Always have." Hermione stepped up beside him, taking his hand. "I'll add one thing," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. "The headmaster may have a reputation for grand gestures and dramatic timing. But I want you to know," he proposed in our sitting room, with no plan, no ring, and no prepared speech. It was awkward and earnest and completely sincere. Harry felt his face heat. "It was also perfect," Hermione continued. "Because that's who he is. And that's who we want you to be, authentic, honest, brave enough to be vulnerable. That's the real magic we're trying to teach you here." She squeezed his hand, and they left the hall together, leaving the students to their breakfast and their excited speculation. The wedding was held on the grounds of Hogwarts, 3 months later. Harry had wanted something simple. Hermione had wanted something meaningful. They'd compromised on something that was both and neither: an outdoor ceremony by the lake, attended by everyone they loved, with the castle rising behind them like a benediction. The day dawned clear and cold, the December air crisp but still. House elves had worked through the night to prepare the grounds, creating an isle of enchanted flowers that bloomed despite the season, their petals shifting through colors that seemed to respond to the emotions of those who passed. Harry stood at the altar, a simple stone archway that had been part of the original castle, recovered from the rubble and restored, watching the path where Hermione would soon appear. Ron stood beside him as best man, looking uncomfortable in his formal robes but determined to fulfill his duty. "You ready?" Ron asked. "I've been ready for years." "That's either romantic or concerning." "Can't decide which." "Both, probably." Music began, not traditional, but something Luna had selected, ethereal and strange and somehow perfect. The guests rose and turned toward the aisle. And there she was. Hermione walked between rows of people who loved her, her arm linked with her father's, her expression caught between joy and tears. Her dress was simple, she'd refused anything elaborate, but she was radiant in it, lit from within by happiness that made everything else seem dim by comparison. She reached the altar, and her father placed her hand in Harry's. "Take care of her," David Granger said quietly. "She's the best thing we ever made." "I know, sir. I will." The ceremony was brief. They'd written their own vows. Hermione's were eloquent and heartfelt, Harry's were stumbling and sincere, but the words mattered less than the promise behind them. When the officiant finally pronounced them married, the crowd erupted into cheers that echoed off the castle walls. Harry kissed his wife, and for one perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. The reception lasted until dawn. Food and drink flowed endlessly. Dancing continued long after reasonable people should have been in bed. The castle itself seemed to participate, its corridors warm and welcoming, its enchantments creating moments of magic that delighted even the most jaded guests. At some point in the small hours, Harry and Hermione escaped to the astronomy tower, the same location he'd originally planned to propose. They stood together at the parapet, looking out at the grounds where their wedding had taken place, now peaceful and dark under the star-filled sky. "We actually did it," Hermione said. "We got married. We did. I'm Hermione Potter now. Hermione Potter." She tested the name, rolling it around her mouth. It sounds strange. You can keep your name if you want. I never assumed, I like it. She leaned against him. It feels like, coming home. Like I've been traveling toward this moment my whole life and I've finally arrived. Harry understood exactly what she meant. All the years of struggle and survival, of near misses and desperate battles, they had been leading here. To this moment of peace. To this certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together. We should probably get back to the reception, Hermione said, making no move to leave. Probably. Our guests will wonder where we've gone. Let them wonder. She laughed, that bright, surprised laugh he loved so much. Harry Potter, suggesting we ignore our social obligations. Who are you and what have you done with my husband? Husband. The word sent a thrill through him that he suspected would never entirely fade. Maybe I've learned that some things matter more than obligations. Such as this. Us. Having a moment that belongs only to us, before we go back to being responsible adults. Hermione turned in his arms, her hands coming up to frame his face. I love you, she said simply. I've loved you for so long that I can't remember what it felt like not to. And I will love you for the rest of our lives, through whatever comes. Even if I continue to be terrible at paperwork. Even then. Though I reserve the right to complain about it. That seems fair. They kissed under the stars, and the castle hummed with something that felt remarkably like approval. The years that followed were not without challenges. There were political battles. Blackwood's successor proved nearly as hostile, though less competent, and administrative crises, and the endless small dramas of running a school filled with magical teenagers. There were personal struggles too. Hermione's parents passed away within 6 months of each other, leaving her grappling with a grief that Harry could support but not fully heal. Harry himself had periods of darkness, times when the old trauma reasserted itself and even the brightest days seemed shadowed. But they faced it all together. They celebrated triumphs, students who went on to remarkable careers, reforms that genuinely changed magical education, recognition from institutions that had once dismissed them. They mourned losses, Minerva McGonagall, who died peacefully after 5 years of teaching, leaving behind a defense against the dark arts program that would influence generations. They navigated the complicated terrain of middle age, learning to accept limitations they'd once refused to acknowledge. And through it all, Hogwarts remained their home. The castle had grown under their stewardship, not physically, but in spirit. It was a place where students of all backgrounds were welcomed. Where old prejudices were challenged and new traditions were built. Where the scars of war had healed into lessons about resilience and hope. We did good work here, Harry said one evening. They were celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary with a quiet dinner in the Great Hall, just the two of them amid the echoing vastness. We did, Hermione agreed. Though I still have 17 reforms I want to implement before I retire. Only 17. I'm being realistic. 20 years ago, the list would have been 50. Harry laughed. They were older now, gray appearing at his temples, lines around her eyes, but the spark between them remained undimmed. If anything, the years had only deepened it, turning the fire of youth into something steadier and warmer. Do you ever regret it? He asked. The magic we gave up. It was a question they discussed rarely over the years. The sacrifice they'd made to destroy the Hollow King had left them diminished, though time and practice had recovered some of what was lost. Neither of them would ever be as powerful as they might have been. Sometimes, Hermione admitted. When I'm trying to cast something complex and my magic doesn't quite respond the way it should. When I remember what it felt like before. She reached across the table to take his hand. But then I remember what we bought with that sacrifice. Peace. Safety. A future for everyone we love. And the regret fades. Same. Harry squeezed her fingers. I think about the students sometimes. What they don't know, what they'll never know, about what was sealed beneath their feet. The generations of fear and vigilance that ended because of what we did. That's our legacy. Not just the school we built, but the threat we eliminated. Hermione's smile was proud but not arrogant. We gave them the gift of not having to know. Is that a good thing? Not knowing the history. It's a human thing. Each generation only knows the battles they have to fight. The old wars become stories, then legends, then forgotten entirely. That's how it should be. She paused. Though I do wish we'd found a way to document everything properly. For the historians. You wrote 3 books. Insufficiently comprehensive. Of course they were. They finished their dinner, talking of small things and large ones, memories and plans, the past they'd survived and the future they were still shaping. Later, walking the grounds under a sky full of stars, Harry felt a presence he hadn't sensed in years. The castle was speaking to him. Not in words, it had never communicated in words, but in impressions, emotions, images. Gratitude. Satisfaction. Pride in what they'd built together. And beneath it all, something else. Something that felt like farewell. Hermione, Harry said slowly. I think the castle is ready for us to leave. She stopped walking, looking at him sharply. What do you mean? Not immediately. But, soon. It's telling me that our work here is done. That it's time to pass the torch. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, processing. Are you ready for that? I don't know. Are you? I don't know either. She looked up at the castle rising against the stars, the towers they'd rebuilt, the halls they'd walked thousands of times, the place that had been their home for more than 2 decades. But maybe that's the point. Maybe it's time precisely because we're not sure we're ready. Harry thought about that. About all the transitions he'd resisted over the years, all the times he'd held on too tightly to things that were ending. The castle, with its ancient wisdom, was telling him that holding on wasn't always the right choice. We could travel, he said tentatively. See the magical world beyond Britain. You've always wanted to study ancient Egyptian enchantments firsthand. We could, Hermione agreed. Or we could find a cottage somewhere quiet and just be. No responsibilities. No emergencies. Just us. That sounds terrifying. Everything worth doing is terrifying. They stood together in the darkness, 2 people who had spent their lives fighting and building and achieving, contemplating the radical act of rest. Whatever we do, Harry said finally, we do it together. Obviously. Hermione smiled. That's been the deal since we were 12 years old. I'm certainly not changing it now. The transition took 2 years. They selected their successors carefully, Neville as headmaster, Susan Bones as deputy, and spent months ensuring a smooth handover. There were moments of doubt, of second-guessing, of wondering if they were making a mistake. But when the day finally came, their last breakfast in the Great Hall, their final walk through corridors they knew better than their own faces, it felt right. The castle threw them a farewell celebration that was entirely its own initiative. The enchanted ceiling showed their greatest moments, playing out above the assembled school like magical cinema. The suits of armor stood at attention as they passed. Even the portraits abandoned their usual grumbling to offer genuine, heartfelt goodbyes. You built something remarkable here, Dumbledore's portrait told them as they stopped before his frame one last time. Something that will outlast all of us. I could not be prouder. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. For everything. Thank me by living well. You've earned happiness, Harry. Both of you. Don't forget that. They walked through the gates of Hogwarts for the final time as its leaders, looking back at the castle that had been their world for so long. No regrets? Hermione asked. None. Harry took her hand. You? None. She smiled, and despite the gray in her hair and the lines on her face, she was still the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Where to now? Harry looked at the path ahead, literally and metaphorically. The future stretched before them, unknown and unscripted, full of possibilities they hadn't yet imagined. Anywhere, he said. Everywhere. It doesn't matter, as long as we're together. That's either romantic or concerningly lacking in direction. Both, probably. Both works. They walked away from Hogwarts, toward whatever came next, their hands intertwined and their hearts full of the quiet certainty that comes from a life well lived and a love fully realized. Behind them, the castle watched them go, its ancient stones humming with something that was not quite sadness, not quite joy, but something in between. They had given it everything. And now, it was giving them permission to be free. Epilogue: 15 years later, the cottage in Cornwall sat on a cliff overlooking the sea. It was modest by any standard, 3 bedrooms, a small garden, a workshop where Harry had taken up woodworking in his retirement. But the view was spectacular, and the sound of waves provided a constant, soothing backdrop to their days. They had traveled, as planned. Egypt and China, Australia and Brazil, magical communities across the globe that welcomed them as heroes and left them alone as ordinary people, depending on what was needed. They had seen wonders that neither textbook nor tale could adequately describe. But eventually, they had come home. Not to Hogwarts, that belonged to the next generation now, but to this cottage, this cliff, this quiet life that they had earned. Harry woke early on a Tuesday morning, the autumn light slanting through curtains that Hermione had chosen. She was still sleeping, her hair spread across the pillow, her face peaceful in a way that decades of stress had once made impossible. He rose quietly and made tea, carrying 2 cups to the small porch overlooking the sea. The ritual was familiar by now. He would drink his tea and watch the sunrise, and she would join him when she woke, and they would talk about nothing and everything. It was, he thought, exactly the life he had never dared to dream of as a boy in a cupboard under the stairs. Hermione appeared just as the sun cleared the horizon, wrapped in a robe he'd given her 3 birthdays ago. She accepted her tea without words, settling into the chair beside him. Post came, she said eventually. Letter from Rose. Rose was their granddaughter, Hugo and his wife's oldest, a whirlwind of energy who reminded everyone irresistibly of a young Hermione. She had started at Hogwarts this year, sorted into Ravenclaw, already top of her class in every subject. How is she? Thriving, according to her letter. Though she's very concerned about the archaic teaching methods and history of magic and has several detailed suggestions for reform. Hermione smiled. She's definitely ours. Poor Neville. Poor Neville indeed. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sea, feeling the rightness of this moment and all the moments that had led to it. I had a dream last night, Harry said eventually. About the Hollow King. Hermione glanced at him. That's unusual. You haven't dreamed about it in years. I know. But this was different. In the dream, I was standing in the binding chamber, and where the king used to be, there was just light. Warm light, filling the space. And a voice, not the king's voice, something else entirely, thanking me. Thanking you for what? For freeing it. Ending its suffering. Harry shook his head. I know it sounds strange. The king was evil, pure consumption and hunger. But in the dream, it felt like there was something trapped inside that hunger. Something that was grateful to finally be released. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Maybe that's what destruction really is, at some level. Not just ending something evil, but liberating whatever good was imprisoned within it. That's either profound or nonsensical. Both, probably. Harry laughed, a sound that came easier to him now than it ever had. You're stealing my lines. 23 years of marriage. I've learned a few things. The sun climbed higher, painting the sea in shades of gold and silver. Somewhere in the distance, a ship was passing, its sails catching the light. Harry, Hermione said quietly. Yes. I never told you this. But when we first met, on the Hogwarts Express, when I was 11 and bossy and terrified of not being good enough, I looked at you and I felt something. Not love, not yet. But, recognition. Like I'd finally found something I'd been looking for without knowing it. I remember that meeting. I thought you were the most intimidating person I'd ever met. I was trying so hard to seem confident. Inside, I was convinced you'd think I was ridiculous. I did think you were ridiculous. He smiled at her expression. But I also thought you were the most genuine person I'd ever encountered. Everyone else was so careful, so guarded. You just were who you were. Unapologetically. Even when who I was annoying. Especially then. She laughed, and the sound was still the best thing he'd ever heard. We did good, she said. With our lives. With each other. We did. Harry took her hand, feeling the familiar warmth of her skin, the wedding ring she'd worn for more than 2 decades. Thank you. For all of it. Thank you for asking me to marry you in a sitting room with no ring and no speech. It was romantic. It was very you. Same thing. They sat together on the porch of their cottage, watching the sea and the sky and the endless possibility of the day ahead. Behind them, the magical world continued its business, students at Hogwarts learning spells, ministry officials filing reports, ordinary witches and wizards living ordinary lives made possible by sacrifices they would never know about. And here, on a cliff in Cornwall, 2 people who had survived the impossible held hands and watched the sunrise. It was, Harry thought, exactly the ending they deserved. No, not an ending. A beginning. Just like every other day. The story continued, as stories always do. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stands to this day, its towers reaching toward the sky, its halls filled with the sound of young witches and wizards learning to shape their own magic. Above the entrance to the Great Hall, an inscription was added in the years following the Potter Granger administration, for those who came before, who sacrificed so we could thrive. For those who come after, who will build what we could only imagine. For the now, which is all any of us truly have. Make it count. The words were suggested by Hermione Potter, approved by Harry Potter, and enchanted by the castle itself to glow with gentle light whenever a new student reads them for the first time. They glow very frequently indeed. Chapter 6 End.